Yay! Cha! We're back. I see that there have been crimes occurring in my chat whilst whilst you've been doing things. You with your hard-won points. After the many wages we did. Yes, yes. You're bonking me. You're bonking me. I understand. Absolute criminals. I go away and I make a from-scratch curry in like 20 minutes. And you guys are out here being little crime children. Oh, and I knocked it out of the fucking park as per usual. Let's fucking go. Right. We, without further ado, I suppose, should get on to our next little gaming thing. So, we are going to be playing some more of those, just as a little sort of like wind down. I don't know, maybe like for an hour or something like that. We're going to be playing some of the Vampire the Masquerade / Hunter the Reckoning / Werewolf the Apocalypse games. And I'm essentially going to read you a bedtime story, chat. So, do you have enough for the chat? I do. It's fucking enormous. Wait. I'll post it on the Blue Sky. I accidentally made so much. I'm probably gonna eat like a little bit of it and then put the rest of it in the fridge and then eat the rest of it for like breakfast tomorrow. Or something. I shall post an image to the Blue Sky. Which is, if you want to see, you gotta go follow the Blue Spy. The Blue Die. You gotta go to the Blue Sky chat, and I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is my username. I think it's just still Destructive Midnight. If I could spell correctly, that would be so great. It's fucking enormous, chat. I've posted it to the Blue Sky. Very good. I feel less bad about eating on stream now that Rob is not here. I don't wish to commit crimes. But yeah, we're going to be playing Vampire the Masquerade Out for Blood today. As just like a little wind down game. And I'm going to swap us over to the gaming full screen. Hi chat. So this is a game you are playing as a human. So we are not a horrible vampire or a slightly less, but maybe sort of horrible werewolf. We are playing as a normal human person. And the beginning of the story is that I played like a little bit of it just to get like a sense for what we have going on. And essentially one of our grandfather, who is like a practitioner of a shop within this sort of like hometown. We used to go to him every sort of summer, has passed away, and we are like one of the only relatives left who can sort through his personal effects, essentially going there to like say goodbye and to like gain closure from that and the spooky happenings surrounding this town, especially given the fact that it is a part of the world of darkness. So there's always a horrible vampire like going through your garbage or something, or a werewolf out in the woods like, hey yo, what's up? or a wraith around whatever corner you're not looking behind currently. I don't even know. There might be changelings in this. Who knows? But let us switch. We're going to have a spooky bedtime story, chat. Are you ready? Are you prepared? I am going to be obviously munching during this. So, Chapter 1, Jericho Heights. Come freely, go safely, and leave something of the happiness you bring. Bram Stoker's Dracula. Just after emerging onto I-80, your grandfather's high school graduation gift sputters and grinds, a fitting acknowledgement that only 10 miles of road remain between you and your childhood nightmares. The old Ford Taurus has seen better days, and today, the red beast is coughing smoke. At least no other cars follow you, so you take your time through the wide highway. Ooh, I cannot speak. As you see a sign for Stillview Reservoir, you recall a shortcut. Jericho Heights rests in an ocean of farmland. Taking back roads through Long Valley Park is less mileage to put on the red beast. Dusk is turned to night and you're only a few miles from your grandfather's home. The engine groans as you bear right, taking the exit from the reservoir. Red and white oak line each side and hang overhead like silent sentinels, blocking all but slivers of moonlight. Your grandfather would take you here as a kid for nature walks, bird watching, day camping. When you were older, he'd test your survival skills by leaving you deep in the center of the park to find your way home. You learned the trails and landmarks, learned to move by following the stars or the sun. All that learning didn't stop the nightmares of terrible things lurking. One day, you began to notice your grandfather stalking nearby, keeping watch over you. You never let on that you knew. It's how you know there's someone tracking you now. Dun dun dun! It begins, chat. It begins. This is like the start of a fucking scary story. Going off to the fucking back roads. What is she doing? What are you doing, chat? It's your our creepy granddad's ghost is chasing us. This is crazy. But this time it's not your grandfather. That would be impossible anyway. He died 2 weeks ago. You're heading to Jericho Heights to handle his affairs, in fact. This feels more like the symptoms before an illness, a scratchy throat, an upset stomach, a fever. You grip the wheel as you scan the forest. Nothing but trees. He's a lich birder. It's so true. Who knows? It's vampire. He could have been turned into a horrible vampire. He could be a lich. He could be a mummy. Like, what? I don't know. Something flashes from the right. You hear a loud thump on the right front bumper, and the red beast jerks left. Losing control, the car spins and skids like the tires caught ice. The car slows as it hits grass, and you twist the wheel back to the road. On your rearview mirror, you catch a glimpse of a figure standing at the edge of the brush, clenching its side. A moment later, it falls back, disappearing into the greenery. Your mind reels at the thought of hitting someone, maybe a hiker? You lift your phone. 0 bars. Of course, out here in the middle of the park, there's no signal. The engine sputters and cuts out. You turn the ignition, but it won't turn over. Great. Now you're stuck. Did you hit something? Is it safe to be out here? Doesn't this seem like the start of a bad horror movie? Right, first we are going to turn on the stat check indicator, storyteller mode, because I like that. I like to know sort of what we're doing. And we have several choices. We can stay in the car where it's safe and try to get it to start back up. Jump out and check the damage to my car. Whoever's stupid enough to be on the road deserves getting hit. Jesus Christ. Stay in the car and see if I can get my phone to work to call for help. Step out and check on the figure. I'm more worried about whoever I hit with the car. So, chat. We are sort of like approaching this story from the lens of a person who knows nothing about the world of darkness. Obviously, we could have hit like a vampire. We could have hit a werewolf who's just on their way. We could have hit a ghoul. Like, we don't know. Some sort of ghoul or ghosty. But also, we're a normal person in, like, the normal world. So I feel like if I had, like, even if it's spooky, if I had sort of hit somebody with my fucking car, I would kind of step out and check on what the fuck is up with that, you know? Kind-hearted +7. Ooh, yeah, so let's have a look at our stats. So we've got, obviously, base stats right now, because this sort of opening section tends to build our stats. But we've got personality. Kind-hearted versus domineering. Sarcastic versus matter-of-fact. Inquisitive versus impulsive. Truthful versus conniving. Idealistic versus cynical. We got $2,000? Holy shit. This isn't Werewolf. We're not in Werewolf anymore, baby. And it is what? Sorry. Saturday, July 20th, 2019. You step out from the car and walk to the shoulder, moving in short, measured paces. Something doesn't feel right about this place, but you need to search for the person you struck. A cold wind gusts and you hug your body to keep warm. You've never known a July night in Jericho Heights to leave you wanting a jacket. In the dim moonlight, the park has taken on a haze. You can barely see 5 feet ahead and only stop when you kick something where the road meets grass. A thick tree limb lies in the brush, one end broken and jagged, moist with sap. Something must have just ripped it down. Leaving it, you step into the tree line to search for the figure your car hit. The woods are thick with darkness, but you continue. Stepping only a few yards into the park, you see no signs of broken twigs or flattened grass, and no path an injured person could have taken. Your grandfather taught you how to read your surroundings. It's already immersion breaking as we are not poor. So fucking fair, bestie. In Werewolf, like, in the Werewolf game, we were constantly scrounging for money, being like, oh god, I gotta go to my fucking job. There's a thick with darkness, but you continue. Your grandfather taught you how to read your surroundings. His words still play in your mind. These woods will answer you. Just ask the right questions. You walk another few yards, and now a mist rises from the floor of the park. Grass breaks on your right. Something crosses overhead. An echoing howl to your left. What could it be? A wildcat? No, cats don't make that sound. Are there evil goblins haunting the woods? I know there are evil goblins haunting my chat, Talon. And Scarlet Emu, you little criminals. Bonking each other. Bonking and yeeting at one another. Are you all alone? A voice calls from all around, high-pitched and melodic like spoken words in a song. Are you afraid? The voice asks. Exactly. Let's, this is more sort of like lo-fi. Let's go to my spooky stream sounds. This is lit. Okay, here we go. Are you afraid? The voice asks. You turn, searching for the source of the voice. Of that voice. Funny to call it a source. A person made that sound. Did they? Could it be the wind? Is your mind playing tricks on you? Fear seeps in, but you force it away. As a child, you were lost in these woods many times. You're no child now. Okay, this just got spookier. It's because it's obviously it's somebody being like, "Hey, are you all alone?" It's horrific. So we have the choice to say, "Who are you? Show yourself." I take my time searching for the injured person. If they're hurt, I should help them. I walk back to my car, stopping once in a while to see if I can spot the figure who may be hurt and scanning for any clue to locate them. I stride to my car. Whoever is taunting me can't be too hurt. Okay. Should we do the full horror movie protagonist calling out? Being like, hey, who's out there? Instead of doing the incredibly smart thing and running the fuck away. Yeah, lol. Okay. Who are you? Show yourself. Domineering +8. Oh, what does that mean? Oh, okay. So that's kind-hearted versus domineering. I might need to look up that word to see what it means fully. Because I know what it means, like, conceptually. But, like, I don't think I fully understand its meaning. So we'll look it up later. You scan the trees, turning in a complete circle. You can't see anything in the mist and darkness. The night air blows colder now, raising the tiny hairs on your arm. You shiver and start walking through the woods to warm up and get your blood pumping. Somehow you make a circle back to your car. Okay, we didn't get eaten. Yay! Something is out there, in the park, only a few yards from your car. If it wants to hurt you, why hasn't it? Is any of this even real? You pinch yourself to check that you're not asleep. You flinch from the pain. Of course you're not asleep. That's not how these stories should start. You try to start the red beast, but the engine fails to turn. You have no choice but to step outside and pop the hood. At first glance, you see nothing wrong. It's an old car with old parts, and you haven't changed the battery in years. The connection to the engine looks loose, so you jiggle it until it seems tighter. Ah. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, that was a bit of spinach stuck in my teeth. Something moves nearby, pulling your focus away from the car. You spot a streak of white through the dark and follow it to a lone branch in a line of trees just beyond the edge of the woods. A form takes shape, and you can almost make out someone watching you. A sudden wailing overtakes the park, a thundering roar from the sky. It consumes the trees, echoing through them with a crackle, encompassing all other sounds. Your body tenses, limbs seized with fear and anticipation. Low clouds roll in, dark and heavy against the deep blue sky. Your eyes turn to the figure on the trees, but it's gone. A sapling sways and then a bush rustles. That thing is moving closer to your car. Your heart races. Despite the cold, your skin feels hot, like the worst fever. Your jaw clenches. Is this what terror feels like? A figure steps out from the darkness. She's young, maybe toward the end of her teens. She wears a baggy, dark sweatsuit with blocks of white on the arm and legs, and her hair looks silver in the moonlight. "What's up?" she says, and sits on the tangle of roots shaped like a still. "You're not from Jericho, right?" "Are you the one I hit with my car?" I shout. I deserve answers. I ignore her. "Did I hit you with my car? Are you okay?" "Sort of. I visited family there in the summers when I was growing up. I see no reason to lie to her." "I've lived there, but not recently. How about you? Is that where you're from?" "No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm just freaked out right now. I hit something with my car a few minutes ago." It's Faith. Throw your keys at it. I've lived there, but not recently. How about you? Is that where you're from? Let's try and get some more information, chat, from this spooky lady. Whoop! Inquisitive and truthful. She furrows her brow and squints at you. "I grew up there. I don't know you. Maybe I saw you around or something. I don't forget a face." "I'm sure we haven't met." She runs a hand through her hair and pushes it all to the right side. Streaks of black show through the roots. Her skin is pale white. It almost glows in the moonlight. She has a powerful jawline with the darkest and deepest eyes you've ever seen. "Wait, oh fuck, I have seen you before. I know your grandfather. How's he doing?" Okay, this is spooky. This is weird. "You must not know him too well. He's dead." Fucking funny. "Thanks for asking. Unfortunately, he passed away." "He passed away a few weeks ago. How did you know him?" "Are you sure you know him? Something's off with this girl." Something's off with this girl. She's spooky as fuck. Her face goes blank and cold. "Yes, I know him. Everyone in town does. And that's your Gramps. Small world. Or I guess small town." She blows out a long sigh until her lips flutter and make a raz. "All right, I guess I'm out." She rises from the ground and starts away into the trees. "You're going? Okay, see you." This is the fucking weirdest shit that's ever happened. She waves curtly. "I doubt you'll see me again." "Maybe. Better you don't." As she walks away, you watch the darkness in the forest consume her. What a strange encounter on a strange night. "We're fine, chat. We haven't been eaten by the Fae." "I should have thrown my keys at her." Maybe she's Garu. I don't know. Or she could just be a normal fucking person and I'm just being incredibly weird about it. You climb back in the car and turn the key. The engine starts, finally. You pull the red beast onto the road. Gaining speed, you leave the scene behind along with the young woman. When you adjust your rear view mirror, you can't find her in the reflection. That was a fucking ghost, bro. A minute later, you're driving along the center of the lane, illuminated by moonlight through this clear sky. Whatever you just experienced defies logic. None of it makes sense. The girl, the wailing cry, her being out here alone. Oh, so that was a wailing cry. It wasn't thunder and lightning. Okay, horrific. Even the sudden cold lacks explanation. There's something off with that girl. I hope I never see her again. Banshee, yeah. Am I being filmed for one of those hidden camera shows? I wish I had more time to talk to her. I didn't even ask her name. I'm glad I got out of there. That girl is no good. I'm freaking out. Something tells me I'm still in danger. What do we think, chat? Are we being level-headed or are we freaking the fuck out? I know I myself personally would be like, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? freak out? Incredible. I'm freaking the fuck out. Sorry, chat. The last 10 minutes keep playing over and over in your mind. You feel like you're in danger even though you're miles away by now. Was she trying to set you up? Rob you? Something worse? It feels like a game, but you don't know the rules. You keep checking the mirrors, but no one follows. You've got to calm down. Your hands hurt and you loosen your grip on the steering wheel. Sweat runs down your back, making you itch. You take some deep breaths. This is no way to go home. I like the idea that because we played Celine from the Book of Hungry Names as, like, she was this very cool, level-headed, like, warrior type. Not very great on the social skills. But in terms of like combat ability and like survival prowess and stuff and awareness, very good. So maybe we should be a little bit more of a nerd in this one. A road sign reads, Village of Jericho Heights, next exit. Close now, you perk up at the sight of the first few houses on the outskirts. A steeple jets above the treetops in the distance. The Episcopal Church of Jericho Heights. Religion has always been important here. Thinking about religion, you are Christian, Jewish, Muslim, another religion, not religious/atheist. Okay. Interesting, because I know this game has like mechanics for like true faith and stuff. Oh my god, we should do another religion and make it the God Emperor of Mankind. That would be very funny. Should I do it? Fuck it, let's do it. Your religion is called oh god, because I've got to be smart about this. So it's the Imperial Truth. A protection of this religion is called what is a like what is it? What is a member of the Imperial Faith called? I suppose we could just put like faithful or something. Fuck it, we'll put faithful. And practitioners the Imperial Truth believe in the God Emperor of Mankind. Okay, we're just gonna he on terror. The ecclesiarch? No, because like ecclesiarchs are like priests of the religion, right? Your grandfather believed in divine power, but also believed in other things. He gave you a chemistry set for your 10th birthday and took you hiking to point out medicinal plants. He pushed you into studying math and science. He spoke to his ancestors in his dreams and read fortune in tea leaves. You could never pinpoint his beliefs in any one philosophy or tradition. Big E. He seemed to like it like that. Grandpa was a powerful figure in other ways. He was physically fit, with an unmatched fortitude, and he was one of the most likable, sociable people you've ever known. He ran a store in town his whole life, but always pushed you towards a different career. I trained to be a professional athlete, but more than just working out, I was a leader on the field. My plans changed when I got involved in a life of crime. I went to the police academy, where I not only learned how to fire a gun, but also how to resolve problems without violence. Ick. Like my grandfather, I had a spiritual connection. I had a connection to the occult. Besides learning to tap into the spirit world, I learned how to get people to pay me for the work. Joining ROTC in college, I planned on military life. My faith led me to study religion. My interest in science had me planning for a doctoral fellowship. Let's go full nerd. Your coursework in college was a great start. But you knew advancement in the field would require more schooling and a focus on one area of science. Much of your time in school was spent on the fundamentals: biology, physics, chemistry. Toward your third year, you shifted your interest with a plan to become a field researcher who would go out in rough environments to test hypotheses and study nature, a professor with the goal of inspiring others to pursue science, a paranormal researcher investigating things not normally explained by science. We should have done the Omnissiah! Oh, fuck! That would have been sick! Listen. We could. Listen, okay, we gotta wait. We're gonna restart real fast. We're gonna restart. I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna make the same decisions, and we're gonna do the Omnissiah because science. Turn on that mode. Do this. Who are you? Show yourself. Is that where you're from? That's still so funny. It was one of these. I don't remember which one. I think it was this one. I'm freaking the fuck out. Excellent. Another religion. Let's go. Okay, your religion is called the Cult Mechanicus. Ooh, The practitioner of your religion is called Mechanicus. The protectionists believe in the Omnissiah. We good, chat? We good? Hell yeah. Okay. Science. Okay. Let's see. So this is more physical. This is more... hell yeah. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. I'm just gonna have another bite of... I think we're gonna go for... sort of like mental and social stuff. So let's go... I think going the route of like the non-believer at first makes a lot of sense. You were never interested in going into academic research or spending your days in some pharmaceutical company's lab. Inspiring the next generation of scientists was your calling, and you learned how to interact with the youth and spark interest in scientific studies. Near the end of college, you had lined up a fellowship to the University of Chicago that would pay for your tuition and even provide a monthly stipend. Unfortunately, the program lost critical funding and they had to withdraw their fellowship offer. While you enjoyed being in a small town for the summers in your childhood and teenage years, the big city of Chicago, Chi-Town, the Windy City, you gained a lot from living there. The rest of the year, you explored all of the diverse communities from North Side and Gold Coast to Cabrini Green to Chinatown and the South Side. Mostly you built up a great deal of contacts, people I can call on for favors, influence, I have some degree of clout in the community, resources, I focused on my finances and have made some wise investments. Let's go with like contacts. People from like Chicago that we know who could help us out. While in Chicago, you met a number of people in numerous walks of life. You can call them for information and favors. Often these contacts will do things for you out of respect, but other times they may require something in return. Ahead of you, the road divides. You take the road on the left toward the south part of town and your grandfather's store. You lean forward to glance at the road ahead, and sure enough, you spot a deep pothole. It's been there since you were a teenager. Glancing over to the passenger seat, you imagine your grandfather sitting there, telling you to avoid the crater at mile marker 9. Red and blue flashing lights draw your attention from behind. A siren blares. Oh no, it's the fucking pigs, guys. A siren blares once, then twice, and you pull to the shoulder. In the rearview mirror, you spot a DeKalb County Sheriff's Office cruiser rolling to a stop behind your car. A crisp, clean, uniformed woman steps out. Her hair sits in the tightest bun you've ever seen. She takes out a notepad as she approaches. You cut the engine and roll down the window, letting in the night air and the sound of crickets. Evening, she says, and leans on the hood of the beast. License, registration, proof of insurance. You flip down your sun visor and the paper flutters out. Sure, one moment, you say, and scramble to gather them from the floor. dashboard and between the two front seats. She addresses you as a woman, as a man, as a non-binny. Let's go. Oh, your pronouns are... Oh, I love this. So you can choose your own, and you can also choose like neo-pronouns. So we're going to go with they, them, there. The officer peeks into your car and then leans back. She blows out a grumbling sigh. How about we start with your name, friend? I can run it quick. Right. My name is Alex, Angel, Morgan, Sam, Sky. We're going to go with something unique. We're going to do our own name. If we're going to do... because we did Celine as our sort of like a rune full moon warrior. Let's do Minerva as... Oh, sort of like more nerdy kind of guy. You look at the deputy's name tag. April Maya. Or Maya April? I don't know. Where do you know that name from? And your last name? Maya asks, wrapping her fingers on the car's hood. That's kind of shitty. Don't do that. Don't be touching people's cars. That's fucked. A flashlight comes from her belt and she shines it in the car. In the glow, you now see a diamond-shaped scar under her right eye. I fucking hate cops. Okay, so we've got Campbell, Flores, Gray. Oh, Gray kind of fits because Athena and is supposed to be like gray-eyed Athena. That actually fits pretty well. Let's do that. Maya nods, her lips tight. Thank you, friend. Be right back. Stay put. You collect the documents as she walks away, piling them in your hands. You look out the window back at Deputy Maya. The bright headlights from her cruiser cast an eerie glow around her wiry frame, turning her tan complexion pale. She taps on a thick handheld device like an illuminated pack of cigarettes. Her jaw pokes out even further while she concentrates on the device. Something hits your windshield and scrapes across it. You jump, twisting in your seat. You spot a single twig sitting in the middle of the plexiglass. Footsteps pound the ground near your car and you twist again. It's Maya. You think fast. You have no idea why she even pulled you over. Does it have to do with that stranger lurking in the woods? Should you tell the deputy about her? How can you get out of this? I know my rights. The deputy has no grounds to pull me over. I'll pressure her into letting me go. I'll persuade the deputy to let me go. Charisma persuasion. Police of any kind make me uncomfortable. I'm going to answer any questions and try to get this over with as quickly as possible. If I have to, I'll flee the scene. I get right to the point, not wasting time. Did you happen to see a young woman a little ways back down the road? I saw her not long ago. Let's look at what's our stats going for? So we've got kind of high intelligence and stuff like that. We've got very high insight, which is cool. Minerva Gray, Saturday, July 20th, 2019. I think in most situations, you're gonna, like, even if it makes you, like, hella uncomfortable, and even if you're not doing anything wrong, like, police have such power that it is, like, if they don't like you, they can make your life hellish, to the point where if you were a person of color, obviously it can end in horrific violence. So I think even if they pulled you over for no reason, it's always best to just cooperate, because that is probably going to be the best way to get you out of like a situation when you don't know. Obviously, a cop is somebody that you probably don't know, and you've never interacted with before, so you don't know how they're going to react to certain things. So we're going to go with this one. The deputy returns and you hand out your paperwork. She takes it and reads it through, looking back and forth between you and the license several times. You feel your hands sweating and you're breathing faster. You just want this to be over. You okay there? You look a bit nervous. I hate cops so much. You swallow hard. Yes, ma'am, I'm just in a hurry. Well, sorry to have pulled you over. I won't take up much more of your time. As she finishes reading through your insurance paperwork and parts her lips to speak, her walkie-talkie buzzes and beeps. She lifts it from her belt and presses the button. Go for car 4. A long delay of static passes. April, you car 4? A raspy voice says. She sighs and turns away. Yes, Miss Mabel, you know I drive car 4. You near the market? We need creamer and some of those tea biscuits the sheriff likes. Ah, heck. Can't you get Bernard to do it? She moves away from your car, and you can't hear more of the conversation. She's only gone for a few moments and then returns, face red, as she slips the walkie-talkie back into her belt. We gotta move this along. You know you got damage to your car? The right front bumper is dinged up and the headlight's hanging. It may be so we did hit something. And the headlight's hanging. They maybe say to drive, but you need to get it fixed. Technically, I could write you a citation, but if you promise to take care of it, I'll give you a pass. Thanks for letting me know. I'll get it fixed the first chance I have. I appreciate the deputy for letting me know. I'll definitely get right on that, I say, but with no intention of having doing that. This car's so old, I'm afraid to get it fixed. But I'll go to the mechanic tomorrow. I can be a smart ass. Yeah. I'm liking that one so far. I'm aware of the damage, but thanks for letting me know. It's cool, she's looking out, but getting my car fixed isn't my priority right now. Must be a smart ass. Oh no, she fucking hates us, bro. Okay, I probably shouldn't have been a smart ass just after saying you should probably cooperate with the police to not have horrible things happen to you. Even though that sucks in the ACAB. The deputy remains stone-faced. This car has seen better days. There's a good trade-in salvage yard. How dare you? In the Heights, Pete's Cemetery for Cars gives fair value. A tree rustles several yards away, and you track movement through a tangle of branches. A momentary gleam of red moves through the dead space and disappears. Deputy Meyer scratches her chin. Let me ask you something. You know anyone here down... Let me ask you something. You know anyone down there in the Heights? I figured that's where you're heading, and you share the name of a store owner from there. Goes by the same last name as yours, Gray. Yes, my grandfather. I see no reason to lie. I don't know anyone there. My last name is just a coincidence. Why is this deputy questioning me? Jericho Heights? No, ma'am. I must have just got turned around on the highway. Best she not know anything about me. If we're going to be sticking around, and she's also from Jericho Heights, because she's a cop who's going to be around there, we don't want to lie. So we might as well just tell the truth. Oh, she's okay. For the first time, she smiles. I knew it. You sure remind me of him. How's he doing? Still as ornery as ever, I bet. He once chased me out of his shop with a broom. Of course, this was when I was a troublemaking teenager. I was about to go in and ask for change of a 20 in pennies, and then toss them up in the air and yell, "Pennies from heaven!" Not sure why we even thought it was funny. So how is your grandfather? He's dead! I shouted, fake tears. Sorry. Unfortunately, he passed away 2 weeks ago. That's sort of what brings me here, I say. You're going to need to work on those deduction skills, deputy. Grandpa passed away 2 weeks ago. Okay, we're just going to be straight with her. Maya blows out a sigh. Gosh, I am so sorry. I hadn't heard he passed. I've been off duty for a few weeks moving my mother to Aurora. She got a job running a trucking company. Shame to hear about Mr. Gray. Thanks, I appreciate it. She steps from your car and stares at the long stretch of highway. I recommend you get to where you're going and fast. Darkness is thick. Never know if something's coming. Weather, I mean. 1 minute, everything's calm, and the next... Anyway, I've taken enough of your time. Go ahead, have a good night, be safe. A long howl emanates from the park. Uh-ohs. Maya hastens to her cruiser, stumbling over her feet as she spins. When she bends, the nightstick slips from her belt and she fumbles to grab it. From across the road, a shadow crosses from tree to tree, growing tall and wide, and then shrinking to something human-shaped. Red ovals cut through the dark, slanted and piercing with the sliver of black cutting the middle like the eyes of a demon cat. Go! Go! Maya yells to you, waving her hand like she's swimming against the current. Fog floats out of the park, snaking across the ground in tendrils towards the deputy, and moves around her car, swallowing it. Your skin crawls. You hear your heartbeat sudden and pounding, with the open road ahead and Maya stumbling. You. Oh shit! That sounds like a Garu. It sounds like they were moving from maybe Lupus to Homage. Or maybe growing tall and wide and then shrinking to something human-shaped. So it may have been going from like Hispo to Homage? Who knows? Okay. Rush out to help her to a car. I also want to know what's out in the park. I turn my car toward the trees and shine the headlights into the fog. The light will drive off whatever is out there. Drive away slowly, keeping my eyes on mirrors to see what happens. Hit the gas and drive off. If there's something in the park, I'm not sticking around to find out. These two speak to me. Let's try and scare off whoever, because we don't... She may be a cop, but... I mean, do we want to... I don't know. Okay. You yank on the gear shift, backing the car several yards, and turn on the headlights. Like beacons from a lighthouse, the two high yellow beams cut through the mist, forcing away the darkness. Then a sound rises, first as clicks of some preternatural calling, and then forming into one shrill tone. As if from an animal in pain. You cup your hands over your ears and rock in your seat. You shut your eyes as well. What could it be? What could it be? Your eyes pop open as a hand slams against your window. Deputy Meyer waves her hand to the road. Go! Just drive! Darkness swells behind you. A sudden shudder overtakes your body. Whether it's the bleak coldness or some sense of flight, your arms shake and your teeth chatter. So that seems like the effect of the delirium. That the Garu can cause. They can cause this thing called the delirium, which makes you go kind of cuckoo crazy when you see them and then you forget. Your vision tilts from side to side like you're riding a wave. Pressing your foot on the gas pedal, the old car lunges forward. A scream cries out from the roadside, but you fight the urge to turn. At the on-ramp, you shake your head violently until your vision clears. Bright highway lights illuminate the road. The yellow lines on the asphalt guide your path. Back on the open highway, you relax into the last leg of your journey. Holy fuck. The fresh night air laced with the scent of hickory clears your mind. That harrowing experience is already leaving your thoughts. You touch a charm on a necklace around your throat. You never take it off. It brings you comfort in times of stress. It's a power crystal, an object with healing qualities and a connection to the spirit world, +1 occult. Symbol of my faith, +1 faith. A double helix representing my interest in the sciences, +1 to science and tech. Well, we could go... It could be a Cult Mechanicus symbol, guys. It could be Admech. Because what's our sense of technology is pretty high, but our faith is pretty low. Oh my goodness! Big Bad Shadow Man, hello, hello! How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. We're just having a little bit of a wind down bedtime story. Whilst I ate some food, and then we are playing Vampire the Masquerade. Out for Blood. I'm Destructive Midnight. Hello, hello. It's good to see you. And I forgot to change the title and the... I'm just realizing I fucking forgot to change the thing. Jesus Christ. There we go. But how is everybody doing? Just change this up. There we go. So you sort of know what's going on. But yeah, we're just starting the story. We're sort of making our way to his town. Our grandpa has passed away, and we are going to... basically, we are going to sort out his affairs. And there have been a series of spooky happenings that have happened along the way. We've encountered what may have been a vampire or a fae of some kind. We've encountered like a werewolf. We're also going to ban this nasty cringe little bot that has just put things in our chat. Little criminal. None of that, thank you. And we are being a little sort of like science and technology nerd, and we this game lets you make your own sort of like faith and religion. So we are of the Cult Mechanicus. We're the Admech. Your necklace resembles a oh, what's the... Is it just a cog that's the Mechanicus symbol? Like what the fuck's it called? Adeptus Mechanicus symbol name. The Cog Mechanicum. A skull half bone and half machine. Resembles Cog Mechanicum. There we go. Hi, Big Bad Shadow Man! How was your stream? How was your stream? I hope you had a good time. What were you guys up to? You rub the Cog Mechanicum between your fingers and feel at peace. You drive for another mile with steady rain on your windshield. The wipers squeal as they clear the water. An old sign hangs on a post at the next marker. Village of Jericho Heights. Population 19,402. Enter freely of your own will. Oh god. I don't know if I want to. You haven't been back to the Heights since a short visit in college. Before that, you could have considered it a second home. You stayed with your grandfather every summer throughout your childhood and most of your teen years. You helped in your grandfather's store and even made friends. You, Sarah, and Adam were fairly inseparable. Townspeople called you the Three Musketeers, while your grandpa called you the Three Stooges. Both names were right. The summer before you started high school, you all began to go your own way. Once you returned home, you rarely found the time to keep in touch with them. Everyone was busy and focused on their own interests. Adam joined the football team as backup quarterback while participating in the debate club. He was smart and funny, but awkward and lacked confidence. Sarah was the opposite, more of a charmer than an athlete. She was in the most popular clique, played Emily Webb, the lead in our town in senior year, and organised an anti-prom prom that everyone went to instead. She also was an amazing artist, shipping off on weekends 2 hours each way to take classes in Chicago. In high school, you were, like Adam, very athletic, like Sarah, fairly popular, like both fairly smart, unlike both of them, and a bit of a free spirit. You were doing a rowboat adventure? Hell yeah, dude. We love boats in this house. I'm just having the fattest curry for my din-dins. I'm actually just going to very quickly go and grab a glass of water very quick, because I haven't had some since my tea earlier, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, the sudden waking up of my model is always so funny. Let's do like both fairly smart. You were always an A student, and as you progressed through school, teachers struggled to challenge you. In high school, you took advanced and AP courses as the norm, and you took part in many academic clubs. Besides academics, you had a ton of common sense and a determination to be successful in any career you chose. You always felt that drive to continue your education, whether you took online courses or just watched lots of YouTube videos. Friends would teach you things, or you'd seek out knowledge in unconventional ways. I continued in my profession, in my field of study, and my profession guided my learning. I chose various fields of interest for study and training selected in the next screen. I customized my education based on what interested me. Let's go with advanced players. You may add 8 levels to the skills of your choice below. Okay, interesting, interesting. So these are all of our skills so far. I find it easier to like look here and see. So we've got quite a lot in science and technology. Not a lot on investigation, not a lot in faith, nothing in occult. I think putting like a little bit in occult to sort of balance out the fact that we were with Grandad, we could get some crime skills, chat. We could do some crime. Because all of our physical skills are shit right now. Maybe we can hit subterfuge, like persuasion, all of those kinds of things. Let's go back. I definitely want to put something in here. We're gonna put at least one in occult. Let's pop up our awareness. So that's always useful. And faith. Let me go back and look. Sorry, it's easier having this sort of like visual representation than actually reading it. Because it's not numbers. I'm notoriously terrible at numbers, chat. I'm going to sneeze. I'm so sorry. Apologies, chat. It made the funny click noise. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Does anyone have any suggestions as we carry on through here? Oh, I'll give you all a moment to answer, and selecting another spoonful of food. Or if I can actually get it on my spoon. Because, like, these are obviously free levels, and we'll get XP later. It's going to be easier for us to raise the stuff we've already got higher. Insight's always good. Fuck it, let's absolutely boost. Yeah, let's absolutely boost science and tech. Put another one in occult. Investigation feels very good for this sort of like build that we've got going. Go another one in investigation, or we could go another one in insight or awareness or anything. Oh god, I don't know. Let's put one more in faith. Fuck it. We love the machine god in this house. Raises kill to 5 dots. That feels a bit cheap, but doing a character creation. You raise your faith from 2 to 3. While you spent those years in Chicago, your friends from Jericho Heights remained there. Your relationship with them drifted away, and you can't help but wonder if the three of you will ever be the Musketeers again. In fact, you recall the last time you saw them, both down by Miller's Creek. Sarah with her long black hair she always let hang, and her ripped up jean shorts and Foo Fighters concert t-shirt. Adam in a tank top with his school's logo and a Cubs cap. His dark hair always looked light in the sun. The three of you talked about the future, and Adam, always Mr. Practical, predicted how the phone calls and emails would slow down the longer you were all away from each other. Sarah argued with him, saying you would come to visit you in Chicago and never let the distance keep you. Sorry, what the fuck was that? Never let the distance, oh fuck, keep you all apart. She only visited once, and that was your fault. You had made new friends and a new life, and Jericho Heights, along with the people in it, folded it into the past. That always does be the way sometimes with old school friends. While you loved Adam and Sarah as friends, romance never came into the picture. You were attracted to Sarah and also liked other girls my age. Not attracted to Sarah but liked other girls my age. Attracted to Adam and also liked other boys my age. Not attracted to Adam but liked other boys my age. Attracted to Adam and Sarah and also liked both boys and girls my age. Not attracted to Adam, Sarah, but liked both boys and girls my age. Let's not attracted to anyone identified as asexual. Oh, that's really sweet. Oh, I like that. As an asexual person, big thumbs up. Well, this eldritch spooky music plays, which I'll turn up just a scotch. Just a scotch, chap. We're going to be a chaos bisexual. Let's go. Once off the highway, you slow the red beast and open the windows farther to let more cool nighttime air inside. Sanders Farm pops up on the right, with fields of produce and grazing land taking up the southeastern end of Jericho Heights. The smell of sweet corn blows on the wind, bringing back memories of your childhood. Of Grandpa's cornbread with tomato jam. Of Friday night buttered popcorn at the Royal Drive-In. Of picking fresh ears for shucking and roasting the cobs over open fires. On the northern end of the land sits a farmer's market, where the Sanders share space with other local farmers. Everyone in town goes to the bustling market, and the families who set up shop and the people who work there enjoy the status in town it brings. Next you pass by Gallagher's Tavern, which is the go-to drinking spot for most of the town. From the sign out front you note that they've added live music on Friday and Saturday nights. You've never actually been in Gallagher's. Farther down the road you spot the first bank of Jericho Heights. Oh no, capitalism chat. It's coming for us. The oldest bank in town. Somehow, despite all the mergers and acquisitions in the financial world over the past 20 years, it's managed to remain independent. The brick and mortar building lords over other commercial spaces in the tiny strip of stores. A drive-through teller has been added since last you saw it. And extra parking has crept over, displacing Wilson's pharmacy. Like the bank has bullied the family out. You can picture Mr. Bumpley ew, polishing the brass rails on Saturday morning before opening on hands and knees with clean cloth and the smelliest cleaning solution you've ever experienced. A cross between burnt eggs, sour apples, and licorice. His dark, slicked-back hair and handlebar mustache gave him the appearance of a cartoon villain. In one vivid nightmare, you pictured him trying you to railroad tracks. He took great pride in maintaining the property and its original furniture and fixtures, like the bank would be angry at him if it lost its luster. One morning, when you were young, your grandfather brought you to the bank to watch him sign what you later learned were loan papers. Mr. Bumpley handled the settlement personally, offering Grandpa a fresh felt-tip pen and turning each page for him with a gleam in his eyes. You wonder if his soul was listed as collateral under Article 4, Section B. At least anyone who worked with old Marvin Bumpley or borrowed from his bank had the benefit of his favor. Ew. Ew. Oh, Banks, my behated. Turning the car onto Burns Road, you spot the sheriff's office. A flat, square, white brick building with a wooden porch straight out of the Wild West. A banner stretched across the road ends any suspense on the identity of the current sheriff. Re-elect Raymond Allister, Sheriff. Really? Sheriff Raymond is still around? The guy must be in his 70s by now. When you last saw him, he was returning to work after hip replacement surgery and had considered retirement. Everyone in town assumed Marcus Williams would take over, but you remember hearing he was fired for some reason. The sheriff always had a laid-back attitude. He and Grandpa never got along. Something about a late-night poker game and Dolores Bell, who used to run Jericho's premier hotel, the Bell Grand. You've seen the two men nearly trading fists over the direction of that woman's smile. Once you were old enough to understand the dynamics of love triangles, you realized Dolores had eyes for Sheriff Raymond, and your grandpa was trying to break up the dance. As the second most powerful figure in Jericho politics, Sheriff Raymond was someone to have in your corner. A fact Grandpa seemed to overlook or ignore. I don't know what this cyberpunk-esque music is having. There we go. More spooky. Your thoughts shift back to driving as you run a stop sign, turning off Burns Road. You focus back on the here and now. The town looks largely how you remember it. Having spent several summers here, with farm in memories, chat, with farm in memories. You form loads of memories. You even remember working for Sanders Farmers Market, getting to know the townspeople. Working there helped me to gain a bit of influence around Jericho Heights. First, Bank of Jericho Heights, working with Mr. Bumpley. Since then, I've always been exceptional in my finances and making money. The sheriff's office, helping out Sheriff Raymond. He became quite fond of me, which gives me a bit of pull with his office. So this, okay. So we could do fuck the cops. We're gonna do this. And also fuck the bank. Fuck banks, fuck cops. Oh, nom nom nom. For many summers, you worked at the farmers market, starting first by stocking tables for various vendors, and in later years parking cars in the valet squad. Yes, the market was big enough to have a valet service, and eventually becoming a co-manager, the exalted dairy section. You got to know everyone in town, and they all came to embrace you as one of their own. No small feat for a part-time resident. Yeah, I feel like in small towns like this, it's better to have made like lots of friends with a lot of people. Because they can be kind of insular and a little bit difficult to... sorry, that's the sugar that I was using for my tea earlier. to not so much infiltrate, but to, you know, to become a part of, if that makes sense. Because everyone's known each other for years, and it's like... it's a whole lot. Anyway, you drive the Red Beast down Red Tree Road, so named for the red maples and red cedar standing out from the woods. It's the longest road in town and ends close to your grandfather's house, now your house. As you pass homes in the neighborhood, memories trigger from your childhood. That time you broke your ankle jumping out of Jessica Johnson's second-story window on a dare. When you helped paint a mural on the wall of the La Playa Community Center, building a fire pit in Adam's backyard for a 4th of July barbecue. All the images flow through your mind like a fast-moving slideshow. You speed up, wanting to end your trip as soon as possible. There's time for reminiscing later. After all, you're moving here and have loads of work to do. The memories take on a different timbre when you catch sight of Bleakrest House. Streetlights illuminate the exterior of the house and the hill on which it sits. Your hands turn sweaty and your heart patters as you stop the car to take in the house mansion. Mansion, rather. Excuse me. I'm hiccuping now because of the curry. Your hands turn sweaty and your heart patters as you stop the car to take in the house. Mansion, rather. You cut the engine and find yourself staring through the parted trees at the 3-story colonial home, with its stone white brick and its black slate roof, reminding you of 2 sharply pointed eyebrows. Sitting atop a hill overlooking the southern end of Jericho Heights, Bleakrest House casts a long shadow into the valley, and has always done so as one of the oldest houses in DeKalb County. Curse that Bleakrest House is, Grandpa said when the new owners moved in. You watched from the bottom of the hill at the 4 moving vans carrying in steamer trunks and immense crates just after sundown. Every single owner has lived under the curse of that house, whether it's an affliction, a bankruptcy, or a devastating act of nature. When you sign that deed, you sign away all happiness. So I shouldn't ask if they're renting out rooms, you asked? Your grandfather smirked, but said nothing. Strangely, the house looks far different from the images in your memory. Banks of lilies and sunflowers and other flowers far more exotic than Illinois wildflowers rise along the walkway. The roof and brick walkway look pristine, like they're shielded from time and weather. A long metal pole juts from the attic with a satellite dish as long as your car. Sitting in the driveway is a sleek red sports car. Oh shit, though they're too far to see the model. You're too far to see the model. Bleakrest House looks alive and vibrant, but you can't stop shivering until you look away. It's a home where a serial killer did his nefarious work. That's how you remember it. You start the engine and drive on past the mini-mart. Past Empire's used cars and new businesses formed since your last visit. It's nighttime and the town looks dead. Few people sit on porches or walk the street. No children play in the parks. The only signs of life are those faces peeking out of windows. You recall an active town in the summers of your childhood, not this ghost-like version of Jericho. It's only when you reach North Street with its family-owned shops and restaurants that Jericho seems alive. Dozens of town people walk along the broad, cobbled street, and the red beast bounces and shakes until you coast to a stop in front of your grandfather's store. Oh, this is where we get to choose things. So, Antiques and Oddities, selling spiritual treatises, candles, crystals, and all sorts of occult paraphernalia. Chapter 11, a bookstore, a popular spot for the townspeople. Fill the Void, a high-end furniture store generating exceptional income. Forces and Elements, selling science and nature products. Holy Works, specializing in religious items and antiques. The Tangle Thread, a specialty thrift store with a large database of clients. Something else. I guess we could go for the spooky. I'm between bookstore and occult stuff. Nom nom nom. Let's go with occult. Fuck it. Oh shit, chat, a baddie. Oh no. My one weakness. Sorry, one sec. I'm just mixing up my rice and my curry. I don't know how much more of this I'm going to be able to eat. I'm going to probably put it in the fridge for tomorrow. Dealing in incense, handcrafted spiritual items, essential oils, fortune-telling items, herbs and spells, Antiques and Oddities is well regarded by some in town and avoided by others. While some citizens of Jericho enjoy the study of magic and the mystical arts, many others reject them as fake or even blasphemous. Stepping out of your car, you spot a familiar face across the street, standing under a street lamp. Sarah Morelli smiles at you. So this is Sarah. She looks like a fucking bad bitch. Holy damn. Damn, girl. She's who I wish I could have been growing up. Hey there, stranger, she says and strides towards you. Hi, Salem, you say. Sometime in high school, everyone started calling her Salem, after an oral presentation on the Salem witch trials and her own interest in witchcraft. At first, students teased her with the nickname, but she owned it and the name stuck. She throws her arms around your neck and the two of you hug. When you lean back, you can't help but stare at her for a moment, shocked at her appearance. Already you feel flush at her... We're already being a chaos bisexual, guys. It's already happening. Already you feel flush in her presence and your stomach tightens. What? She says, backing away. She wears skinny jeans with white motorcycle boots and a t-shirt with a band named Screeching Dinosaur. Just below her hairline sits a small pink scar. A living memory of her father's malignant notion of discipline. Oh, bad dad. We're gonna kill him. We're gonna kill him dead, actually. We're gonna fucking destroy his life. Sorry, you look a bit different from the last time I saw you. I like the purple highlights in your hair, and you got a nose ring. See, this is why you need Instagram. She smiles again, with perfect teeth. Not those big wire braces from high school. Her face is leaner, jaw stronger, and she even seems taller, though that's not possible. She holds her head up high. I guess I just became myself. The new look suits you, I say truthfully. Hotter than ever, I say flirting. Are you in witness protection, I tease? I preferred the old Sarah. No, new look suits you, fuck yeah. Kind-hearted and matter of fact. I should hope so, she said. It's so good to see you. You haven't changed a bit. What's it been, 5 years? Something like that. It's surreal coming back to Jericho Heights after so long. I'm glad you're here to welcome me. Relationship with Salem +6, let's fucking go. We're gonna smooch that lady. We're gonna smooch her so good, holy. Again, she lights up with a smile, but it quickly fades. I'm so sorry about your grandfather. Oh, the hiccups. The hiccups are going. We probably won't go for too much longer, chat. I'm so sorry about your grandfather. Thanks, it happened fast. He didn't even tell the rest of the family until it was stage 4. She nods in a knowing way. That was your grandpa. He didn't want people to help him with anything. Remember when we had that really bad snowstorm a few years ago? Definitely, it was bad enough in Chicago. We got 2.5 feet of snow. We got over 3 feet. The morning after it stopped falling, I was shoveling the sidewalk in front of his store, when he came out and chased me away. If I need your help, it's my last day on Earth, he yelled. Her voice turns to your grandfather's gruff tone, along with his puffed out cheeks. You let out a laugh. Wow, your impression of him is still perfect. He was so stubborn. I can't believe he chased you off. Later on, he shoveled his whole property and the front of my house and my neighbours. He showed me. She laughs, shaking her head. I heard you were going for your doctorate in some science field. What's that about? I was all set to get a fellowship, but the program ran out of funding. I was thinking about applying for other ones, but then I came here. A ripple of thunder spreads through the clouds and a few drops of rain hit the ground. The wind picks up, blowing leaves down the street. Quite a few already gathered in the entrance of Antiques and Oddities, along with trash and other debris. I hate to say this, but your grandfather's place is a mess. No one has been in there, not even to collect mail or packages. We all wanted to, but even after he passed, the whole town respected his space and stayed out. We all knew he wouldn't want us touching it. To be honest, it feels like he's still around, like he's just out of sight. She stares at the storefront, and you can almost read her thoughts. Like you, she's probably envisioning your grandpa working on a window display, something elaborate and overdone, like when he created a seance complete with a smoke machine to represent the dead. No problem, I'll take care of it. Salem gestures at the window over her, at the shop over her shoulder. I can help you clean everything out if you want. I'm guessing you'll be here just long enough to sell the place and then back to the city, and you'll at least be here for the summer festival next weekend. Actually, I don't know how long I'm staying, but I would love your help. Yeah, there's no way I'm staying in this dump any longer than I have to. Okay, don't be a dick, you say, joking. As for your help, I expect you to clean the whole store. I'll be eating bonbons. Maybe, maybe not. I'm going to clean up on my own and figure things out. Let's be non-committal. We don't know. Salem takes a step back. I get it. I'll let you have your space. I just came to say hi and give my condolences. I appreciate it. I'm sure I'll see you around. Where are you living these days? Living back with my mom. It's temporary while I work out a few things. Salem motions with a thumb behind her. Is she looking out? You look across the street and spot Mrs. Morelli peeking out from behind a curtain. She sure is. Salem turns and waves, causing her mother to retreat. It's great being an adult. She twists her body around and nods to a house across the street with a red canopy awning. I've been thinking of moving over there. It's owned by a nice couple who are just married and travel a lot. They only want $300 a month, but it's a tiny attic room. I need to save up a bit more, but at least it's close to my parents. You look across the street to where she's pointing and spot a room for rent sign in the window. How are your mum and stepdad? Oh, good. The dad's gone. Terrible. Terrible human. We would have killed him. We would have killed him on site chat. How are your mum and stepdad? She shrugs. Mum's still mum. Nosy and naggy. Dad's great. He's had some medical stuff going on, but things seem better now. The rain picks up, wetting your clothes, and a flash of lightning follows a thunderclap. The glass windows of your grandfather's store rattle in the wind, and several dogs bark from a short distance. I should get going. Salem wraps her arms around her body and squints to see through the downpour. I'll see you tomorrow. Go get out of the rain. Alright, take care. Welcome back to Jericho Heights. She runs off, leaping over puddles like she's playing hopscotch. Experience points, let's go. How much XP do we have already? Did we get any from, like, starting, or...? No, we just got 3 experience points. Oh, chat. Let's see. Health and will. Holy shit, we got so much fucking willpower. Yeah, because how's our composure and subterfuge? Not our composure. Our composure and resolve. Yeah, they're both real high. So that's where willpower comes from. That lets us resist certain things, reduce certain things. Willpower's funky like that. Oh, I just stabbed myself in the nose with my own fingernail. God damn it. I just wanted to wipe my sniffles. I am so very sick. I'm sorry, chat. You hurry out of the rain, under the canopy, and shake off a chill. Not having been in the store for a few years has you rushing to get inside. You just want to set down your belongings, unpack your car, and assess what needs to be done. The sooner you get things in order, the quicker you can figure out your plans for the future. As you fumble for the keys to the deadbolt, a gust of wind blows against your black, renewing your chill. In a flash of lightning, you catch a reflection in the glass, a figure standing by your car. You spin around, but there's nothing there but darkness. It flows from street level, up the side of the building. You step out from the canopy and hold your arm over your head to shield your eyes against the rain. What do you see? Nothing. The side of your grandfather's store is clear. A curtain from an open window on the second floor flutters outwards, in the shape and motion of an apparition. Your heart pounds and you wipe sweat from your hands in an effort not to drop your keys. This is crazy. Whatever you think you saw isn't real, a figment of your mind, a creation born from stress and exhaustion. You exist in a world of logic and reason, of things measured and tested. There are no ghosts, nor things that go bump in the night. You need a good night's sleep and time to process your grandfather's death. You'll feel better in the morning. You shove open the door and rush inside. Only when you close and lock the door do you for only remember to breathe again. Next chapter. Oh! I got the hiccups. Something crazy. And I have had a sippy. Curse you, Scarlet Emu. Curse you and your Pavloving ways of your streamer. Chapter 2. You are not alone. Small towns have long memories and pass their horrors down ceremonially from generation to generation. Stephen King, Salem's Lot. You enter your grandfather's home for the first time in 5 years, almost tripping over a pair of yellow rubber galoshes by the door. Stepping over them, you flip the light switch on and off several times, with no effect. You resort to turning on your phone's flashlight. So much space for a tiny shop, all of it sparse and cold and lifeless without its true owner. You run your hand along an empty shelf, once a display for tarot cards. Pulling back, you leave fingerprints in the dust. You shuffle through the aisles and around the fixtures, finding them all poorly stocked. A loud fluttering startles you, and something swoops at your head. Flipping out your phone, you shine the flashlight to the high ceiling, and there among the rafters, a pair of wings recalls from the light. Great, if I didn't already want to come back to this place, now I have to deal with a bat. You pop off the flashlight. Ooh, is that a gangrel in our rafters? Who's in the rafters chat? Oh my goodness. Let me just move some of this over here. Okay. I am going to have a very quick ibuprofen because I'm getting a little bit of a headache, chat. Not a headache. Fucking tummy ache. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm sipping not because Scarlet Emu told me to, but because I want to. You pop off the flashlight. With your mind at ease, you circle the long counter. As a child, you spent countless days here with your grandpa. A sign hangs above the counter. Tuesdays, 12% off. You shake your head with a smile and pass under it. A rack by the back room holds an old coat, a leather bomber with an insignia of the 173rd Airborne Brigade combat team, wings carrying a sword. It smells like mothballs and pine. Antiques and oddities bears the weight of the past, memories in every square inch. You check behind an oil painting of the HMS Beagle, Darwin ship. Below it sits a note, to Grandpa, love Minerva. I guess he never throws anything away, you say aloud. Pulling aside the painting, you find the fuse box and flip the breakers. Overhead, the lights pop on in a dim glow. Again, you hear the flapping of wings heading high and away, and you spot the furry form flying out the broken window near the rafters. With the lights on, you see unopened mail on a small bench behind the counter. First Bank of Jericho Heights, overdue. ComEd Electric, payment due. Nickel Gas, third notice. Kishwaukee Water, reclamation, overdue. Jonathan Banks Esquire, all addressed to your grandfather. His first name was Aviv, George, Joseph, Lucas, Mohammed, Oliver, Santiago. Something unique. What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking? Let's go with Lucas. Fuck it. Lucas Gray. Look at this fucking customer. Holy! You pick up the last one. You recognize that name. Your grandfather's estate attorney contacted you days after his death. As his primary heir, he left you the property, including the store and the house, along with the rest of his life insurance payout after taxes and funeral expenses. $4,000! I'm not retiring anytime soon. The jingle of door chimes lifts your head, and in walks a tall figure with greyish-black hair. Sorry, sir, the store isn't open. I don't know where I got sir from. Sorry, the store isn't open. The figure steps into the entryway, gives the store a once-over before turning to you. I'm not here to buy anything, my friend. I came to introduce myself. I'm Marvin Bumpley, mayor of Jericho Heights. Oh, the bank guys? The fucking mayor? That feels like a conflict of interest, bro. You study him for a moment. Wait, don't you own the bank? He folds his arm over his chest, which he puffs out. I do as well. I'm a busy man, and the devil finds work for idle hands. He offers a fist bump, his hands in white leather gloves. You lean on the counter. A draft blows through the store with a low whistling. So, what brings you to buy the store tonight? This visit must have a purpose. I want to know why he's here. You can't be too busy if you're wandering outside of out of business stores. Anything I can do for you, Mr. Man? Need something from the shop? I might as well offer to help him out. No, what the fuck are you doing here, bro? What the fuck is up? Mayor Bumpley runs a hand through along his hairless chin. Ooh. Aside from the curly mustache, his skin appears smooth and new, ageless. I just happened to be in the neighborhood and saw a light inside. I had heard you were coming back to town and wanted to offer my deepest sympathies on your grandfather's passing. Lucas was a wonderful man. This town won't be the same without him. Thank you. He paces in front of the counter, glancing around the store with a pensiveness like a courtroom attorney, before the defendant preparing to cross-examine. Plan on being in the Heights long? For long? Speaking on behalf of our townspeople, we would love for you to stay for a while. A Grey has always been in Jericho Hills since 1955. The Omnissiah willing! Incredible already. The Omnissiah willing, I'll stay for a while. Jericho Heights is a great place to live, and I missed it. It's hard to say, I just got here. The mayor clearly has an ulterior motive for asking. I'd like to. Maybe I'll reopen the store. Do you think the town would welcome that? My plans are my own business. The mayor is being pushy and rude, and I want him to know I don't like him. Let's not piss off the mayor right now, Minerva. The mayor retreats a few steps. Of course, not fair of me to ask so soon, but we need... Also, we did just get here, so it's kind of a, like, what the fuck do you want from me, bro? We need young blood like you in Jericho Heights. Most young folks with prospects leave for college and never return. So to see someone with a reason to stay, especially someone who could reopen one of my favourite stores, well, pardon me for getting excited. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. He pans the room, his lips pursing. I expect you'll be repairing the store and taking care of maintenance. I'd hate for this to remain such an eyesore in our beautiful town. He smooths out his sweater and backs away from you. It's getting late and you're tired from your trip. I'll go now. He turns on his penny loafers but stops, snaps his fingers and turns back. Almost forgot. I'll be hosting a dinner party at my house tomorrow evening and want to extend an invitation. Please consider it. He draws a card from the pocket of his khakis and places it on the counter. Thank you for inviting me. He gives you a courteous wave and exits your shop. Alone in the shop again, you reach for your laptop, but a yawn interrupts you. It's been a long day, and you can't fight the fatigue. The shop will be here in the morning, and you can tackle your grandpa's business tomorrow. You leave your luggage near the counter, lock the front door, and zombie walk through the back of the store and into the attached home. You only make it to the living room couch before you pass out. Bells ring in your mind over and over, like the, oh, hello ma'am, like the ones ringing from the church on the edge of town. Coming, 1 second, you lift yourself off the couch and hurry to the front door. Opening it, you see a woman standing there. She's tall with long, wavy blonde hair and presents a tight-lipped, bright red smile. She wears a long, emerald green summer dress. You must be Minerva. I see Lucas's sparkle in your eyes. May I come in? She asks. Before you can... Oh, she's doing the thing where before I can answer, she slips past you with a sudden swiftness. For fuck's sake. That's so fucking rude. You can't help but stare at her classic hourglass figure as she walks with her back held straight and head held high. Although you're interested in this person who just made her way into your home, you're distracted by a sudden smell, something unclean or even disease as powerful as spoiled meat. Ew. Ew, what the fuck? Is she a kindred? I see he hung that painting of himself at the fireplace. It really captures his gruffness. She raises her hand to touch the frame of a painting of your grandfather. You see her manicured nails and smooth, perfect skin. Okay, so she's clearly never been inside before. You seem to know my grandfather, and you know my name. Who are you? I'm sorry, I don't think we've been introduced. You must be a friend of my grandfather's. No offense, but I didn't invite you in. Can you tell me who you are and what you're doing here? Yeah. Fuck that. Fuck you. Obviously, you know my grandfather and you've been here before. I'm really bad with names, so I feel like I remember you if I met you. She twirls to face you and takes your hand in hers. I am so sorry. I'm Amanda Chastain. I live in town, in Bleak Rest House. Oh, maybe she's cursed from the spooky house. Your grandfather meant a lot to me. And when I heard you were in Jericho Heights, I couldn't wait to come and introduce myself. Come, let's sit. She glides to your grandfather's favorite armchair. Just everything about this person, just like with typical, not even like typical British manners. Anyone with any sort of like manners or politeness going into somebody's home and just eking your way in and then like sitting in somebody else's chair, taking a handkerchief from her clutch. She dusts off the cushion. Oh. Sits on the edge and crosses one leg over the other. Her dress spreads open slightly, revealing a long, slender leg up to the thigh. You look away, struggling to do so. It's inappropriate to stare. Forgive my intrusion at this time of night, but like I said, I had to come. I'm so sorry for your loss, but I'm also happy that you've come to Jericho Heights. This town needs new people, especially when we lose someone as dear as your grandfather. I appreciate you coming here. Thank you for your kind words. She seems genuine. How exactly did you know my grandfather? He's never mentioned you. I'm suspicious as fuck. So what brings you here tonight? She must have some great motive. Actually, he has mentioned you. I don't remember exactly the context. Were you one of his vendors? I'll lie to see if I can get information out of her. I'm glad to be here. Especially when... no, we're not flirting with this woman. Who the fuck is she? She takes on a suspicious smile of her own. I can see the wheels turning in your head. I'm not surprised your grandfather never mentioned Amanda Chastain. Oh, she's talking about herself in the third person. Okay. I'm like instantly the ick. Well, he didn't waste his breath on unimportant things, you say. She purses her lips at your slight. You continue. More to the point, though. Jericho Heights is a small town. I doubt you travelled in the same circles. You'd be surprised how well your grandfather got around. He knew everyone and was involved in all manner of things. In fact, he and I had some unresolved business. But enough of that. Let's talk about you. I've had a really long day and you woke me up. I don't want to be rude, but what are your plans for Jericho, in Jericho Heights? Are you staying here for good or selling the property and moving away? Are you really reopening the store? Her gaze seems forceful and your jaw to stare into her eyes, her clear blue eyes. Okay, she's giving Toreador right now. She's really like giving like Toreador. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have a spoonful of food. My plan is to stay here and reopen my grandpa's store. It's going to be a lot of work, but I think I'll enjoy it. I'm not sure. I literally just got here and I have no idea what I'm doing tomorrow, let alone long term. Do you think the town needs this store open? Is there a market for what I'm selling? Maybe I can get some information out of her. You're asking me a lot of questions, and honestly, I need to get to sleep. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Yeah, fuck off. I'm sorry for waking you up, but as I said, my curiosity got the better of me. And I just couldn't stay away. Your grandfather always used to say I'm too pushy for my own good. I admit, I get obsessed when I want something bad enough. Yeah, this is Toreador vibes, I'm sorry. She says with a laugh. That or Ventru. She stands and you walk her to the door. As you reach for the doorknob, she turns and looks into your eyes. You're going to forget I was ever here. Oh, yeah, fucking Kindred. I fucking knew it. You blink a few times. Her words dig at your mind and one word sticks out. Forget. Echoes for a few seconds and you feel pressure in the back of your head. You must be more tired than you thought. Willpower -1. Yeah, that's us resisting a vamp's ability. As you command, I say jokingly. How could I ever forget you were here, I say, flirting. Believe me, I'm going to try as hard as possible to forget you were here. That's a really fucking weird thing to say. She backs onto your porch with a stunned look. Her eyes are wide and her mouth opens, hangs open with a long pair of long canines almost poking out. Forget. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have to go. Chastain squeezes her eyes shut and balls her hands into fists. As she steps on your porch, she stomps her feet like a child who just lost her favourite toy. No, no, no. Not again. What is it with all of you grey people? I finally get rid of one and now I have another to deal with. Excuse me? You stand in the doorway confused and unsure what to say. Her tantrum passes quickly, and when she opens her eyes, she's back to a thin smile and calm demeanour. Oh my god, she's such a fucking, like, either a Ventrue or a Toreador. I'm getting more Toreador vibes. I'm sorry you had to see that. Have a good evening, she says, and walks off of your porch, moving briskly along the sidewalk and away from your house. After that ordeal, you close and lock the door. As you step away, you look at the clock and see it's getting late. You move to the couch and sit cross-legged. You speak with the Omnissiah and ask for guidance in the days to follow. When you're finished, you're left with a sense of calm and sit on the couch to relax for a few minutes before heading to bed. Your eyes drift and you lie down, quickly falling asleep. You walk through the old woods behind your home, right past the abandoned train tracks. Your vision, blurry and narrow, fades in and out, like you're being dunked underwater and yanked out again, over and over. You're sweating and your heart races. You try to look over your shoulder, but you can't see anyone coming from behind. Up ahead, a path opens between a thicket of bushes. The ground slopes upward, and at the top stands a figure, watching and waiting. Your heart rate slows, and a warmth engulfs your body like you're wrapped in your favourite wool blanket. As soon as you focus on the man, his form wavers and dissipates like smoke. Just as he fades, a hand reaches out of the cloud and beckons you forward, and as you burst into a run, it rises, blotting out the sun. Everything goes white. Okay, spooky dreams already. We love to see it. As you progress through the story, you will receive experience points. You may be used to raise your attributes, skills, and other traits. You may use your experience points or save them for later. After choosing one or more stats to raise, you will confirm your choices before continuing with the story. Okay, we got 7 XP. How are our stats looking? Okay, we are... we're in something of a spot with, like, our kind of, like, stuff up here. How's our health? Our health is at 4 boxes. That's not great, but we never planned to be in combat, so it'll be fine. Intelligence is pretty good. Wits is pretty good. Resolve is pretty good. Composure is pretty good. They're all pretty good for where we are at. So it might be a thing to raise charisma or manipulation. Obviously, in terms of these sorts of skills, maybe doing subterfuge or clandestine might be a vibe. The town does have so many little creatures. It might be that this spot is, there's like a spot of particular like supernatural influence nearby that's sort of like drawn them all in. Also, it makes sense for, like, a Toreador to come out to, like, a small town and kind of, like, take it over as their domain. We've also got 2 contacts, 1 influence, no resources, which is not great. We've used up 1 of our willpower from resisting her stuff. Let's look at attributes. What's it going to take? Okay, so we can't... Oh, it's going to take a lot of XP to raise these. Okay. Maybe for now we just save some stuff. We can only put up subterfuge. Oh, it is like the game. We can put up subterfuge, represents your ability to be deceptive and maintain secrets, even when others attempt to coerce you. Clandestine, raised with 3. Knowledge of tools and techniques to break into homes, bypass locks, pickpockets, hotwire, rotware, sneak unseen, and other tricks of the criminal trades. Intimidation measures your skill. In this, we're not so much looking at this right now. His backgrounds. Yeah, so this is... We could go resources, we could go influence, we could go more contacts. I think for now, let's save the experience. Actually, wait. What one was it subterfuge that I could put up for the first rank? No. It was clandestine, intimidation, or one of the combat skills. Let's save it. For now, we're going to save our experience. Continue. You wake up to gentle licks in your face. Helix's orange and white face stares down at you, her whiskers tickling your nose. She meows and stares at you again with green eyes. Helix was the name Grandpa gave her. It fits, so that's what I'll call her. I'll call her something else. No, we're going to call the cat what Grandpa called her. What the fuck? She purrs and stretches out her body with her front paws way out front. You reach up and pet her. Thanks for waking me up, old lady. Shoo her off. I can't stand the stray. Fuck you. No. Whoever chooses that option is a monster. Look around the living room. Where did she come from? Thanks for waking me up, old lady. Oh, it's a baby. You stroke her back and she sinks into your body and purrs. You're not ornery at all. Your mind replays the odd relationship between Helix and your grandfather. He'd set out a can of tuna for her on his workbench and then chase her off if she stayed too long. He'd sit and pet her while binge-watching old episodes of Law & Order and shove her off if she took up too much of the couch. Damn ornery old cat, he'd yell as she bolted through the cat door he made her. She leaps to the floor and stretches her back by rolling around on the old rug by the television. Now that you're awake, you sit on the edge of the couch and meditate. You open your mind to your mind to deity and ask. You open your mind to the Omnissiah and ask for guidance and peace throughout the day. After you finish, you spend time looking around your new home and reacquainting yourself with the nooks and crannies. Okay, Grandpa, let's see what you have hidden around here. Always a bit paranoid, your grandfather. Always a bit paranoid. Your grandfather had hiding places where he stored his most prized possessions. Whether they were worth something or not, you walk around the rooms on the first floor. Living room, kitchen, and office. While you search, memories of your grandfather superimpose themselves over the rooms as though he were a simulacrum, showing you where to find supplies to maintain the shop, products to restock the shelves, and even family heirlooms. You take mental note of everything. It's like he's here. After the tour, you end at the office. You spot something new. A photo of Amanda Chastain and an older gentleman. Red circles are drawn around Amanda's head, and a dart sticks out of the second circle. 3 tall filing cabinets occupy one whole wall. Opening one of them at random, you pull out a brown file folder along with a cloud of dust. Line after line of transactions take up each page. With many... Sorry, I'm so sniffly right now. Many bearing names you recognize, with amounts down to the penny. You slip the file back to its vertical coffin. Sorry, I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Oh, chat, I'm so sorry, I'm so snivelly. You slip the file back in its vertical coffin and smack the dust off at your hands. You sit down in the leather swivel chair in the office, a seat you were never allowed to take before. Sorry, I lost my place. Looking over at his image by the door, he shakes his head at you and waves goodbye. You press the power button on Grandpa's iMac, a blue trapezoid that looks like the head of a robot. A full minute later, it starts up to a desktop as cluttered as the rest of the property. Emails saved as text files coat the screen, and though it would take too long to review now, a quick scan shows most are unfilled orders from weeks ago. After a few seconds of perusing, the screen blinks and a window pops up. Your grandfather appears, wearing his favourite fishing hat, and he's fumbling off screen as he comes into focus. Is this stupid thing on? Alright, whatever. Minerva. I hope this is you, watching. Anyway, if you're seeing this, I'm feeding the worms by now. I hope they're enjoying their treat. Listen, I don't want to get all long-winded. Hell, I hate that your last image of me will be inside this box. Since we haven't talked in a while, I figured this was my last chance to set things right. He pauses and looks off camera, his face drawn and eyes drooping. When he looks back at the camera, he wipes his eyes with his hands. Antiques and oddities. It's old and run down, but it has a spirit that keeps it going. In the right hands it will flourish. Not these old hands, but yours. It's all yours now. Do me one favour. Stay a while. Give it 6 months. If you don't like it, sell it. Hell, burn it down for all I care. Just see if Jericho Heights is the place for you. Besides, there are reasons for you to be here. People you need to help. Things will come to light and you'll know what I mean. Mostly, I believe you will be happy here. Maybe without me nagging you to death, you'll enjoy it as much as I have. I love you, kiddo. I'm sorry it took this long to say it. Oh, this is so sad, bro. The video ends and you turn off the iMac. You lean back in the chair and spin in a circle, listening to it squeak. Having seen your grandfather's message, you feel closer to him. I truly missed him. Pissed off he didn't have the decency to call me and apologize. Skeptical, my grandfather always had an ulterior motive, was similar that way. Puzzled, what's with the cryptic message? Am I here to solve a mystery or take care of his affairs? Yeah, what, Grandpa? What the fuck, Grandpa? He mentioned something about a reason to be here, and things will come to light. Those messages were slipped in, but you caught them. They flew right by like bats out of a window. Even if you stay in Jericho Heights, how will you run a store by yourself? Grandpa rarely hired help, which is one reason the business was so stagnant. When Yelp reviews include phrases like, my order shipped late, and no customer service, maybe you need to shell out $10 an hour for an extra pair of hands. Your grandfather didn't fix issues, he made excuses for them. You have no clue how he stayed in business as long as he did. Then there's the issue of money. How much will it take to get the store back to where it needs to be, full of both merchandise and customers? More to the point, if you're going to stay, you'll need a regular income to survive. Besides the store itself, there's a spare bedroom you could rent out, but do you really want to be a landlord on top of a store owner? Fuck landlords. From those bills you found, he certainly dug a hole for this place. And now he expects you to try and dig your way out of it? 6 months is a long time, and quite possibly with nothing to show for it when you're done. Sorry, I just saw hidden room. I was like, what the fuck? As you spin around and around in the leather chair, Helix creeps into the room and skulks along the perimeter. She moves to a corner and scratches at the wall. You stand to investigate. It looks like every other wall, the same dull yellow wallpaper faded and peeling in places. You knock along the surface. It feels solid with each tap of your knuckles until you hit a slender area right above Helix in a foot-wide column to the ceiling. Well, what do you know? You say and slide your fingers along the baseboard. After some searching, you find a seam. Your fingertips move along the nearly invisible ridge and find a depression midway up the wall. Pressing it, the section pops in, and you slide it back along the wall like a pocket door. Inside is a hidden area, a rectangular room you never knew existed. Grandpa, you sneaky little devil, you. Oh, Jesus. Whoops, I didn't mean to. Oh! Okay, it's fine. Oh! Thank God it was here that I can go back to. Okay. Stepping into the room, you stare wide-eyed at the contents. A huge assortment of occult paraphernalia. Carved fetishes sit at the top shelf of a bookcase. Below them, tomes on spiritualism, numerology, tarot card reading, and the like. A smaller shelf holds jars and cups and bags of powders, rocks, and dusts of various colours and textures. A crystal ball with a base resembling a copper dragon perches on a pedestal. In the center of the room rests a clear pool of water, held in a basin your grandfather likely used for scrying, observing people from afar, or places from afar. You look over the books, and one piques your interest. It's a book on the practice of curses. As you flip through the pages, you notice several of them are loose and handwritten. Your grandfather's writings? You read them over, and they only reinforce what you know. Those who place curses do so at the risk of a physical and mental strain. It's possible to lose one's humanity from placing curses, too often, as you deal in the focusing of negative energies. The writing ends, and you close the book and place it back in the pile. This room holds all you would need for your occult practices. You also find a separate area where you marvel a large assortment of beakers and burners, jars of chemicals, scales, funnels, microscopes, test tubes, everything you'd expect in a science lab. Running your hand along the bottles of reagents, you read the labels: sulfuric acid, botulinum toxin, arsenic and nightshade. Metals such as platinum, rhodium, and gold sit on a shelf over a workbench. Notebooks line a filing cabinet documenting his experiments and the recipes for those powerful substances. Your grandfather collected all manner of poisons and tranquilizers and paralytics and the means to produce rare concoctions to harm or heal. Now it's all yours, gifted to you by the secretive chemist who shares your last name. When you turn to leave, you notice a standing cabinet laid flush with the wall. Its surface blends with the wood paneling, so it's easy to miss. Opening the cabinet, you find weapons! A shotgun, a high-powered bolt-action rifle with a scope, a semi-automatic rifle, several handguns, and a weighted hatchet. Besides being a chemist, your grandfather collected an assortment of deadly gear. Well, it is America! I suppose that's not that weird. I guess I'm not surprised Grandpa really had a lot of secrets. He kept all of this from me. It would have been nice to know he had a small arsenal in the back of his office. He must have had a good reason for collecting all these weapons. I wish I could ask him why. Was Grandpa secretly Batman? No, Batman doesn't kill. There's a reason for all of these things in here, and they all point to a greater mystery. Yeah. Across the room, you discover a well-stocked, dense library. Wall-to-wall shelves stacked with books, etchings, and scrolls. You run your hand along the spines of the books, some older than you. Your grandfather, and maybe his grandfather, as you read the names. Essays on the Reformation of the Church. Beraysit Rabbah, Dalail al-Khairat prayer manuscripts, The Awakening of Faith. You revel in the works of religious study your grandfather collected over time. Dust covers all surfaces, but you have no concern over disturbing his library. This is all yours now. Left to you to buy its keep. Oh, that's a bit of a mistake, but that's fine. Oh, interesting. A hunter. Yeah, no, this is giving serious hunter vibes. I had a feeling. I was wondering if he's like a hunter or if he's one of those like safe houses things where like, you know, safe houses for hunters who are like traveling. Your hands shake as you lift Liber Ex Fide, the Book of Faith. How could your grandfather acquire such a rare and antique book? You gently place it back under the glass. The room holds all you would need for your religious studies, but you leave the room for a later time. Even if you remain in Jericho Heights and reopen Antiques and Oddities, there's so much to do. It feels overwhelming. First, there's restocking shelves, checking inventory, and reordering supplies. Grandpa's computer had weeks of unfilled orders, at least a half dozen. Heart leaks, a broken window, and wobbly shelves need repairs, and you'll need to tell the townspeople about the reopening. How do you go about it? Call the contractor to repair the property. Call Salem's house phone. I'm sure Grandpa had the number somewhere. Check the store's inventory. Check the store's emails. Market the store. Surf the web for current news in Jericho Heights. Let's check our inventory quickly first. If you plan to open Antiques and Oddities, you need enough products to sell. Empty shelves will give customers a poor first impression. You head into the storeroom to review the store's backstock. You were disappointed to discover that most of the core items, tarot cards, crystals, candles, minerals, and oils are missing. Without the mainstays, you'll have a few sales and lots of disgruntled shoppers. A ledger hangs on a wall with a detailed account of every inventory purchase for the last 30 years. Fewer entries exist for this year. Looking around, you're not surprised. You run a finger down the outer edge of the book, marked with color-coded tabs. One marked Accounts Payable draws your attention. You're no accountant, but it's clear your grandfather owed a lot of money to a lot of people. Bender Bros Limited, $1,255. Empires Used Cars, $282. ComEd, $562. The First Bank of Jericho, $2,941. Altogether, it's over $5,000. Not an insurmountable amount, though it's not great. Flipping through the ledger, you find the same 4 names recurring: June, May, April, and further back. In the back of the ledger, an envelope is pinned to the cover. Inside, you find invoices and bills for ComEd and Empire's used cars. You read them and fumble through the printout, startled at the tallies at the end in bold red letters. Oh, fuck! Empire's used cars, 1,692. ComEd, 4,496. That's when it hits you. The ledger shows cost per month, not total owed. If your grandfather is behind on payments for over 6 months each, he likely owed tens of thousands of dollars. Would his debts carry to you? You close the ledger and take a short, deep breath. This is a puzzle to solve later. Next to you. Right, let's check some emails. You walk into the store and open the store's emails through Outlook on your grandpa's computer. Over 500 emails sit in the inbox. Sifting through them, you trust dozens of ads and spam. You unsubscribe from several newsletters and mailing lists. After about 15 minutes of cleanup, you start looking through serious emails from customers and vendors. 12 orders are overdue. 3 orders came in today. Somehow, your grandpa figured out how to sell on Amazon, but didn't finalize his shop's marketplace. He also joined a site called Sell Deal and has several requests for rare tarot card sets. The site is up online but requires a login. Luckily, your grandpa stored it in the browser. When you access the site, you notice a private inbox with 20-something more orders, some as far back as 6 months. With the items in stock, you may be able to fill half of the online orders. Next, let's not do any of this stuff yet. Let's maybe call a contractor, see if we can get a quote for what we've got going. What we need. We owe a lot of money, chat. Our grandpa had debts. He was maybe out here killing people and ran up a lot of shit. I imagine the used car place is maybe from him going out in his car and his car getting fucked up by like a monster like the Impala from Supernatural. But I will be right back, chat. I'm just very quickly going to I'm going to go piss girl real fast, but I shall return within moments. You won't even know that I'm gone. I'm the fastest guy alive. I'm back, chat. I return. See, so fast, nobody even noticed. He must have been good if he was an old man and still hunting. Well, given... Yeah, you're right. You're probably right, Scully. Given what Amanda said, I'm worried that maybe it did catch up with him. And maybe specifically that those kindred caught up with him. Those dang kindred. In the living room sits an antique rotary phone. Your grandfather bought at a flea market in '03. Mrs. Feathercorn wanted $9.50, but Grandpa got her down to $6 after showing her the wires were frayed at the plug. He took it home, wrapped it in 25 cents worth of electrical tape. Since the utility bills haven't been paid, you're not sure if the house phone will work. You pick up the receiver anyway and hear the dial tone. Your grandfather always kept a list in his end table drawer of contacts around Jericho Heights. Scanning the handwritten page, you spot a line for Virginia Barlow, contractor. You have a vague memory of Mrs. Barlow from the summers spent here. Your grandfather would hire her at least once a month, though it would end with them feuding and her leaving in anger, always shouting the same line. Lucas Gray, you're just a warthog's ass. Whenever she saw you, she'd mess up your hair by petting your head and then give you a lollipop. You never knew where she bought them, but they were the best. You dial and hope it's the right number, after all these years. Barlow General Contractors is a high-pitched, hard-edged voice, as if Mickey Mouse ran a prison. Ho, 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 it is I, Mickey Mouse, and I am running this for-profit prison. Anyway. Hello, I'm looking to get an estimate on some work to my... Whoa, slow down there, Speed Racer. Do I get a name? I'm no psychic. Right, sure, my name's Mare the Grey. Like I was saying... Wait, you're Lucas's grandkid, right? Yes, Mrs. Barlow. Lucas left me the house and the store after he passed, so I'm trying to get things in order while I'm here. There's a long pause. Sorry to hear about your grandpa, she says. I'll come by and have a look. You got a list made up? I will by the time you're here. Good, have it ready. Be there in a jiffy. 8 minutes later, Ginny Barlow doesn't bother knocking on the front door, but marches into the living room where you're still sitting. I guess the front door is the first thing on the list to fix, you say. She lowers a toolbox to the floor. She wears overalls with a Hawaiian shirt, one with blue flamingos you swear you've seen before. That door's been busted for years. Anytime I try to fix it, Lucas would tell me to leave it. Locks of a door's meant to keep people out, you say in your best imitation of your grandfather. She laughs and shakes her head slowly. That's him, all right. He left this place a mess. I'm not sure if I can afford to fix it all, Mrs. Barlow. First off, call me Ginny. There's no kid. You're no kid no more. Now, I had an arrangement with your Gramps, and he had credit with me, she says. With a wave of her hand, I see a hot boy down here, chat. I see a hot boy. I'll fix as much as I can and give you a fair quote on the rest. Give me that list and we'll get started. Your Gramps always help me to save time and expense, so let's get to it. Do what I tell you, and this will go just fine. You work side by side with Ginny for 2 hours, dealing with her scrutiny and micromanagement as best you can. Excuse me. It ends when she tells you to bug off for holding a screwdriver the wrong way. You take some time... Sorry. You take some time to mow the tall grass in the yard. But after that, you move on to other tasks. The old door chime rings again, and you jet into the... Oh shit, he's a wheeler! Fuck yeah. The old door chimes ring again, and you jet into the store, anxious to see who's coming in. Does the lack of people in the store and lights off mean anything to you? The door swings halfway inward and hangs there as two small wheels roll over the threshold. Footrests pop in, and then a man in a wheelchair enters. He has wavy, dark brown hair, combed to the side, a wholesome round face, and well-mustered arms in a button-down shirt. Holy shit. Your level of sarcasm rivals even that of Queen Salem. It hits you, that's Adam. Wasn't Adam a football player? Adam Bain. What happened? It's also not Adam, or a different version of him. When you saw him last, he was standing, running, wrestling, jumping. Now he's in a wheelchair. Oh shit. We're fucking sitting here, hell yeah, wheelchair buddies. Me too, King. Where are we in our spooky stream sounds playlist? I'm not seeing us on here. 1 second. Oh, we're right at the end. Okay, we're gonna go with this one. A million questions spring to life in your head, But for now, you simply stare. Adam's expression turns sheepish. Say something. If you scraped up that door with your wheelchair, I'm charging you. The door is definitely busted, Adam says. He smiles and the two of you join together laughing. That's how it always was with you and Adam. He took the serious role in the comedy routine. Sometimes you spent hours making up ludicrous stories and Adam would pretend to believe them or play off of them. His parents were grown when you visited because, sorry, I looked away for like 1 second and I lost my place. His parents, I literally have my fucking phone marker on it. His parents were grown when you visited because they knew your two-person act would go on and on. I was going to call, I just got here last night. I know, Salem emailed me. He pushes his chair forward, letting the door swing past and then opens his arm by his side. Get over here, give me a hug already, just dive on in. You lean over and wrap your arms around his sides and the back of his wheelchair. It's an awkward embrace, but still feels right. His strong arms hold you, and you feel a sense of relief, of comfort. If you've ever wanted to feel safe, it's in his arms. Oh shit, we're so fucking gay, chat. When you part, you stroll to the counter and sit next to him. Thanks, I hate when people stand and talk to me, he says, and locks his wheelchair into place. Me fucking too. It is one of the worst things in the world where people expect me to, like, where I'm, like, out in my wheelchair, and people expect me to, like, talk to them and expect me to be, like, looking up the whole time. And they're just, like, looking, they'll be, like, standing too close and looking down at me, and I'm like, okay. It's just, like, if we're, it's fine if, like, we're like, out on the street, but, like, if we're just somewhere chilling, just, like, come down to my height, bro, and just have a chat with me, like, for real. Obviously, it's not problem with small people, like the Mogs, for instance, like Mogs, everybody's favorite mod. They are short enough that I am almost on eye level when I'm sitting in my wheelchair with them, which is very funny. Never tell them this or clip this because they'll kill me. And locks his wheelchair into place. No, I don't want to speak at your belly button. Hell yeah. Damn, people are dicks. He looks away. The silence builds between the two of you, allowing you to move on to other things. What's been going on with you? Not much, working in my father's business, getting my master's online, shooting myself accidentally. You know, the normal stuff. Oh god. He shot himself? Fuck. Wow, I can't believe that. Your master's, huh? I say, and crack a smile. I'm so sorry. I'm in shock that this happened. I say and offer a hug. Dang, I'm sorry. It's awesome that you can joke about your accident. Wow, that's so crazy. Can I ask about the accident? Are you okay to talk about it? When I'm chatting with someone in a wheelchair, I normally just sit down. Yeah, just fucking, like, it's so fucking annoying, like, having to, especially because, like, I deal with, like, full body pain and stuff. So, me having to, like, lean back and, like, look up at you the whole time is really uncomfortable. Because my shoulders and my neck get real achy. Just come and vibe. Or ask the person in a wheelchair, be like, hey, is it like, do you want me to stand or do you want me to, like, you know, talk to you, like, face to face? I can't stand up for too long too. That's so fair. That's so fair and based. I think if it was me, I would want to, like, almost make the joke, like, it's just like old times, like nothing really, like, and if he wants to talk about it, like, he can, but I'm not gonna be like, hey, because he obviously made the joke to, like, let us know sort of what happened, but I'm gonna leave it up to him, like, whether he talks about it. I'm not gonna ask directly. I'm just gonna be like, oh, okay, you know. Adam laughs hard. Oh shit, that's funny. Damn, yeah, I'm done with my CPA and going for a master's in finance. I don't want to do accounting my whole life. Cool, good luck with that. Now can we talk about the accident? Okay, fucking Minerva. He smiles knowingly and nods. We were at this late night camp out, me and a bunch of friends. Salem was there, as a matter of fact. We were all passing around a jug of moonshine, and I hit it a bit too hard. I walked out into the woods to pee, and I don't know, I thought I heard something out there with me. I happened to be carrying a gun at the time, this showpiece my uncle gave me. Jesus Christ. The uncle who owns that range in Longgrove? Yep, Uncle Harry. So I heard this noise. You know that feeling when the hair on your arm stands up? I felt real fear, even though through the buzz I could barely swallow and my body was telling me to run. I pulled out my rifle, slipped on wet grass, and the gun went off. It was a rifle? I didn't know I was hit because I felt nothing. My legs wouldn't move, but I blamed it on the booze. I called for help and passed out. When I woke up, I was at the hospital. Shit, I can still hear the way my mother was crying. He sniffles and wipes his eyes. Anyway, a few surgeries, and several months of rehab, and here I am. Stronger, sleeker, aerodynamic. Look, if you have questions or have things to say, I'm an open book. Next you say, you mentioned you work with your father now, Wits Insight. I'm really impressed with how well you're doing. How is Salem? Do you two hang out? I wish we kept in better touch the past few years. Are you seeing anyone dating? That's fucking crazy. When you've seen somebody for the first time, like, in ages, why would you ask this? It might just be my little asexual heart. Why would you ask this question? That's crazy. How are things here in the Heights? Want to go with me to Mayor Bumpley's dinner party tonight? I should get back to dealing with things around here. Talk to you later. Let's ask about his dad. Adam looks back at you with a subtle frown. Yeah, it's great, can't you tell? It's that bad, huh? What's wrong with it? It's not terrible. I'm doing well, great salary, and accounting comes easy to me, but I feel I'm missing out on something. Some amazing adventure out there somewhere. I could be the hero of a story if I could just find it. Yes, Adam shouts. Exactly. This town is small, but something's going on. I can feel it beneath the surface. Power is gained and exercised, used and abused. I don't understand the game or its rules, but if I want tied to my desk all day, I found out the truth. It sounds like he maybe wants to be an investigative journalist. You nod, intent on listening to him, but you get the sense that it's time to move on to other topics. Charisma, so that one's charisma persuasion. I don't really want to ask it because I am very bad at it. And also, it feels... We don't want to pry too much. Let's ask about him and Salem. Me and Salem, we talk. We don't have a ton of time to hang out, he says. She works nights at the library while I work during the day. On the weekends, she hangs out at Morning Pulse, a newish coffee shop. They do poetry readings and all the creatives of the Heights hang there. All the creatives, so all 6 people in town? Ha! There are a few more than 6. Salem is the artist in residence, and they let her display her oil paintings there. Every once in a while. Some tourists will come through and buy one. Her stuff's amazing. I just wish she had a bigger audience. After a moment, Adam raises his eyebrows. You still have a thing for her? Oh, shit! One learning night back in the summer between 8th and 9th grade while playing Rock Band in Adam's basement, you admitted to thinking Salem was cute. You shrug. I'm not sure what you want me to say, you say, shaking off the question. By the way, how is she doing since, you know... Adam looks up pensively. What is this about? Yeah, why would someone ask that? I mean, to be fair, yeah, it is a flirting thing. It just... We can ask, chat. We can ask, fuck's sake. By the way, how is she doing since, you know, Adam looks up pensively. He always considers his word carefully when talking about sensitive matters. You always thought he'd make a good doctor since he has what could only be described as excellent bedside manner. He could tell someone they have cancer and make them feel good about it. She's doing really well. I almost feel wrong to say it, but that fire was the best thing that ever happened to that family. Joe Morelli was an evil man. Yeah, fuck abusive parents. They should die in fires. I hated what he did to her and to her mother, but at least he got what he deserved. Ever since the fire, Salem's been great. She stopped doing that thing with her hair. And I don't know, she just seems relaxed overall and able to be herself. It's like she's finally getting to have a childhood. I'm glad to hear it. Next you say, I'm really impressed with how you're doing. I wish we had kept better in touch over the last few years. Are you seeing anyone dating? How are things here in the Heights? Want to go to Mayor Bumpley's dinner party tonight? I should get back to dealing with things around here. Talk to you later. Let's talk about the Heights. What's going on? Not bad. Mostly the same old, Adam says in his mock old man voice. A small town with all the pretense of a big city. Sure, we have the Starbucks, a trauma center, and a first-run dine-in restaurant. We connect to Wi-Fi on our iPhones to upload files to the cloud. We use emojis, take selfies, and post them on our Snap. But in the same town, we drive down Main Street to get just about anywhere and see anyone the barista at Starbucks knows us. And see anyone. The barista at Starbucks... Sorry, I need to do punctuation better. I'm learning how to read out loud again. It's been such a hot minute because my brain just goes, and it does not stop. Oh, it's a big town. Yeah. The barista at Starbucks knows us by name and gives us the usual. Unless you're behind a tractor, you don't worry about traffic. We still don't lock our doors at night. Damn, you should be the town's director of tourism. Made me want to live here. Adam leans forward and touches the middle of his back. You can see pain on his face for a moment. He takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. I love the Heights. Always have. I never want to leave, but his voice trails off and he hesitates. It's not all rainbows and sunshine. Even a town like the Heights has its ghosts, but I would never abandon it. Salem is so set on leaving, and that's her priority. I get mad when I hear it. Me, my grave's already picked out at Serenity Park. Jesus Christ. Okay, bro. Let's ask him if he wants to come us to this dinner party thing tonight. Bumpley's having a party? Mayor or not, he tries way too hard, Adam says, shaking his head. What do you mean? He has to be everyone's friend, and yet always needs to be the center of attention. His booth is the biggest at the summer festival. His house wins the Christmas decoration contest every year. He's what Salem calls extra. So you don't want to go? He laughs. Hell yeah, I want to go. His dinner party will be outrageous. The food, the drink, the people. Good thing I'm on wheels, because you're rolling me out of there. I'll be late, though. I have a project I need to finish this evening. Should we ask if he's dating anyone, chat? Should we ask? This sweet old man in a little guy's body. Should we ask this boy what the fuck is up? I feel like we should. I am gonna say, well, I wish we kept in better touch over the past few years. I totally agree, Adam says, shifting in his chair. He winces and twists his back. When you were here for the summers, we would hang out all the time. I don't know, sips. God damn it, Scarlet Emu. Okay, we'll do it. I'm literally looking for an excuse, and you have given it to me by rat sipping at me, and I have no water left, so I can't sip. When you were here for the summers, we would hang out all the time. You'd leave, sure, but then we'd pick right back up when you came back the next summer. But when that last summer you spent in the Heights ended, we treated it like any other year, but you didn't come back. Does that mean we're picking right back up where we left off? He smiles. Hell yeah. Hey, I should get going. Adam glances at Wash. Oh, we fucking missed it. We missed a trick, chat. We missed it. No! Okay. It's fine. I shouldn't yell too loud because it's 2 a.m. In England. Hey, I should get going. My dad's expecting me back at work soon. I'm at the bank, he says, and makes air quotes with his fingers. Let me text you my phone number. The two of you spend a minute exchanging contact info, and then you walk ahead and hold the door open for him. Good to see you too. I'll meet you at Mayor Bumpley's at 7. Adam smiles and rolls outside, and you let the door swing closed behind you. Next. Let's maybe have a chat. Let's maybe call Salem. Once again, you return to the rotary phone and the list of contacts your grandfather kept. You quickly find the number for the Morelli residence. Dialing the phone, you barely hear one ring before someone answers. Hello? Hello, Mrs. Morelli. This is Minerva. Is Sarah there? Oh, Minerva, how are you, dear? You know, we're all so sorry about your grandfather. Let us know if there's anything you need while you're in the Heights. I'm fine, Mrs. Morelli. Honestly, the best thing people can do for me is to give me space. Well, you are certainly the grandchild of Lucas Gray. You sound just like him. Maybe you've been gone from the Heights too long, and don't... Salem's voice shouts in the background. Mom, give me the phone. Oh my god, can I have a friend call without getting interrogated? You hear the phone shuffle. Honestly, Sarah, I'll treat you as an adult if you... Mrs. Morelli's voice trails off. Hey, I'm going to the basement with the phone, Salem says to you, and you hear her breathing race and heavy footsteps. Sorry about my mom. It's a constant struggle. I wish I could move out. No need to apologize. She means well. Besides, you'll move out eventually. Right now, you're focusing on the GRE. If you really wanted to move out, you would have figured a way out. Move in here. There's tons of room. Just don't fall in love with me. Oh, chat. Are we just going to ask her to move in? Because there's a spare room. Ooh woo. Let's go with the first one first. Exactly, she says, and her breathing returns to normal. It's not like I'm lazy. Oh, sorry, chat. I help out around here and pay what I can. The library only offers part-time wage for graphic artists at just over minimum wage. Other than that, an art degree only gets you so far. Where are you planning on going to grad school? An art education fellowship at North Park University. It's a long shot, but I'm taking it. Salem sighs. So what's going on with you? I'm surprised you called me so soon. You must really miss me. I do miss you. I wish I kept in touch with you all of these years. That was my fault. I was hoping you can come over and help me set up the store. Miss you. Wait, who did I call? I forgot already. Adam showed up at the store. I had no idea about his accident. Yeah, let's say we wish we kept in touch. Oh, you're getting emotional on me? I do have that effect on people, she says with a laugh. Seriously, though, I miss you too. We were so close as kids, but as adults we all just slip away. I don't understand why it happens. Adulthood has a funny way of shutting out the people who got us there. Oh yeah, relationship with Salem +4, let's fucking go. I know what you mean. I moved out of Jericho and all of my friendships there ended. I got busy, met new people, and just stopped calling or emailing you and Adam, even Grandpa. It's like Jericho Heights exists in a different dimension. Don't say that after the fucking answering tiger and the stuff from the Book of Hungry Names, like, able to, like, shape reality with its nonsense. That's crazy. That's crazy that you would say that. Pineapple on pizza? What is that about? What is that about, Scarlet Emu? Have you got pineapple on pizza? Sometimes it feels that way, she says. I better get going. I have a bunch of errands to run and a dinner party tonight. Keep in touch, stranger. I'm only across the street. A dinner party? Wait, are you going to Mayor Bumpley's? Yeah, my mum won tickets at last year's summer festival. Can you believe the mayor auctions off spots at his dinner parties? How do you know we were going? I'm invited too. I'll see you there. Awesome. I'll be the chick brooding by the balcony. Catch you later. You hang up at the phone. Experience points. Yay! Okay. So we can remarket the store. We can restock the shelves. Surf the web for current news on Jericho Heights. Reorder supplies. Let's get our marketing all set up first. And then we can get some supplies going. As far as the town knows, Antiques and Oddities closed for good once your grandfather passed away. Not like the store gets good foot traffic. You've always had a way with words, so the first step in marketing is crafting some well-worded posts on social media. Your grandfather never set up accounts for the store, but you quickly rectified that, setting up the Facebook page, Twitter account, and an Instagram account. You take photos of the interior and exterior and post them on all three, along with announcements. Grand reopening of Antiques and Oddities, Monday, July 22nd. Come in and check out all we have to offer. Still family owned and operated. Opening day giveaways while supplies last. That's tomorrow! That's crazy. Okay. I thought we would have more time. Now that you've started an online presence, you search for Jericho Heights on all three platforms. You post a short video of yourself announcing the store on the Heights Talk Facebook group, asking for retweet from the Jericho Heights official Twitter account, and post to hashtag Jericho Heights on Instagram. Finally, you stretch a sign from your shop's wall to the telephone pole on the corner. Anyone passing by will surely see it. As soon as you finish hanging the signs, Ginny shows up. She holds a putty knife and a can of spackle. A bit crooked, but it'll do. You know, if you want to get butts in the store, there's one of those radio programs that you can play on the computer on your phone. A podcast? Ginny snaps her fingers. That's it. We've got one of those here in the Heights. Deals with local news, stuff going on in the county. American history, stuff like that. The New Heights podcast, the people who run it leave out of Bleak Rest House. So that's Chastain, right? Bleak Rest, you say. You feel like someone just stole your breath. I thought that place was haunted. Oh, it's haunted, all right, she says, her eyes wide, pupils focused on you. Those two moved in over 5 years ago. Oh, there's more than one. Oh, no. Amanda Chastain and Gabriel something or other. Fix the place up real nice. Dump lots of money into it. Anyway, everyone in town listens to their podcast. We never miss an episode. You should see about getting an advertisement on there. Oh, that definitely speaks to maybe higher level presence or high level dominate. Because, like, it feels like even though Ginny is, like, somewhat, like, of them, still tunes into the podcast. Still tunes into that. And some high-level presence and dominate powers that certain kindred can get can be transmitted over electronics. To basically, like, they can use their powers over, over electronic mediums. Ginny doesn't wait for you to answer and heads off. After thinking about all the marketing efforts you can make for the store, you remember your friend Sherry from back in Chicago. You haven't talked to her in a while, but saw something a few days ago and one of those annoying update emails from LinkedIn about Sherry's new job. You bring up your phone and search through the newsfeed. Congratulate Sherry Tompkins on her new role as digital marketing specialist. Oh, shit. Wondering if she can help to raise the profile of your store, you send her a quick text message. She answers immediately. Hey there, absolutely. I'll be in meetings all day, but we'll stay late and get to work. Creating an admin account on your website so I can start making changes. Once we optimize your CEO, your SEO, or SEO, not CEO. What the fuck am I talking about? You'll see traffic. I can also ask our digital growth group to look over your social media and make some suggestions to raise your visibility. TTYL. You're relieved that she's helping you, and just as relieved that her life is back on track. While in college, she got sucked into a horrible relationship with an abusive partner. It took months to convince her that she could do better, and that she didn't deserve the physical and mental torture. After a broken arm landed her in the ER on Thanksgiving Eve in your junior year, you were finally able to convince her to seek help and end that relationship. Oh, that's cool. So that's like one of our contacts. Ginny Barlow walks up to you, wiping her hands on a rag. I'm out of here. You don't owe me, but your debt to your Gramps is clear. Consider a square. Thanks for all your help. She grumbles and shrugs. Didn't get through everything, but I'm done on the first floor in the store. You weren't much help. I'll have to come back for the cellar and upstairs. Next time I'll charge you. Try to get this place up and running, because I don't give credit no more. Your Gramps took advantage of my good nature. Then again, he was a warthog's ass. With that, she leaves the office, and in less than a minute, you hear her pickup truck peel out of the driveway. You take a quick tour to review her handiwork. Ginny made some major improvements to the home, but left some areas only moderately repaired. She plugged the plumbing leaks, sanded rough patches of drywall, replaced warped wood beams, and handled other maintenance issues. You helped where you could for the first part of the workload. While the repairs aren't perfect, your potential customers and townspeople will notice the improvements. Fuck yes. Oh! A baby! A small child! The store door chimes once more, and you hurry to see what's coming in. Who's coming in now? A teenage girl pushes the door wide and walks a beat-up dirt bike into the entryway. Hi there, we aren't quite open yet. If you want to come back. I know the store's not open. I can read signs. She has light brown skin and dark hair fashioned into braids, which hang lower than her shoulders. Though it's warm outside, she's wearing long blue jeans and work boots with a t-shirt displaying a huge gothic cross. She hauls a purple backpack covered in cats and rainbows off her shoulder. Fucking excellent taste, bro. And rests it on the floor. What are you doing here? She asks in a hurried tone. I own the store. My name is Minerva, what's yours? Look, kid, the store's closed and they need you out. I'm getting the store ready to open in a few days. What are you doing here? I own this store. There we go. Michaela Clark, she says, stepping off the bike. She lays it down, half on the large welcome mat. She makes a circle around the store from the front door to the counter, to the first set of shelves, and to the door again, scanning the empty shelves. You must know Mr. Gray, who used to own this store. He was nice. He used to let me sit in here and do my homework, or just hang out. When I was a kid, we'd watch old Western movies, or these guys called the Three Stooges. Did you buy this place? You ask a lot of questions. Are you a cop? I didn't exactly buy it. I inherited it. Did it? Alright, time to go, I say and usher her out. Yes, I bought it. I'm the new owner. You ask a lot of questions. Are you a cop? She frowns, rolling her eyes. No, you know I'm not. Are you an adult? Because you don't sound like one. Well, okay, you're pretty mouthy for a 10-year-old. First of all, I'm 12. She tilts her head and looks up like she just thought of something. Mouthy? Mr. Gray used to say old-timey things like that. Wait, are you two related? Yes, he was my grandfather. He was my granddaddy. I knew it, she says, and her look turns to sadness. In that moment, it's like a different person is standing there. An adult woman with an even older soul. I miss him. He was one of my friends and the smartest person I ever knew. Yeah, I really miss him. He was the best. Hey, so what do you know about Bleakrest House? Fucking children are crazy, bro. Children are wild. Let me, I just want to check that that's working. I also need to reset the Spooks Magoots playlist. That's a strange question. Everyone in town knows the history of the place. No, I mean now. What do you know about the people who live there? She stresses the word people. Ooh. You already met Chastain, but you're not ready to reveal this to Michaela just yet. The lady who owns it, her name is Miss Amanda Chastain, and then there is Mr. Gabriel Jayfield. Her voice takes a sudden drop when she mentions Gabriel. Oh, okay, is there a reason you're telling me about them? Do you know them? Michaela picks up her bike and turns the front towards the door. I have to go now. I'll be back again when the store opens. If you need help, I'm a hard worker, and I know everything about this place. I'm fine with minimum wage. Ever heard of child labor laws, you say? And hold the door open for her. You don't need to be sarcastic. I'm offering my help. She rolls the bike outside and stops just past the threshold. You haven't been here for so long, so here's a piece of advice. Don't trust anyone in this town. Everyone has a motive. Can I trust you then? Michaela says. Michaela smiles. I'm the least of your worries and your only real friend. Have a blessed night. And to you as well. She rides away, the bike wobbly as it starts, leaving you watching her from the edge of the store. It's then that you realize the scent of raw garlic wafting away as she rides. At the corner, she picks up speed and merges into traffic only a few cars away. Was she testing us? With the garlic? Does she know something? I'm wondering if she was, because that... Okay. Maybe she was like Granddaddy's apprentice or something? A few light drops of rain begin to fall, and a thickness hangs in the air. Grey clouds move low across the sky, and it's so humid you struggle to breathe. Returning to the store, you lock the door and feel a sudden need to flip the deadbolt and pull the shades closed. The hair on your arms stamped, and you sit on the cool tile floor with your back to the wall, remaining there until you feel a sense of calmness. Chapter 3. Everyone loves a dinner party. Night is not an absence of light, but in fact it is daytime that is a brief respite from the looming darkness. Guillermo del Toro, The Strain. Marvin Bumpley lives at the epicenter of Jericho Heights, with the largest house on the highest hill. Rumor has it his great-grandfather took over the land from an orphanage that defaulted on a loan. Oh. That first Bumpley, possibly named Gregory, or even just John, converted the existing structure into his home. After the passage of 150 years, the home has been refurbished and renovated into the mansion today known as Bumpley Manor. In all your summers staying with your grandfather, you never made it past the far gate onto the Bumpley property. Whether you cared or not was another story. People treated an invitation to the manor like finding a golden ticket to the chocolate factory. You make it... Oh, ma'am? You make it to the main gate as night descends on Jericho Heights. There's a thick quality to the air, not due to weather or atmosphere. You feel a weight on your skin, so tight you can't sweat. Is it nerves? Maybe. Why though? What's to worry about at a dinner party? When you reach for the gate, something slithers over the top bar. Looking closer, you notice a fat, wet brown worm. It moves along a curved rung and disappears on the opposite side. You grab the handle and recoil as another worm crawls out. It's 6 inches long at least and more plump than the first, with tiny nodules on its back. 2 more worms wriggle near over the bottom of the gate, and then 3 more appear. Ew. Taking a few steps back, you see more worms squirming onto the gate, until all of the black metal is covered in brown worms. Your skin itches and the hair on your neck sticks up. And are you just going to stand there, or are you going in? You spin and spot a woman standing behind you. She's rummaging through a handbag perched precariously on her left knee while she balances on her right leg. That's kind of like worm taint, right? That maybe some like Bane stuff. It makes sense because he's the like he seems big. This guy seems big capitalism, and usually that's where like Bane afflicted humans tend to be like affected. She's very cool. You look back into the gate. No worms, just clear ornate black metal. She pulls out some earrings, hikes the bag on her shoulder, walks around you and opens the gate. Well, come on. You follow after her, still a bit disorientated. The path winds through a carpet of cut grass, outlined in colourful flowers, no taller than the strangely uniform green blades. One side of the lawn has rose bushes, the other a variety of distinct trees and a gazebo. As you near the house, you reach a fountain with 2 cherubs squirting water from their mouths. My name's Lacey Pendleton, by the way. She holds out her hand as she strides around the fountain. She's as tall as you and wearing a white blouse and a navy pencil skirt. Though her tennis shoes contrast with the business look. Not the busyness look. Her light brown hair sits in a bun on top of her head. Was it brown hair? I thought it was red. Kind of looks like a redhead. Minerva Gray. You shake her hand. Lacey comes to a stop. Wait, you're Lucas Gray's grandkid? That's me. Holy hell, what do you know? She says and walks again. She loops one of the earrings through her earlobe. Lucas is a legend around here, to many of us. He didn't take anyone's crap. It's so nice to meet... Wait, sorry, you're here because I wish we could have met under better circumstances. I'm sorry for your loss. Oh, geez, I'm chattering like one of my 6th graders. Oh, so she's a teacher. Thanks, he meant a lot to me. I appreciate you calling him a legend. My grandfather was a legend to you? Why is that? You're not chattering like a 6th grader or at least an 8th grader. Let's be nice. I'm choosing all of, like, the kind-hearted options, and I know it's gonna fuck me up later. How kind-hearted are we? We're going pretty good. Oh, no. Not another bot who's immediately going to get slapped in the face. Oh, I'm getting so quick at it, chat. I'm getting so quick. Okay. Still marketing above average marketing. Lots of customers coming from across Jericho Heights. We do need to get something. We need to get something on the shelves at some point. Okay. Lacey gives you a half-hearted smile. He meant a lot to many of us in town. Say what you want about him, but Lucas stood up for the people in this town. The two of you come to the end of the driveway, below a set of marble steps. The exterior is red brick with stone columns supporting a second-floor balcony. Lights shine from 2 gigantic windows, though royal blue curtains block you from seeing inside. The soft sound of classical music plays in the home. Lacey sits on the steps and takes a pair of black heels out of her oversized handbag. Pencils, lipstick, a tiny notepad, a smartphone, and a Nintendo Switch spill out of the bag onto the ground. Bend and pick up the fallen items for her. Sit next to her. You rob a lost and found box on the way here? Nice chatting with you, but I'm heading for the party. No, you bend down and you help people. Jesus Christ. You gather the pencils and notepad while she picks up the game and lipstick. Thanks, I came right from school and didn't clean up my bag. I'm vice principal of Jericho Heights Middle School. So you're saying that's not your Switch? I didn't say that, she replies with a grin. Okay, she's kind of cool and based, though. She stuffed the items back in her bag and slips off her tennis shoes and socks. Enough about me. How did you gain the privilege of invitation to a Bumpley soiree? I'm wondering the same thing. He came by my grandpa's store and asked a lot of questions. Either it's a genuine display of neighborliness or he has an ulterior motive. I see. Well, this is only the 3rd time I've been here, and it was also for a dinner party. She slips on the high heels. Her shapely calves flex, and you stare until she looks up. Jesus Christ, we're so horny. It's an open bar, and the food's always out of this world. At least you'll leave drunk and well-fed if you want. She reaches into her bag and takes out a compact and a tube of lipstick. An iPhone falls to the ground. Its case displays the gold and crimson colours of the school. She picks it up and puts it back in her handbag. I'm always losing this thing. A breeze blows rose petals across the lawn and onto the driveway. From the direction of the entry gate comes footsteps on gravel and the sound of voices. Lacey applies the lipstick. Sounds like more people are arriving. She returns the lipstick and mirror to her bag. Should we head in? You nod, and the two of you ascend the few steps to the double doors, the classical music and light laughter more prominent now. A man in a formal grey suit who seems to be the butler invites you. Oh my god, he has a fucking butler. What an asshole. You into a 2-story square foyer and straight through a pair of French doors. You're led to a grand hall where Vivaldi's Four Seasons flows from tall speakers in the corners. The room is decorated in patterns of dark colours with gold and pink accents, and Greek and Roman statues. Wood panels coat the ceiling while the walls are covered in embellished covering thicker than paper. This is fucking weird. This is what I call gaudy chic, Lacey says, leaning in with a whisper. Marvin is rich. Fine. This place looks like a mix of designers from London, Italy, Russia, and Japan all got into a fight over who can spend the most and still make it look like a hotel from the 40s. Have you ever wanted... Oh, excuse me. It's because I'm speaking a lot and I'm having trouble like breathing through my nose because I'm a little bit bunged up. Apologies for that, chat. 1 second. Streamer needs to take some more cough syrup at some point. Have you ever wondered why rich people buy all this? Is it to impress other people, or do they actually stand around it and admire it? From an archway comes Mayor Bumpley, wearing a beige suit and bow tie, his greyish-black hair slicked back like a 1920s film star. He's changed out of white gloves for brown. He carries out a silver tray with long-stemmed glasses half filled with white wine. When he sees you, he smiles and strides over. It's so lovely to see you, he calls out as he steps closer. He hands off the tray to his butler. Thank you for coming, Minerva. Thank you for inviting me. You have a beautiful home. It doesn't sound like I had much choice. I'm not stupid enough to pass up on the mayor's request. Quite a place you have here. It looks like the set of a classic horror film. This place is amazing. Any chance I can go to? Let's just be polite right now, please. Mayor Bumpley beams proudly. You're very kind, and you are welcome for the invitation. It is so great to have a new addition to our town. If I can convince more young people to move here, I will be the best mayor in the history of Jericho Heights. Just as you're aware, guests are asked to stay in the grand hall, the patio, the garden, and of course the dining hall. Also, feel free to check with the server if you have any questions on dinner. So is the city paying for this party, or your donors? Or hell, maybe it's just us taxpayers footing the bill. Lacey gives the mayor a mocking smile and slaps his upper arm. Mayor Bumpley smiles courteously. Lacey, it's so wonderful for you to show up. After that town council meeting, I imagine you'd avoid leaving home. He laughs, so Lacey does the same. It's been a while since... Oh, politics, chap, politics. You should rest. It's true. It's true that I should go to EP's. I will probably go to EP's once we finish, like, this next little chapter, I think. I imagine you avoid... It's been a while since I've been to your house, Lacey says, and then puts her hand to her mouth to pretend that she's telling a secret. Or as I call it, the house that Predatory Loans built. They both laugh again, and then you chuckle awkwardly with them. Pardon me, I need to attend to my hors d'oeuvres, Mayor Bumpley says. Reginald, did you put out the quail eggs with caviar? Oh, a lad. Lacey scoffs as the mayor waltzes off to his kitchen. So how's about I give you a rundown on the notable guests here? She points to a tall woman by the kitchen. The Model-S lady in the $5,000 outfit is Martina Lobo. She's a doctor with her own boutique practice, a wellness clinic or something, where they serve wine spritzes after your hot yoga class. Not really, but you get the picture. You look over at an olive-skinned man by the bar. Look, it's a boy. His suit can't hide a lean, toned physique. I'm a little bit worried about this star. Does this mean he's a cop? No, his hair's curly and short on top, though a curl hangs down into his face. His skin color is a deep olive that glows under the light. And him? Who is he? Lacey takes a glass of champagne off a short pyramid display of glasses and drinks half of it. That's Marcus Williams. Comes from one of the richest families in DeKalb County, no matter how much he tries to pretend otherwise. He used to be a deputy sheriff, but got wrapped up in a scandal. Oh, God. Honestly, I don't like spreading rumors, so I'll leave it there. She swallows down the rest of her drink and picks up another glass off the pyramid. She keeps her eyes on Marcus, and you see the hint of a smile. You walk with her along the length of the room until you arrive near the exit to a garden where you see an older man in a sheriff's uniform smoking a cigar. That Clint Eastwood look-alike is Sheriff Raymond Allister, Lacey says. Oh, he knew our grandfather. Says, drinking half of the contents of her glass again. He had part of his lung removed 2 years ago, but he's still smoking like a Texas barbecue. Habits aside, he's a cornerstone of our community. When an angry parent painted an obscene graphic on my Civic, not only did Sheriff Ray find the guy, he made him pay for a paint job for my car and wear a shame sign during a PTA meeting. A shame sign? Lacey wears a self-satisfied smile. It read, I draw penises on cars when I'm angry. Okay, that's kind of funny. She downs the rest of the champagne. I see a parent that I need to talk to over by the hot plates. Catch up with you later, my new friend. She cuts away towards the buffet tables. It's still early in the cocktail hour, giving you time to explore or speak to a guest. Dr. Martina Lobo near the kitchen, Marcus by the bar, Sheriff Ray smoking a cigar in the yard, rooms on the western end of the house, the rooftop deck. I should see all of Jericho Heights from here, including Billycrest House. Let's go talk to the sheriff, because he knew our granddad. The night air holds a slight chill, common in Jericho Heights at this time of year, but it strikes you with a sudden jolt when you step into the garden. The smell of rose and lavender mixed with the pungent aroma of Sheriff Ray's cigar. He stands outside wearing his uniform. As you approach, he puts out the cigar on the stone rim of a fountain. You've heard he's a stern man who appreciates honesty over flattery and has a stern, surly disposition. Hello there. Don't believe we've met. He doesn't extend a hand to shake, nor even look at you. Instead, his eyes stay fixed on Bleakcrest House, the hilltop home down the road from Bumpley Manor. Marv tells me you're Lucas's grandchild. Welcome to the Heights. Thank you, I'm glad to be back. I miss this town. I'm only back for a little while at least, until I figure out what to do with this store. Thanks. I'm running for sheriff, even though I hear it's a shit job. Yeah, I'm only back for a little while. He nods. Haven't been by that store in years. He holds up the extinguished cigar, strikes the head of his lighter and brings the flame to the tip. Once it's burning, he puffs at the end, causing the smoke to billow. You know that place, he asks. Bleakcrest House, you say? Everyone in Jericho Heights knows about knows that house. In the 70s, it was the site of one of the worst series of murders in the country since Henry Howard Holmes. Silas Bleekrest lured his victims to their deaths over the course of a 3-year killing spree, years before law enforcement coined the term serial killer. My grandfather told me it's haunted, but I never believed it. Being part of the sheriff's office, he must know a lot about it. I'd rather hear what he knows about it. I've heard the stories about it, but the murders were a long time ago. New people have moved in and have renovated. I look forward to seeing how it looks. Yeah, my granddad told me it was fucking haunted. Sheriff Ray blows on the end of the cigar, making it flare. It's not haunted by ghosts or some such. It's had its share of ghost stories, though. Some say Silas Bleekrest roams the hilltop. Others believe the spirits of the victims hang around to scare off trespassers. But you don't believe in ghosts? He shakes his head. I only believe in flesh and blood. Ever been to Bleekrest House? Once. I had quite an experience there. What? Okay. That's interesting. He turns to you for a moment, his eyes growing wider. Oh? You swallow hard. I haven't told this story in years. It was my birthday. I was in Jericho visiting my grandfather. I happened to be hanging out with my 2 friends. You probably know them, Sarah Morelli and Adam Bain. Sheriff Ray shrugs. I know the families. Go on. We were all hanging about near Bleekrest Hill, right outside the cemetery gates when Salem, we call her that now, but her name's Sarah. Well, she dared Adam and me to run through the graveyard. After we did that, we kept one-upping each other, until finally she dared us to go to Bleekrest House. Not even just inside, but she wanted us to go to the basement, where he, did, his workshop. You swallow hard again. Yeah, that's what people called it. The house was locked and boarded. And I refused to go in. It wasn't right to break in, and I was raised not to break the law. And I told them I'd only go in if we all did, but that wouldn't stop me. I told them I'd only go in if we all did, yeah. You continue. They both agreed. We searched the outside of the house, each going on our own to find a way inside of it. I went to the right, past a weed garden, and around to a boarded storm cellar. Something told me to check it, and the nails were too weak to hold the door shut. Not sure if the cellar had a way into the main house. I climbed down the steps. I wasn't much for breaking and entering, so I forgot to keep the door open. Once it fell shut, I was in total darkness. Sheriff Ray lifts his foot, stamps the ground, and twists his leg with the tip of his boot. When he moves his foot, you spot the squished carapace of a bug. Go on. I reached up to the door, to the outside, but it was locked shut. Calling out for my friends did nothing. They couldn't hear me, but I heard something. A noise like soft breathing coming from behind, but it was so dark I could see no one. Nothing. A darkness that wrapped me up and made me feel cold and my skin tight. I stumbled through the room and smelled wet earth and something else. Old, stale, and pungent. Someone was in the room and I could sense their presence. Your hands feel clammy and you're breathing fast. So fast it's hard to catch it. Your vision blurs and blackness creeps in from the corners. You take several deep breaths and feel the cool evening air fill your lungs. You alright? Sheriff Ray asks. Yeah, I just haven't told that story in years. You take another deep breath and your vision clears. Past holds a lot of power over us. Stores our fear, our guilt, our passions. Releasing them into the present can have unpredictable effects. That's very true. Just telling you about my past has rattled me. He smirks. Why don't we finish this story another time? Dinner's almost ready. Yep, good idea. Talk to you later. You turn toward the house and head inside, catching Sheriff Ray's waving hand in the reflection of the window. A woman strides into the hall with a grey power suit and purple headscarf, and the other guests all turn around and greet her like the Queen of England. She smiles and waves at her court. I didn't know Kendra Clark was coming, one guest says. She reported on Monroe Duncan's disappearance. I can't believe she's still missing after all this time. I'm just glad this is an adults-only party. Clark. Is this Michaela's mum? God, this is an adults-only party. Oh yeah, her daughter is such a weird child. Michaela may be a bit eccentric for her age, but she's not that bad. This is the first you're hearing about a missing person in Jericho. Oh, the grandfather clock shows you're halfway through the cocktail hour, giving you time to speak with other guests or look around the manor. Lacey has appeared on the balcony overlooking the grand hall. Next you walk to... Oh, where should we go next? We could talk to Michaela's mom. We could talk to Lacey again. We could go and talk to one of these 2 guys. I kind of want to talk to Lacey. She's kind of cool. Seeing Lacey alone, you climb the grand staircase to the 2nd floor and make your way to her. She has her phone in her hands and strokes the screen angrily with her finger. Can't get this stupid thing to work, she says, tilting the phone and swiping the screen. What's that? She shows you the phone where a video image of a room flickers in and out and an X pops over the display. It's a monitor for my home so I can see my daughter Jenna while I'm out. It's not that I don't trust a nanny, but it gives me peace of mind. try to get it to work if you want me to take a look. Sure, give it a go. Just don't post on my Facebook or something, she says and hands over her phone. You take the phone and examine the app, Dwelling. After a quick view of the settings, you download the latest update, make a change for the app to auto-update. Switching to the feed of her home, you see a clear, crisp video of a toddler playing with a tea set. Next to her sits an old woman on a bed. She reaches towards the girl, but her wrist ends in a sharp stub. You hand the phone back to her. I got it to work. She snatches the phone excitedly. You're awesome. Damn, can you come to my house and fix the rest of my life? What was even wrong with the phone? It wasn't the phone, just the app settings. Is that woman her grandmother or a nanny? Lacey stares at the screen, swiping wildly. Woman? Huh, what are you talking about? Oh, you look over her shoulder at the phone. In the frame, the little girl sits alone in the room. There was an old woman on the edge of the bed watching your daughter. She was very old with white hair, wrinkles, and a dark dress. Her right hand was gone. Lacey shoots you a troubled look. What the fuck? It's ghosts time, chat. I don't know if you're delusional or you're drunk or high, but my daughter is being watched by my 70-year-old neighbor, see? A teenager walks into the room with a plate of carrot sticks. What the fuck? Jenna perks up and hands her a teacup. I could have sworn there was a woman there, you say, confused. You feel a shiver run down your back. There's no one there but my daughter and Leah. Lacey shuts off the phone. I'm going downstairs to get a drink. Thanks for fixing my phone. With Lacey gone, you return to the first floor. You check your watch and see the cocktail hour is half over. There's still some time to kill. Who should we talk to, chat? Who should we talk to? So we got Miss Clark, we got Marcus, we got Martina. Who do we think Scarlet Emu? What are we thinking? Okay, we'll go talk to Marcus. You make your way to the wooden bar and slide onto a stool next to Marcus. He holds a glass and rattles the ice cubes inside. His tailored shirt looks too small and tight for his muscular frame, and his naturally black hair looks dark brown in the dim light of the bar area. With his sleeve rolled up, you can see a number of black and grey tattoos peeking out. He turns his head in your direction and offers a courteous smile. Can't wait for dinner to start, he says. I'm not big on appetizers unless it's wings or chicken fingers. Marv only serves rich people apps like avocado rinds and pumpkin seeds. I knew I should have hit up Carter's before this. I haven't been to Carter's in years. Their potato salad was amazing. A bartender steps over to him. Another cranberry juice, sir. Shaken, not stirred. I don't know why I did such a snooty accent for the bartender. And now I've done accents for nobody else. Shaken, not stirred. The bartender points to you. Can I get you anything? You order, and the bartender prepares both drinks and places them in the front of you two. Marcus turns and looks at you like he's trying to figure you out. You look familiar. Do we know each other? We haven't met, but everyone in town seems to know my grandfather, Lucas Gray. He squints his eyes and stares up in thought. I've heard the name, but don't know him. You here visiting him? He passed away and left me his store, Antiques and Oddities. I'm thinking of moving back to town to run it. It'd be tough to visit him. He's dead. No, not really, but let's not talk about him. Let me talk about you. Let's be a sassy little shit. It's funny. Oh shit, seriously? He says. Sorry to hear it. You could be visiting his grave, though. I guess that's true? Not to be morbid, but I suppose it's a possibility. So did you like your grandfather? Did I like my grandfather? Yeah, my grandfather was a dick. A misogynistic, homophobic, racist one. We don't get along. Get to choose who we're born to. So did you and your grandfather get along? We got along for the most part. He was a great guy and I loved him. We didn't always see eye to eye. Towards the end, we didn't even talk. You certainly ask a lot of questions. Wouldn't you rather talk about the weather than my relationship with my grandfather? We'll have to see in a moment. I'm just going to get a sippy. I'm going to get a thing of water. I'll be right back. So many rats. Yeah, we'll say we got along. Marcus turns the stool to face you. You're super lucky then. Not everyone comes close to the family. Anyway, I wish I'd met your grandfather. He smirks and pushes his front curl to the side. If it weren't creepy, I'd offer you a hug. Yeah, that would be creepy, I say with a laugh, keeping things light. A hug would be kind of nice, actually. I'd enjoy a friendly hug. I hug complete strangers all the time. It's a hobby of mine. I'll take a hug if you're offering. Marcus is cute, so why not get a hug? Are you serious? Just keep your hands to yourself. Let's play along, because that's kind of wild. That he just... Marcus smiles. I meant nothing by it. My dog Barney died. He's a himbo. I think he might be a himbo, chat. Died. The only thing that got me to stop crying was a hug from the vet. It's not for everyone, though. One time I offered to hug Tucker's sister when she fell off the top step onto the tilt-a-whirl at the summer fair. Tucker threw a punch at me. He was my ride or die up until then. I had no interest in his sister, aside from giving her a moment of comfort. You think I'd learn my lesson, right? Marcus stares at his watch. We need to go eat soon, or I'm calling in for sandwiches. I'm going to go head to the kitchen and see if I can sneak a drumstick. Good talking to you. See you later. The classical music in the grand hall switches to soft jazz, and dinner party guests start making their way into the dining room to find their seats. The chatter of conversation thins out, though enough people remain at the bar for one last cocktail. Mayor Bumpley hurries through the grand hall past his guests and stops at the glass door to the garden. He knocks to gain the attention of Sheriff Ray, who's been outside since the cocktail hour began. The sheriff nods and enters the house, joins the mayor, and the two move through the double doors of the library, which closes behind them. You head over to... Ooh, Dex Clandestine. Our Dex is fucking abysmal. We have no clandestine. Okay, we'd for sure get caught. Dr. Martina Lobo near the kitchen, Mrs. Clark by the hors d'oeuvres, Sheriff Ray, room on the western end of the house, but that's off limits. The rooftop deck, I can see all Joe Heights from here, including Bleakcrest. Should we go? We could go check out the town, I guess. Let's do the rooftop deck. You climb the grand stairs to the second floor and search along the upper level until you find the door leading up to the roof. Half expecting it to be locked, you're pleasantly surprised to find it open, and you take the narrow staircase to the top. It ends in a rectangular swing door, which you push open and climb out to the furnished deck. Wicker sofas and chairs are set around a tiled area, and off to one side end stands a wooden bar covered in blue canvas. A fire pit sits in the middle of the deck, though it's unlit and cold. Though the whole place looks like an amazing spot for a gathering, you're alone up here. You look out across Jericho Heights in the still night. A few birds fly across the black backdrop of the starless sky. A breeze blows across the rooftop, and with it comes the aroma of the food cooking in the kitchen below. Underlying it comes a scent of something far less savoury, something earthen and old. You were only 6 years old when your grandmother died, but you still vividly remember the smell of the cemetery she was buried. She was buried at Serenity Park, and to this day, whenever you catch that smell from the graves, you grow cold and have a sense of unease. Even now, you feel the need to look over your shoulder every once in a while, as if you're being watched. Then you see it, Bleakcrest House. It stands not so far away, but it seems small and not so imposing as it once did when you were a teenager. Maybe all the stories of your youth piled one on top of the other, until you could no longer see the house for what it was, a crumbling old mansion. As an adult, you know it's only made of wood and stone and brick, the horrors you once imagined are decades in the past. As you walk closer to the edge of the deck, you see a figure standing on the balcony of Bleakcrest House. Could it be Chastain? It was such a strange first meeting earlier today. The figure turns to you as if she knows you're watching her. A sudden feeling creeps over you, something unsettling. You thought you were alone, but with her looking in your direction, it no longer feels that way. You fan yourself to cool down, with the hairs on your arms stand straight up. You swallow hard to clear a dry mouth and you wipe your forehead with the back of your hand. When you look back at the figure, she stands pressed against the stone railing and gives you a slight wave. You recognize her, and it is Chastain. You wave back and smile. Even at this distance, you can see her smiling with her large features, the high cheekbones, and her mouth parted like she's laughing. She turns halfway, leaning with one hand on the stone railing, and looks up at the moon. It draws your gaze to the crescent in the sky. It's only a momentary glance, and when you look back, she's gliding through the glass doors into her home. A chill runs down your back, and you're not sure why. Maybe it's colder out than you thought, but your skin feels warm. Suddenly you feel very alone on this rooftop, and with one final look across Jericho Heights, you return to the party. A bell rings at the front of the Grand Hall. Mayor Bumpley stands before double doors with arms raised like a conductor. Everyone attention, dinner is now served. Please leave your drinks here and follow me inside. The chefs have done an absolutely perfect job tonight. You'll not believe your eyes or taste buds. Oh shit, hell yeah. Adam isn't here yet, which is sad, but oh shit, he is! Never mind. I just read the fucking things. Food, like love, brings out the best and worst in people. 3 food of the quality present in Bumpley Manor's dining room can be likened only to a drug for the way people push and maneuver around one another to be the first to indulge. Though everyone in attendance will be served tonight, no one can seem to wait for Cornish hens and pheasant, pork belly and bacon jam, mange two peas and roasted asparagus, black truffles, fresh-baked pumpernickel bread and other delectables. Fine china, crystal goblets and glasses, and polished silverware set each place around a long table that it could appear in some Victorian palace. As you start your search for a place to sit, you notice Salem and Adam have arrived. She is dressed in a black knit dress with a black lace shawl over her shoulders, and her hair is up in a crown of braids. She stands in front of a place setting already near the middle of the table. Adam wears a dark blue suit with a light blue tie, and looks to be overdressed for the occasion, though you imagine this is what he wore to work. He can't move 5 feet without shaking a hand or greeting someone who positively lights up at his very presence. You're amazed at how quickly the table fills out. You sit next to Adam, next to Lacey, next to Marcus, next to Salem, next to Sheriff Ray. Let's go sit with Adam, because we did invite him here. As Adam rolls into the spot toward the front of the table, you take the seat to the right of him. He lights up a smile and raps his knuckles on the table next to your plate. Hey there, thanks again for inviting me. Sorry I'm late. My father had me working on a new client setup. It took way longer than I expected to go through a year's worth of receipts. She's been doing her own taxes for years, and I get the impression she's only showing me a small fraction of her wealth. I'm just glad I made it before dinner started. Is that? Could that be Chastain? Because if she's a Toreador and she's been alive for so long, it might be that she can't really, you know, show taxes all the time. You're here now, and that's all that matters. Adam is a great friend. I'm happy to spend more time with him. Tell the truth. You just wanted to make a big entrance, so you arrived late. I love to joke around with Adam. So who is the big client? Late for a first date. Don't worry, I forgive you. I can't help but flirt with him. You don't have to blame your father. I know how hard you work and the pressure you put on yourself. Tell the truth. You just wanted to make a big entrance. Adam lets out a quick chuckle. You know me too well. Nothing gets by you, my friend. Before you can answer, Mayor Bumpley enters the room. Attention everyone, dinner is served. Our first course is a tasting plate of soups. An elegant vegan spring pea soup, a coconut prawn soup, and a chilled gazpacho. The pasta course will be roasted beef casanzai with brown butter and poppy seeds. Holy shit, this sounds so fucking good. Finally, the pheasant will be out as our third course. I know you're all waiting for it. Please save your applause for the end of the night. Just a bit presumptuous, but I like his swagger, Adam says. 2 columns of white-gloved servers parade out of the kitchen with wooden trays or soup bowls in each hand, and deliver them in front of each guest. The mayor raises his hands at the head of the table. I suggest you start from left to right, with the pea soup first and progressing to... Shouting from the grand hall interrupts the rest of the speech. The door swings wide and in walks a young woman in a sheriff's uniform. This is a private party, officer. You can't go in there, Butler says, and tries to block her path. She walks around him but stops to hold up her hand. I am not an officer. I'm Deputy Sheriff Meyer, and I need to speak to Sheriff Raymond right now. Okay. The sheriff hangs his head like he's trying to hide from her, but the deputy spots him, and I get the feeling that she's like... She's like a cop. Like, either she isn't from Jericho Heights originally, and she's trying to, like, make it a lot more of a big deal, even though it's just like a small town, and she's really trying too hard. That's the kind of vibe that I'm getting from Maya right now. I need to speak to Sheriff Raymond right now. The sheriff hangs his head like he's trying to hide from her, but the deputy spots him and heads straight over. She holds another clipboard and slams it on the table next to Sheriff Ray, rattling the glassware and soup bowls. April, this better be damn good with you interrupting us. He drops his spoon in the prawn soup, which splashes broth onto the tablecloth. Sir, we have a credible report of a missing person. He's 17 years old and hasn't been seen in 6 hours. Sir, I found something. She sews in the clipboard. As their conversation turns to whispers, you're too far away to hear. Deputy Meyer shows no emotion but has an intensity in her delivery. Sheriff Ray sits back and his eyes grow and become tight. He stands and tosses his cloth napkin on the table. The man marches over, frazzled and angry. What is the meaning of all this? I'm trying to throw a party. Sorry, Ma, I've got to go. Thanks for the soup. All a bit too salty for my taste. Sheriff Ray steps away from the table and walks to the Grand Hall with Deputy Meyer close behind. Dinner ends shortly after the interruption. The mayor's staff scramble to provide platters for people to take home, but after the news spreads of the missing teenager, Tyler Sanders, many guests lose their appetite. You're one of the last to leave, and on your way out, you find an iPhone in the driveway as Gold and Crimson Taste tells you Lacey lost it again. You'll make a point to return it to her tomorrow. You walk Adam to his car and help him get inside. From here, you can see hand controls on the steering wheel, allowing him to drive. He gives you a ride home and says he'll give you a call tomorrow. Hell yeah! That's the similar sort of thing that I want to get when I can finally get, like, a car. Like a disabled car. That would be... because there's a scheme in Britain that lets you, get a car, like, on a scheme if you're disabled. Or it helps you with, like, financing it. And it would be super cool. I still need to learn fully to drive, though. He gives you a ride home and says he'll give you a call tomorrow. You arrive home just after 9 o'clock. On the way inside, something feels wrong. You hear faint, wet footsteps. Someone else is inside. You waste no time and rush upstairs, following the faint tracks. The large footprints go lighter as you track them across the second floor and into your bedroom. You push the door open as slowly as possible and feel a stiff breeze thrown through the room. Your heart skips a beat as you walk inside. No one's there. A window is wide open and one of the heavy curtains rustles in the wind. A dresser drawer sits slightly open and one of your suitcases, not yet unpacked, has been moved a few inches to the right. Otherwise, the room is as you left it. Has someone been here? Oh, we got experience points, chat. We got experience points. Let's fucking go. Okay. We got 18 experience. So we could go for... So we would be able to get a third if there was any that were at 2. So we can get maybe like I was thinking the second in charisma. And maybe we put the rest into like funky skills. Let's see. Let's get charisma to rank 2. We have 8 more experience that we can spend on skills. An automatic is pretty simple to learn. Yeah, I really want to learn to... I think automatic would be a lot better for me. Because I was learning on a manual for the longest time. And it was really not like... It was really hard for me to get the idea of like the gearbox. It was really, really difficult for me. Because I need like stuff to be like laid out in a sense of like, what does each thing on the gearbox do and when do I need it? Like, do I need this? Like, do I need to go into 1 when I'm going around corners, when I'm slowing to a stop? Like, give me... But my teacher just didn't seem to get that. Right, let's have a look. We could do some... So we got intimidation, clandestine, leadership, subterfuge. Do you want to be better at lying? Or inspiring people? Do we want to be a cheeky little liar, chat? Or do we want to get some money? I did a lot of manual. I find it annoying with my legs too long. Yeah. I think I do want to learn on like an automatic. Let's put some into subterfuge, and then we can save the rest for later. The story continues. Chapter 4: Nature and Demeanor. Do you know what it means to be loved by death? Do you know what it means to have death know your name? Anne Rice, interview with the vampire. Shrugging off the implications of someone possibly breaking into your home, you will yourself asleep. Thankfully, you have a restful night. With all of the work to do around the house and the store, it's clear that you need your energy. In the morning, you wake up feeling restored and ready to face the day's challenges. Now that you're up, you dig through your unpacked boxes you bought from Chicago. Inside one labeled Home Security, you find a number of wireless video cameras and security devices. You wire the house and store with door and window sensors that send a text notification if breached. You set up motion detectors in numerous rooms and additional cameras with 24-hour recording along the perimeter of the entire property. If someone breaks into your home again, this will catch them. The report of the missing teenager last night at dinner has left you unsettled. Jericho Heights is a relatively small town, and you can't imagine how a teen can go missing, let alone a member of the high school's varsity wrestling team. Sure, there's still the disappearance of Monroe Duncan, but that was years ago. Okay, this is a name that we keep hearing. Monroe Duncan. And Michaela's mum maybe reported on it or something? Or was investigating it? I don't know. Your cynical side can't help but consider the worst possibility, that every hour he remains missing lowers the chance of him being alive. Helix slept by your feet the whole night, and when you rise, she hops off the bed and follows you downstairs. After you feed her, she slinks off to another part of the house, most likely to sun herself. You move into the living room for prayers, with sunlight coming through the main window. You've come to know this is the perfect spot to commune with the Omnissiah. Yes! Break out the senses and the sacred canticles of activation, bitches. Prayers take a short time, and as always, you feel like the day just got better. As you pass by the front door, you notice a note on the floor. To the new store owner, my name is Q Lan Lamfan, and I am inquiring about continuing my position as realtor clerk at Antiques and Oddities. Mr. Lucas Gray hired me 6 days prior to his untimely passing. Though my time in your establishment was short, I learned the product catalog, store layout, and ordering system. I accept the same pay rate of $8 per hour plus commission and can start at any time. You may text me through www.freetexter3285433 to let me know your answer. Yours truly, Lamb. After a short breakfast, you head into the store. At 7, you see the people line stretching around the corner for the grand opening. Oh shit, we got nothing on the fucking shelves. You scramble to make final arrangements before opening the store, adjusting products and shelves, making change available in the cash register, getting a book of receipts ready, and sweeping the floor and dusting off the shelves. Finally, at 7:30, you open the doors. Antiques and Oddities is open for business. You find the first 2 hours of your grand opening nothing short of chaos. You make several sales within the first few minutes of opening, as people are excited that your grandfather's store is back in business. Unfortunately, you have barely enough product to meet the demand, and people wander out of the store without making a purchase. It's a flurry of activity, and you're excited to see your marketing efforts pay off. By 10 o'clock, the store is empty of the initial rush, and you have your first break. On their way out, a few people mention how remarkable the store looks. They point out improvements and repairs you made. You're sure it will have a positive effect on your store's image. +1 influence, let's go. When you finally have a moment... Oh, who the fuck's this guy? When you finally have a moment to breathe, you check your sales. Subtotal $750. Nice. Since you don't have a credit card reader yet, your sales are all in cash. You hear an alert on your phone indicating a bank deposit. While living in Chicago, you helped develop a brain teaser and puzzle app for a tech startup. Though your involvement was minimal, you provided an early set of problem-solving and memory challenges. When the app took off, you were surprised to receive monthly royalties, which continues to this day. You check your balance, and sure enough, it totals $3,504. 1 second. Let's check. Wait, please. Why won't you let me? There we go. Okay. How much money we got? We got a lot of fucking dollar. Damn, son. While checking your bank account, the front door opens once again. In walks a tall man, well over 6 feet, though he has a rounded back like he's constantly ducking not to hit his head. He has dark hair, but as he walks under a light, it seems to vanish, revealing its thinness. Something about him tells you he's much older than most people would assume. Good morning, he says in a refined accent. You can't quite place. Maybe New England? How wonderful it is that the store is open again. I worried it would just water away, but here it is again, alive and vibrant, with fresh blood at the helm. He smiles with his lips tightly closed, sucking his teeth. Thank you for coming in. Is there something I can help you with? I hope to make a good impression on all my customers. That's just the mood I'm going for. Alive and vibrant. I can't help but be a smart ass. But it's the morning. He's coming here in the day. So I'm wondering maybe Finblood? Or Ghoul? I suppose you're familiar with the store in the form Roma. His odd approach has me curious. Feel free to look around and let me know if you have any questions. I don't have time to waste, so just hit to chat. Let's try to make a good impression. The man looks around the store, craning his neck without moving his body, sort of like an owl. You can definitely help me, but we can get up to that later. First, there is a little matter of introductions. I am Gabriel J. Field. Oh, he's the other one up at the manor. Okay, so maybe so he could be kindred, he could be a thin blood, he could be a ghoul. Maybe. And I know you are Minerva, grandchild of Lucas. He bows to you. A brief flash of white fills your field of vision. A slow-moving image builds in your mind of a younger Gabriel walking through a cemetery. He comes to an open fresh plot with a coffin next to it and its gravestone, Harriet J. Field, 1901 to 1972. The image lasts a split second and blinks away. So you knew my grandfather, you ask? I knew him quite well. We were business associates. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's fucking true. He never mentioned me. He places both hands on the store counter and you notice clean, manicured fingernails with rounded edges, but pointy in the middle. He notices you stare and curls his fingers. You shake your head. Sorry, your name has never come up, but I haven't spoken to my grandfather in several years. You have a popular podcast, right? New Heights. Maybe I can get him to mention the story in this new episode. You know, he never did, and I'm beginning to think the old guy kept a lot of secrets. I'm sorry to say he never did, but it's great to meet old friends of his. I'm beginning to think the old guy kept a lot of secrets. Listen, always gotta be hustling, chat. Let's ask about the podcast. He bows his head for a long moment. You're correct. It is more a hobby than an occupation, but many of our fine town listen to it. We enjoy speaking about current events in the community. I encourage you to listen to learn more about the place you will come to know as your home. So I've heard you live at Bleakrest House, you ask. Is that true? His eyes widen, almost as if he's proud of the recognition. Why, yes. My business partner and I purchased Bleakrest House, as the townspeople call it, over 5 years ago. The two of you have already met, I believe. She paid you a visit the other night. Yes, it was great to meet her. I look forward to speaking to her again. I met her briefly, but it was odd. She seemed to want me to forget we ever met. You mean the other night when she showed up and unexpectedly pushed her way in? I met her briefly, but never got the sense of why she wanted to meet me. Do you have any idea? Let's do the forget thing. That's fucking funny. He chuckles and then clicks his teeth off before saying, Amanda is quite the prankster. She has a very dry sense of humor. Oh, that's such fucking bullshit. I often don't get her jokes, but I assume she was just using it to break the ice, as the saying goes. Fucking bullshit, bro. There is a subtle tone to his voice, and a way he darts his eyes that tell you he's covering a lie. You think she was just joking around? Are you sure I didn't upset her in some way? He shakes his head. Trust me, she plays similar jokes on me all the time. Don't think anything of it, except that she only jokes with those she has taken a liking to. So is that a lie that he's using to cover it? Or is he, like, sprinkling in some of the truth in that maybe she uses her powers on him a lot? Or tries to? Interesting. You get the same sense of him covering up the truth. Instead of pushing the issue, you move on with the conversation. Gabriel pulls... Having high insight in this is actually proving to be very useful. Gabriel pulls away from the counter and walks in a short circle around the store. He leans over to stare at a crystal pendant and returns to the counter. Not much on the shelves as of yet. You frown. I'm working on it. I'm just getting started in here. But expect to have everything set up soon. Well, I should be going. You clearly have a lot of work to do, so I will leave you to it. Gabriel taps his hands on the counter. Before I go, I would like to ask for you to sell me something. When your grandfather ran the store, there was a rare figurine I came to adore but never purchased. It had a platinum base with quartz and emerald. I would like to buy it now. You pull up the store's records on your laptop and sure enough, you see a note about an order from Gabriel. Yep, looks like my grandfather set that aside for you. I have it here if you'd like it today. Yes, I would like that. He draws a leather wallet from his pants and counts out $600 in crisp bills. I hope you don't mind Benjamin Franklin's. Please send the item to my home. You certainly have the address. No problem, you say. Write up a receipt for him. Thank you for your purchase. For the first time, you see Gabriel throw back his head and laugh. He waves his hand dismissively. I am the one to thank you. Good luck with your grand opening. I will certainly return as a customer. Good day to you. Have a good day, you say, and watch him leave the store, his long legs striding down the street until he disappears from view. Ooh, who is he, chat? Who is he? No sooner has Gabriel left that you see Michaela show up outside your store. She rides in fast, wheels screeching to a halt, and jumps off her bike. Throwing open the door, she runs to your counter. Are you okay? He was just here. He was in your store. And did he do anything to you? Did he hurt you? She speaks in rapid bursts, barely taking breaks to breathe. Breathe, Michaela, breathe. Everything is fine. Just take a moment. Whoa, slow down before you pass out. Seriously, you're too young to have high blood pressure. Are you talking about Gabriel? Why are you so worried about him? I don't have the time to whatever you're talking about. Why don't you get back to work? Yeah, kid, chill. I'm fine, thank you, she interrupts, sucking in air and swallowing it. After several moments of concentrating on her breath, she regains her focus. That person who was just in here is not who you think he is. I mean, he's not a normal person. You're not making any sense. Seriously, why don't you sit down and compose yourself and then... Vampires live here, she shouts. You blink hard as you stare at her. You can tell she believes what she's saying. Okay, slow down. Take a moment to think through what you want to say. How do you know there are vampires in town? What proof do you have? I can tell you for a fact he's not a vampire. Though Gabriel may be a vampire, I say this to calm her fears. He might be something supernatural, but he's not a vampire. We're going with the pressing X doubt on this whole supernatural nonsense thing. So we're gonna be like, chill. She takes a deep breath and shakes out her arms. Okay, so I've been watching Mr. Jayfield and Miss Chastain for a long time now. I know for a fact Miss Chastain is a vampire. I'm not sure sorry about Gabriel, because he can walk around in the daytime. I just want you to be careful and know who you're letting into your store. So why are you telling me this? Of all the people in town, why tell me? Or do others know? She scoffs and pushes back from the counter. I've tried to tell people, but no one believes me. Only one person believed me, or at least tried to believe me, but he's gone now, and you're here. Has to be you. Mr. Lucas had to go so you could come here and help me do what needs to be done. And what's that? You have to help me kill the vampire. You have to help me kill Miss Chastain. Thank you for bringing this to me. I believe you, and I need to figure out the next step. Okay. I knew something was off about her. I'm going to take care of things, but you can't be involved. It's too dangerous. There's a very serious thing you're asking me to do. This girl's obviously troubled, so I need to play along for now. Listen to me very carefully. There are no such thing as vampires. I need to convince her. What exactly makes you think Amanda Chastain is a vampire? Let me see if I can figure out. Like, we're gonna try to understand. Michaela leans over the counter and grips the edge, the tops of her fingers turning white. I've seen what she does. I've seen her inside people's homes at night. Have you seen all this? Do you have any proof? Like a video on your phone or a photo? She shakes her head. I've tried, but the last time I took a video of her, it disappeared off my phone. Does that mean... Could she be La Sombra? Does Chastain know that you know about her? Why are you still alive? Wouldn't she drink your blood? Or maybe not, because our granddad had a photo of her, and that was fine. So maybe it's something different? Could be a ritual of some kind? I know there's blood sorcery stuff. Does Chastain know that you know about her? Why are you still alive? Wouldn't she just drink your blood? She shrugs. Maybe she doesn't know about me, or maybe it's because of my mum. She's a reporter and Amanda's afraid she'll put something in the newspaper about her. I really don't know, but you can ask Miss Chastain if you're that curious. Michaela pulls back from the counter and places it in front of it. Can I help you with something else? Maybe we can go talk to your mother together. I know they took Tyler. He's not missing. He's gone. Michaela crouches and hugs her body. You walk from around the counter and approach her. Is there anything I can do for you? A glass of water. Tyler, you mean Tyler Sanders? So that's what this is all about. She's so upset about missing team, she's created this fantasy to deal with it. Like, I'm sorry about Tyler, but I can't help you. You need to talk to your mum or even go to the sheriff's office. Maybe they can help. What do you mean they took Tyler? How do you know that? I knew Tyler. He tutored me in maths for a few months. He's a really good guy. Volunteers at church, and he's on the wrestling team, she says. He's not the type of guy to go missing, but Tyler was on the podcast last week. What was he doing on the podcast? She stands and paces again. He's some kind of progeny. He plays the violin like nobody's business. You mean prodigy, like a musical prodigy? Yeah, that's... she snaps her fingers. Yeah, that's it. He was playing the violin on that stupid podcast. Miss Chastain was all into it. It was creepy, and now he's missing. Oh, I know she took him. If you really think she took him, then we need to tell somebody, like your mother. She turns and yells, no, don't get my mom involved. She takes a deep breath and blows it out hard. She puts on a smile and fixes her t-shirt. You're right. I'm upset about Tyler. I just need to blame someone, but it's wrong. I should go now and get home. I have to wash Carl off my dog and do some soccer drills. It was good seeing you again. Bye, Michaela. With that, she walks out of your store and climbs on her bike. She glances back at you and the worry returns to her face as she rides away. Oh, oh gosh. Oh, no. feel like it'd be so weird to be like, immediately like, I will help you murder this woman. That feels crazy. Sorry, I just took a big bite of food. Your first 2 days in Jericho Heights have not been what you expected. But it's obsessed with the arts ones. Yeah, Toreador. Toreador, the Clan of the Rose, are the ones who are obsessed with, like, art and artists and stuff. But it could also be Ventrue, because Ventrue have very specific tastes. Like, it'll be like, oh, I can only have a munch on somebody who knows how to play the violin, for instance. Or I can only eat hot people, that kind of thing. It's kind of funky, but yeah. This is not the town you once knew, and now you're dealing with a child who believes in vampires. You glance around the store, which has been empty of customers for a while now. Since you're the only one been in the Heights for 2 days, you really want to check out the town and catch up with new and old friends. Closing the shop for a while won't matter. You move into the living room for prayers. Afterwards, you start on your way to your first stop to see Adam. For the Omnissiah! We love the Omnissiah! Adam's office is only a short walk away down Red Tree Road and sits on a quiet street surrounded by residential homes and a row of elm trees. The front of the store has one long window with black letters spelling out Bain & Sons Accounting. On the other side of the window sit several workers, Adam, his brother Seth, and their mother Anna. Each one is working with the client, and only Adam acknowledges you as you step inside. You cross the short room to the wooden bench in a narrow waiting area, close to his desk. Mr. McRae, the IRS has no reason to call your phone. I can tell you with 100% certainty no one from the FBI is coming to arrest you for unpaid taxes. Keep in mind you are mostly retired from your plumbing business and only earn a small amount from ad hoc work. Your income is not on the IRS's radar. Adam speaks in a deeper voice than you're used to, presenting a tone of authority and confidence. Mr. McRae licks his lips and leans over the front of the desk. So far, his long, straight, grey beard touches the surface. His grey hair looks white under the iridescent lights. I hear what you're saying, but the fella told me he knew all my bank account figures and was sending me my file over to the FBI in Chicago unless I settled up over the phone. Trust me, you have nothing to worry about. If anyone from the IRS or the FBI or any other agencies contact you, feel free to give them my number. Don't say a word to these people otherwise and don't pay them a cent. Mr. McRae smacks his lips and ends with a frown. Is your father around? Maybe I should ask him. He stands and looks down over Adam, clearly eyeing his wheelchair. Oh, what a prick. Sitting there, listening, you suppress the urge to interject. My father is in a meeting across town, Adam says, his tone betraying a sense of annoyance. He will tell you the same thing I'm telling you. Mr. McRae folds his arms over his chest. Now don't get all pissy with me, boy. I don't appreciate the tone of your voice. Adam's mother leans back in her chair and looks over, a look of concern on her face. Adam stammers, his cheeks turn blotchy and red. I'm sorry, but I just want you to understand. Someone in your condition shouldn't be getting all riled up. Tell your dad I'll give him a ring later. As Mr. McRae turns to leave, Say to Mr. McRae, excuse me, sir, you don't know me, but I can tell you Adam is an exceptional accountant and everything he's telling you is accurate. Say to Mr. McRae, you're a really rude man. Adam is trying to stop you from getting scammed. You don't deserve his help. Say to Mr. McRae, so you think the IRS and FBI are coming after a semi-retired plumber in this insignificant town? Try to convince Mr. McRae that the phone call was a scam. Sir, may I have a moment of your time? Charisma persuasion. I kind of don't want to step in on Adam's job. Say to Adam in a loud voice, Adam, do you have to deal with a lot of assholes like that all the time? Okay, I don't want to, like... Say to Adam after Mr. McRae leaves, I don't know how you managed to sit calm with him. I don't know how to get through to people that just can't see reason. Yeah. Mr. McRae walks out of the front door of the office. Yeah, fuck him. He could get scabbed by the FBI. I don't give a shit. If he's not going to listen to Adam, who's being the best fucking accountant this side of, I don't know, bumfuck nowhere, then that's on him. Mr. McRae walks out of the front door of the office and passes by the glass window to a pickup truck outside. Adam nods to you. Thanks. He's a tough man to deal with, that's for sure. His cheeks turn rosier, and he turns and types at his computer. His body language tells you he's embarrassed. I would have lost my temper. You showed great restraint and handled that better than anyone else could. Adam sighs and shrugs. I've had a lot of practice. My father grew this business, so a lot of his long-term clients only want to deal with him. When Seth graduated and joined the firm, it took a while for him to build his base of clients. It took a few years before Dad felt comfortable transitioning some of his own clients over to Seth. Same thing is happening with me. Some clients feel slighted that my father moved their accounts to me. Seth stands from his desk and steps over to Adam. To hell with that guy. He's always been such a bastard. I can't stand him or his sons. Sorry he treated you like that. The two brothers look a lot alike. Seth is older and thinner, and his hair hangs long and in a ponytail. They both resemble their father, Daniel, who was always regarded as the Jericho Casanova. At least that's how it was when you were a kid. In the last summer you spent visiting your grandfather, one of Daniel's affairs services which almost ended his marriage. The marriage continued, and so did the affairs. Anna looked the other way and threw her attention harder into the business. Daniel's lies got better, and the wheels kept turning. Seth returns to his desk, and Adam rolls out from behind his own. Feel like taking a walk, he asks you? I need some air to clear my head. You and Adam stroll down Red Tree Road, away from the accounting office and into the shade of the elm trees lining the sidewalk. The temperature is almost perfect today, though you notice sweat on Adam's brow. He always ran hot, even as a kid. He once passed out from heat stroke during the stretch of the 100-degree weather when you were about 13. As you reach the corner, Adam cuts up the cross street. All these years of me complaining that there's no way for me to get down into the street, and nothing ever happens. He pushes his wheelchair back 20 feet to ride down the ramp of the driveway, and then backtrack to the crosswalk to stay on Red Tree Road. At the next corner, the sidewalk is still not sloped, but raised 2 or 3 inches. He pops up the front wheels, but struggles to make it up the curb. I grab the back oh, no. No. If you learn nothing else from this stream chat, know that if you see a disabled person struggling, or like somebody in a wheelchair or anything at all, do not just grab their grab their chair. Do not touch their baby. That's fucked. What you do is you do ask instead of, like, always ask, and if they say no, like, be like, okay, and respect that. 'Cause a lot of it's very, if you grab the back of somebody's wheelchair and you just push them somewhere, it is so not only dehumanizing, but it's like it registers like such a loss of autonomy. Of like, oh yeah, somebody could just grab me and take me anywhere they want, and it's awful. But you always ask, like, politely, like, oh hey, do you need a hand? If they say no, you say, oh okay, no problem, and move on with your day. Don't like insist, don't like touch their you know, their like wheelchair or their mobility aid or anything like that. Just, you know, be cool about it. So we will be doing this one, but we've also got, you've got a lot of tricks with that thing, and say joking around. It's impressive how you navigate around town. I give you a lot of credit. Adam shakes his head. No, but thanks for asking. The worst is when people just assume I need help and jump right in without asking. I can do most things myself, and if I do need help, I'll ask. He rocks the chair until the 2 back wheels hop onto the curb. That makes sense. The 2 of you continue on the sidewalk for another block before turning down Elmwood Street. A doctor's office, a craft store, and a coffee shop all line the street. Farther down is Ginger's garden, where dozens of potted plants and colourful flowers sit out in the front of the store. Outside of it, a man in a long apron unravels a garden hose and waves at Adam as he spots him. Hi, Jameer, Adam says, releasing one wheel to wave. How's it going, Jameer? Jameer turns on the faucet. Water trickles from the end of the hose. Better hurry up, he says with a smile. Something hides in that smile. And when he looks away, his deep-set eyes stare off in the distance. You and Adam pick up the pace and pass the store. Jameer twists the faucet and water sprays out across the sidewalk and onto the flowers. Once you pass, Adam's wheels closer to you and whispers, Poor guy Jameer came here about 10 years ago as a war refugee from South Sudan. Saw all sorts of bad stuff. You glance over your shoulder at Jameer and bump into Adam's wheelchair. That's horrible. Yeah, he's a good guy though. Well, if there are any loud noises like fireworks or something, don't make fun of him. I would never, you reply. Adam nods and changes the subject. So have you heard any news about the missing teen? Nothing since last night. Adam shakes his head. There's something going on in this town. I'm getting super worried. What are you worried about? You and Adam turn down an alley back toward the accounting office. Just forget I said anything. I hope they find Tyler. Finish your thought. You can't leave me hanging like that. Adam takes a deep breath. I just think that a lot of events in the city are all tied together. First, Monroe Duncan goes missing. Now Tyler. There have been other happenings in Jericho that you don't know about since you've been away. What other events are happening? You're starting to sound like a conspiracy theorist. People go missing all the time in Chicago. Jericho Heights is not immune to missing people just because it's a small town. No, small towns are like a lot, a lot less. I don't know if they're connected or not, but I just hope they find both of them. I've witnessed a few strange things since I've gone back to Jericho Heights. Whatever events. Let's press. Adam squirms in his seat. It's too much to go into now. Let's just say missing people is the tip of the iceberg. Oh shit, we're gonna crack this case wide open, chat. It's too much to go into now. Let's just say missing people is the tip of the iceberg. Now that you're back, keep your eyes open. I have a feeling you'll see what I mean. I'm being super vague right now, you say. You have to give me some specifics. The two of you take the last turn back down Red Tree Road, and you once again see the sign for Bain & Sons Accounting. Adam swallows hard and hesitates before speaking. I know this sounds crazy, but a few weeks ago I saw something I can't explain. See, after my accident, my dad converted our den to a bedroom for me. So on this particular night, my parents were out of town, and Seth was spending a few nights at our house while he was getting his roof repaired. I heard footsteps upstairs, but I knew Seth was asleep. He always gets up super early and falls asleep by 10. But I'm a night owl. Someone else was upstairs. You and Adam stop outside of the office. Then the glass window, his mother beckons him in. Blah, blah, blah. Please tell me you're going to finish your story, before you have to go back to work. He holds up his hand to his mother, indicating 1 more minute. When he turns back to you, his left eye twitches and he's breathing faster. So Seth was upstairs asleep and someone else was walking around. There were light steps and seemed to glide across the floor. It's an old house with lots of weak floorboards and I barely heard a creak. I must have sat at the bottom of the stairs for an hour listening, waiting, afraid. I still remember my heart beating. I was covered in sweat. I didn't know who was up there, but for some reason I was terrified. You've never seen Adam like this before, and whether or not you believe the story, he believes it. So what happened? Could you see anything from the bottom of the stairs? Did you hear anything else? He lowers his head, takes in a few deep breaths, and lets out slowly. I did see someone. At the top of the stairs, we have a spare room that is barely ever open. Mum wanted to make it into a sewing room, but it just became a big storage closet. For some reason the door was open, and on the back of it is a full-length mirror. Maybe the wind blew it open? I don't know, but I saw a reflection. It was after midnight and completely dark, but in the moonlight hall I could see a figure stepping across the hallway. I think it was a woman in a long red dress. Just when I caught a glimpse of her, she moved away in a blur. It was the damnedest thing, and for days I replayed that moment in my mind, questioning whether it was a figment of my imagination or if it was real. I would have been freaked out and questioning everything, so I can't blame you. Do you ever talk to your brother about what happened? Adam turns his chair toward the store, but waits to enter. He was sick the next day. Pale, tired, cold. We took him to see Dr. Lobo, and she diagnosed him with acute anemia. Oh, the speed! It's the fucking Toreador! It's Amanda. She told him to eat a steak for a few days in a row and come back for a follow-up. But it doesn't make sense. It's not like he was injured or even had a nosebleed, but he was drained? So what was it, or who was it? Look, I don't know. I gotta go. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for the walk. Adam heads into the office, and you turn and walk away, still thinking of the story he just told you about the woman in the red dress. As you reflect on the past few days in New Jericho, you feel excited. There's something going on in this town. I want to learn all I can about it. Unsettled and concerned. I'm worried about my friends and the people of Jericho Heights. Skeptical. I don't believe in any big bad evil lurking at night in Jericho Heights. There has to be a logical explanation for what happened to Adam's brother. Contemplative. If something's going on here, how can I use it to my advantage? This is kind of creepy. The vision of the Jericho Heights from your childhood is slowly shattering. Tyler Sadness went missing last night, and now you hear about Adam's brother. You're worried about someone breaking into your home last night, and you can't stop thinking about Adam and Salem, and people you've just met like Michaela, all the people at the dinner party. Someone is preying on the people of Jericho Heights. You make your way home to check on the store, feed Helix, and get a bite to eat. Waiting for you outside is a young man in a blue button-down shirt and grey pants. Oh shit! Hello! Sorry, I closed the shop for a few minutes, you say, unlocking the door. Is there anything I can help you with? He holds out his hand to you. I am Lam Fun. Lam Fun. You may have received a text from me earlier. Technically, I work for your store. You open the door and walk in, Lam following closely behind. You stop at the counter and turn to him. Okay, now what's this all about? Before you can speak, Lam hands you a resume, though it is off-center and somewhat grainy. I apologize for how this looks. The laser printer at the library was out of ink, so I had to use a dot matrix printer. You give it a glance and see his full name is Quang Tu Lam Fun. And he has worked at 3 jobs previously. This very store for 6 days, as a beverage specialist at Morning Pulse Coffee Shop, and as a sale coordinator at Double 20's Hobby Shop. So you go by Lam, you ask. He blinks hard a few times. Yes, I prefer it. My full name is long and difficult for Americans to say. I now go by my middle name since it is easier to pronounce. Is that what you prefer, you say? He straightens his stance like he's at attention in a military line. So when would you like me to start? Whoa, slow down. Let me ask you a few questions first. Okay, fine. Just so you know, I am the hardest worker you will ever hire. I greatly enjoy working for your grandfather and know the store very well. I'm never late and only need minimal breaks. Please don't come to work sick. That's what sick days are for. Sick days? Never mind. We'll discuss benefits later. Lam nods. Well, you own the store. You should not busy yourself with stocking shelves, sweeping the aisles, and dealing with customers. Your time would be better spent with big picture items like expansion and world domination. Not really world domination, but you understand. Anyway, please ask me anything you'd like. Do you know a girl named... Oh, how was it working for my grandfather? Do you know a girl named Michaela? She used to work here. What do you like most about Jericho Heights? What do you like least about Jericho Heights? As an employee, what would you say is your greatest asset and what is your greatest weakness? Why did you leave your other jobs? Would you be able to accept less pay? You're hired. When can you start? I can't hire you right now, Lam. How is it working for my grandpappy? Lam considers the question before answering. I very much enjoyed working for him. I found it very educational, and he gave me the freedom to sell to customers without the micromanagement I have seen at other jobs. To be fair, working for him was not without challenges. I found him to be quite secretive and prone to anger. Not that it was directed towards me. Sometimes his face would turn so red and his voice would get so low and scratchy I thought he was a demon. Otherwise, I enjoyed it very much. I guess I'm not surprised you experienced all that working for him for only 6 days. Lam scans the store, his expression not giving away his thoughts. You need a lot more customers in here. Did you market the store before your grand opening? Of course I did. They're all invisible. I did market the store and had a huge opening this morning. It died down right before you got here. Lam looks around the store again. We will need to develop a marketing plan to sustain the customer flow. He takes out a notepad from his jacket pocket and jots something down. He writes for a moment, then looks up at you, waiting for your next question. Do you know a girl named... Yeah, do you know Michaela? Yes, and but I only work with her twice. She wasn't really an employee of the store, as much as someone who sat behind the counter and crept your grandfather company. I didn't know her position or title and asked for an organizational chart. That request was denied. We didn't interact much, and that's fine by me. I'm not too fond of children in general. The front door rattles from the wind, and the chimes jingle as though a customer were entering. I'm enjoying this interview more than the one I had with your grandfather. Lam adjusts the display stand on the counter. Let's do calm leadership. I have a tireless work ethic. I do not get wrapped up in the trivialities of typical 19-year-olds, and I have unmatched focus, he says, holding his hands to the sides of his temples like he's imitating horse blinders. And your weaknesses? Lam lowers his hands again and stammers before clearing his throat and starting again. I normally do not reveal my weaknesses, but since you don't seem like a bad person, I will share one, possibly my only one. I am well aware of my social awkwardness. My siblings tell me this is why I have no friends. Oh, I do have friends, but only a very few, because most of them are online and distant. It is hard to prove it to my family. For the first time since meeting Lam, you can see he's vulnerable. Sharing these connections cannot be easy for anyone, and it's likely he has not shared these thoughts with anyone before. Okay, great, you say, and move on. The store door opens and in walks an older woman with a cane in one hand and a small taggy dog under one arm. She walks straight toward the counter and places the dog on the service. He wags his tail and lies down like he's been there 1,000,000 times. The dog's comfort and the way the woman moves through the store suggests she's been here a number of times. Before you can open your mouth, Lamb steps up to her. Mrs. Jenkins, it's a pleasure to see you. How can we help you today? She smiles at him, hands him her cane, and takes out her purse. Oh, Lamb, I left the house and didn't even remember to bring my doggy bags. And Baxter had his afternoon ritual right outside the store. Do you have anything for sale? Lamb leans over the counter, reaches under it, and grabs a small plastic bag. Will this do? She smiled with an all-too-happy giggle. Thank you so much. That's perfect. As she reaches for it, Lamb holds on. Why don't I go out and clean it up? Maybe you will see something you like in here. He makes his way toward the door, leaving you with Mrs. Jenkins. What a wonderful young man. She stares around the room and her eyes go wide. Oh dear, I love that. Can I see it? She points to a coral gemstone bracelet. That is so beautiful. Would you be kind and show that to me? You step from behind the counter and fetch it, placing it on the counter and slide in front of her. And she gives it a quick look over. Baxter looks up at you and wags his tail. I want it, she says. Will you deliver it to my home? I can pay by check if you accept it, or cash on delivery. Cash on delivery is fine. You quickly ring her up. As you finish, Lamb returns to the store and tosses a poop-filled bag into the trash. Thank you both, Mrs. Jenkins says. You two have been so wonderful. Say goodbye, Baxter. The tiny dog barks once, making more of a squeak. She picks him up and leaves the door, thanking you both again on the way out. Lamb grabs a towel from behind the counter and wipes it down where the dog was lying. Don't worry, I will take out the trash before I go and can deliver her package. Should we continue my interview? It's like he already works here. I like this guy, but I feel like... I think this is important to ask. Why did you leave your other jobs? Lamb puts on a scowl. Differences of opinion. Would you mind explaining? Normally, yes, I would mind, but under these circumstances, I must answer your questions. I worked at Double 20s, a hobby shop, for almost 6 months. I was by far the top salesman. Even the owner could not compare with my sales numbers each month. I made suggestions around the holiday season to change the layout of the store to be more efficient. The owner rejected the idea and went so far as to ridicule it. It was then I realized he lacked the leadership skills that were necessary for him to thrive. And what about Morning Pulse? What happened there? Lamb scoffs and folds his arms over his chest. The owner left me in charge quite often to take long breaks and extended lunches. One day, I showed exceptional initiative and altered the ordering system to maximize profits and lessen the time it took for customers to order. When the two owners returned, they had the audacity to reverse all of my changes and send me home for the day. I took great offense at this and never returned. Try ordering a large double latte while you're in a rush. Good luck. I mean, we might as well ask all of these questions. Lamb rubs his chin and clicks his teeth before answering. The opportunity. My family came here with few expectations. Since then, my father has started a law practice, and my mother now runs a marketing company. We did not expect such a small town to accept us so openly. Not all places welcome Asians or people who look like they do not come from America. Of course, we have had obstacles, and some people have shown prejudices, but we never felt like we lacked opportunity. Great answer, you say. What do you like least about Jericho Heights? It's a small town, and there is only one of anything, he says, and then pauses like he expects you to understand him completely from those few words. When you don't respond, he continues. One Vietnamese restaurant, one hobby store with tabletop role-playing games, one bus route. At some point, I may move to a larger city with more options, but for now, I enjoy other aspects of Jericho Heights. Fuck it. He seems like a good dude. Lamb's face lights up with a beaming smile. Right now, I will just take out the trash and clean the store until the customers show up. While I work, I will consider potential marketing initiatives. You will not be disappointed in my performance. I'm sure of it. You'll make a great addition to the staff here, which is currently just me. Still smiling, Lamb heads off to begin cleaning the shop. You leave Lamb to watch the store and head across town to the middle school to return Lacey's iPhone to her. Not wanting to move the Red Beast from its nice parking spot, you take a bus that lets you out right at the main entrance. It's a little into the afternoon when you arrive. You don't remember the schedule, but school should be letting out soon. Unsure how to find Lacey, you ask a teacher for help. They inform you that Lacey called out sick today. Since you don't know her address, you load up the school's website on your phone and do a quick search to find any mention of Lacey Pendleton. The search returns dozens of entries, but you scour through them until you find an interview she did for the school gazette, along with a photo of her walking in front of her home. In the image's background is a sign for Cafe Radicchio. You find its address on Yelp. As you walk towards her house, you enjoy the quiet of town in the late afternoon. About a quarter mile from her house, you take a turn onto Logview Road, only to be greeted by the sound of screeching tires, crashing metal, and breaking glass. You whip around in the direction of the noise and spot an out-of-control car, half on the sidewalk across the street, ploughing through outdoor tables of a diner. People are screaming and running to get out of the way. The driver leans halfway out the window, yelling and swearing at anyone in his path. Oh my god, it's Duke Bowie! He's gone crazy! You hear the voice of a random bystander shouting from across the street. Someone might be hurt. You bolt down Juniper Lane, weaving around the cars, trying to figure out what has happened. From your new vantage point... No, this feels like it needs more. Wait, let's put the spicy music on. Yeah. From your new vantage point, you spot the black Ford Mustang barrel through a sidewalk sign for the right aid and slam into a tree head on. The front of the car bends into you and the driver hits the windshield head first. Now that the car has stopped, you and several... Okay, it's not really epic music time. It's still spooky music time. Fuck! Fuck, chat! Ah, oh, beans! I beefed it! Okay, it's fine. Hits the windshield head first. Now that the car has stopped, you and several other bystanders move closer. Workers in a nail salon stare through a window at the scene, while billowing white smoke from the engine gives their faces an otherworldly cast. Smartphones are already in people's hands, some calling 911, others filming the aftermath of the wreck. A few victims of the motorized mayhem are sprayed across the sidewalk. It's a mix of chaos and amazement, because in this small town, nothing like this ever happens. Such an event marks a place in history in the minds of all those present, and those who would hear about it or read about it in days and months to come. Oh. Sorry, I'm so gross right now. It's a mix of chaos and amazement. Blah, 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 blah. Nothing ever happened. Such an event marks a place in history. Years to come. You know Duke Bowie, but not well. He was friends with Adam's brother Seth, but your paths rarely crossed. A fog covers your eyes, a cloud of pure white. You blink to clear your sight, and a vision fills your mind. A man emerges from the car, wreckage, a behemoth wearing a mask of blood, who rushes into a crowd and attacks everyone in reach. The edges of your vision ripple until you, like you set fire to a Polaroid. Several outcomes unfold almost in unison, flickering and stuttering like silent movies. And the first you shout at Duke, who ignores you while he pummels a stranger into the sidewalk. Another image takes over, one of you tackling him from behind. You wrap your arms around his chest and he swings you around and throws you off. You slam into the side of his car, back arching in pain. The images fade as quickly as they come, and you stare at the smoking Mustang, the broken glass and the bent metal in the street. Duke stirs in the driver's seat. When he sits up, his forehead is covered in blood, which trickles down his face, into his thick brown beard. His door rattles and flies open. One of his massive legs steps out to the street, and the crowd gasps and backs away a few steps. "I'll kill every last one of you fucking cockroaches," he yells in a gruff voice like he swallowed nails. Man steps out of a Buick behind the wreck and steps forward, hands raised in a sign of peace. "Duke, what the hell are you doing, man?" Duke steps from the car and stands, dressed in a plaid shirt and camouflage cargo pants. He stands 6.5 feet tall and has the body of a pro wrestler. He growls, grabs the man who stepped from the Buick and hoists him in the air and tosses him like a laundry bag. The man flips feet overhead and smacks into his windshield, which spiderwebs from the impact. Screams erupt from... Okay, it is kind of epic, but it's fucking... Jesus. Okay, fuck me. Spiderwebs from the impact. Screams erupt from the crowd, and those watching scatter in all directions. Some run towards stores, other back to their cars, and a few fall to the ground amid the mayhem. Any that get close to Duke are punched or kicked. He screams and chases down anyone in his sight, until someone else catches his eye and becomes his temporary target. A small shaggy dog starts out from the entrance of the diner and rushes over to him, barking and prancing at his feet. It's Baxter, Mrs. Jenkins' dog. You see her standing in the sidelines calling his name, her face turning to terror when Duke stares down at the tiny dog. No! A momentary spark of light catches your eye. In the shadow of an alley between two buildings stands a figure with a smartphone and a cage-like video rig aimed at the rampaging Duke. You can't make out any details of the stranger. In the pandemonium, you're hit from behind because you were off balance already. You slam into the wall of a laundromat, though you're not hurt. You find yourself shaken by the impact. We gotta save that fucking dog, chat. You take several deep breaths to calm yourself. Looking around, you resolve to get Duke's attention to distract him until the police arrive. Pick up Mrs. Juggy's dog and get the fuck out of there. Place a curse on Duke during the rampage. Restrain him. Follow the figure with the video rig. Gain Duke's attention. Calm the crowd, direct them to safety. Search Duke's car while he's away from it. Maybe it can find out why he's trying to kill everyone. Resolve this without anyone getting killed. Dex Athletics. I hate to say it, chat. Dog might be in trouble. Dog might be in trouble, chat. Let's do a quick investigation. While the chaos continues and Duke chases after those in the scattering crowd, you seize the opportunity to run to his Mustang and slide in through the open driver's side door. Once inside, you lock the doors just in case the deranged owner comes back. Searching the car, you see empty pop cans and beer bottles along the floor. A short gym bag stuffed until it's bulging, rolled up paper bags, fast food restaurants, and a collection of old parking tickets. You pop open the glove compartment and find the registration, a menu for a Chinese restaurant, and a prescription inhaler. A loud knock hits the car, and you look up to spot Duke coming back your way. You duck along the floorboard and stay low. Glass breaks, and footsteps stomp outside the car. Duke shouts just above you, but as you listen to him shouting and grunting, he moves away. You wait a few more moments and then peek through the broken window to see him pounding on another car across the street. Renewing your search, you run your hands along the floor and check in all the tiny crevices between the seat cushions and under the floor mats. Something smooth hits your palm. A glass vial. You hold it up to see it in the light. It's mostly empty except for a bit of deep red residue. Blood? You put it in your pocket to examine later. Duke starts back towards the Mustang, so you slip out the passenger side door and stay low to hide your exit. Is he a ghoul? He might be a ghoul. He might have been ghouled to cause chaos. Sirens blare in the distance, and you see the first signs of flashing lights at the end of the street. Smoke comes out of the hood of a Jeep, and its driver stumbles out with a bleeding cut across his head. A few feet away, a woman lies on the ground, unconscious. The body of Mrs. Jenkins' dog lies on the curb, its back bent and broken. No! Oh no! I hate it. I hate that. 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 I might need to go back and rethink a whole fucking character. Holy shit. He shakes his head and stumbles until he catches himself against a tree. A police cruiser and a sheriff's car speed around the corner and make their way through traffic. Most of the crowd... Okay, chat. Listen, chat. Can I go back? Can I go back, chat? That fucking sucks, dude. Oh, me going through the whole fucking story to get to this point to fucking make this... Okay, I might do that later. To try and save the fucking dog, bro. Some stay nearby to film the action on their phones. The ambulance pulls up and Duke rushes at it with a renewed sense of purpose. The EMTs start to get out but pause. They see him coming and close and lock the doors, remaining inside as Duke crashes along against the hood. His thick arms grip each side of the vehicle, and for a moment you think he's going to pick up the whole thing. Instead, he rattles the ambulance from side to side, slamming the EMTs from side to side. The sheriff's car is first to pull up. Deputy Sheriff April Meyer, who you last saw at the mayor's dinner party, gets out with her taser in hand. Duke, what the hell are you doing? She shouts as she moves towards him. When he doesn't turn, she yells even louder. This isn't like you. You're a good man. Please, turn around and talk to me. He releases the ambulance and spins to face her, his chest heaving and her face a deep demonic red. He breaks in a full dash towards her. Whoa, stop, she shouts and holds out her arms with the taser. Duke, no. She fires the taser, which latches onto his right thigh. His leg goes rigid and he rips out the nodes and tosses them to the ground. Without stopping, he stampedes into her. She lifts her arms and curls her body to absorb the impact, which knocks her back like a pinball and slams her into the Mustang. The state trooper's car pulls up and spins to a halt just next to Duke. Two troopers pop out of the car, the closest one to Duke with a baton in his hand. Duke kicks the door into the trooper, which sandwiches his body. The trooper pulls to the ground, half in and half outside the car, body slumped. The other trooper is a large meaty man. This is going to go so badly. Close in size to Duke. He lumbers around the front of the squad car and yanks out his sidearm. Fuck! Get your hands up. Duke lunges at him and grips his throat and arm. They tussle against the cruiser and the pistol goes flying in the middle of the street. You've never seen anything like this before, not in Chicago and certainly not in Jericho Heights. Something tells you there are unnatural forces at work. No one has the strength and fortitude to fight an entire crowd and battle police officers. Is Michaela right about vampires in the Heights? Is there more at work here than you can perceive? Duke slams a forearm into the trooper's head, knocking him clean out. No one stands against him now. You hear no more sirens coming, no cavalry storming in. Seeing the story unfold, you convince Duke to give up. Maybe if I can reason with him, he'll end this rampage. Pick up the officer's pistol and shoot to disable Duke. Help shout Deputy Sheriff Meyer back to her car. Follow the figure with the video rig. I need to figure out who is filming this rampage despite the risk. Charisma persuasion, I feel like might be our best. Yeah, we got some riz. We got some persuade. Let's try to fucking be like a fucking cut it out. Maybe Duke isn't too far gone. Maybe whatever is making him enraged must wear off at some point. You rise from the sidelines and walk towards him. Forward. Hands raised to your side. I'm like hallucinating words now. To appear non-threatening as possible. Duke, please listen to me. No one is trying to hurt you. I just want to talk. He swings his mashed body around and glares at you. He takes a few measured steps forward and he breathes in rapid, uneven bursts. You don't know me, but I'm a friend. Why don't you tell me what's wrong? Let's figure it out together. As you talk to Duke and keep him facing you, Deputy Sheriff Meyer crawls towards her car and pops open the side door. You keep your hands out to your sides and talk in a low, even voice. This is crazy. You're running around attacking police officers. What do you think is going to happen? Are you going to tear down the entire town? Why don't we just sit down and talk this out? And with a barbaric yell, he rushes at you. Running backwards, you trip on the curb and tumble onto your back. His form grows larger before you, and you don't have any time to move out of the way. He raises his arms over his head, and you cover up and tuck your knees to protect yourself. A thunderous shot rings out. Duke's head jerks to the right and blood sprays out. He lurches over and crashes to the pavement just before you, dead. Fuck, bro. Oh, shit. Chapter 5. This town ain't right. This town ain't right, chat. Although I felt very weak, I did not feel ill, and strength one always fancies is a thing that may be picked up when we please. Joseph Sheridan, Lefanu, Camilla. You sit on a wooden bench outside Dimple's laundromat, watching the tumult of law enforcement, EMS workers, firefighters, news reporters, and onlookers. Pandemonium. You're staring into the heart of chaos. A state trooper walks towards you. He's a sandbag of a man, a solid slab of body with a flat face and bald head. He marches towards you with the look of someone who's already worked long hours today. I'm Trooper Stewart, pleased to meet you, though I wish it were under better circumstances. Hello, Trooper. I heard you saw the whole thing. In all my years as a trooper in this area, I've never seen a situation like this. I've never seen someone die like that before today. It was hard to watch, even though the deputy had to do it, to save the lives of so many people. I used to live in Chicago. Things like this happen every Saturday night. The deputy had no choice but to kill him. No one else here could stop him. I'm glad it ended as it did. That man didn't deserve to live after his rampage. Duke Bowie shouldn't have died. The police in this town were not prepared and resorted to violence. They should have been able to apprehend him. Oh. Okay. Like, I feel like going for the kill shot, like maybe go for the wounding shot first. I don't agree with like crimes. I get it if he like had a gun and was like imminently about to shoot and kill somebody. It's hard to I just don't think I may be coming at this with like rosy tinted glasses, but like they did try the taser, they did try to physically apprehend him. Like, I get that gun is like last step, but at least try to fucking like wound the guy. I just feel I don't know, man. The trooper scrunches his face. Fair enough. No one wanted this to end in death, and things could have been handled better. He holds up his notebook and writes something. Normally we'd ask you to come down to the station. We're a bit short-staffed at the moment and want to get all the details as close to the event as possible. Thus, though, do you need any medical attention? No, I'm fine. Now then, let's go over what happened. Did you know Mr. Bowie before today? Not personally. I have seen him around town, but did not know him. I feel like it should be didn't know him. The trooper jots down notes. Tell me in your own words what happened here from the beginning. Please be as detailed as possible. Tell him every detail I can remember to help his investigation. It may also be help my standing in the community. Give enough details to satisfy the interview. I'd rather not be a key witness. Share some details and try to draw out information from the trooper to learn what he knows. Offer little information. So we got manipulation, subterfuge, int, and awareness feels like a better one. Our int is very high. Our awareness is pretty good. Let's go for int awareness, because you start from the beginning and give as many details as you can. Remember to help the investigation. Details as you can remember to help the investigation. Your ability to recall events impresses Trooper Stewart, who writes feverishly to keep up with your narrative. This is all really good, thank you, he says at the end of your statement. You've covered everything. I'm going to let the Sheriff's Office and the Mayor's Office know how much you've helped. The rarity of this event has pulled in interest from across the state. A few freelance journalists from the city roll onto the scene, and police officers and members of the Sheriff's Office block off the road and wave away the reporters, all racing to get the story for the 6 o'clock news, or the next edition. The cameras filmed Duke Bowie draped in a sheet, being loaded into the back of a van marked Coroner's Office. You turn back to Trooper Stewart. What's next? What happens next? He tucks his notebook under one arm and rests his other hand on his belt. I have your statement. That's all I need from you at the moment. If you think of anything else you want to add, you'll have my card to reach me directly. Otherwise, you can call the Sheriff's Office. Is there anything else you'd like to state now? Actually, I found this little vial on the floor of Duke's car. I'm not giving that up. That's definitely, like, blood in there from a kindred. Good luck on your investigation. I hope we meet again under better circumstances. I'm starting to wonder if there are unexplained things going on in this town. I say hinting the possibility of paranormal events. Nothing to add. Can I go now? How are Deputy Maya and the police officers? I feel like, even though they are cops... Yeah, fuck it. I don't care. I will sip, Scarlet Emu. I shall sip. Sure, we're all done here, he says. More state police cars show up as well as some vehicles marked DeKalb County. Sirens blare, and the flashing lights remind you of real crime scenes, Chicago crime scenes. Did you bring the city with you? One more thing. Please don't talk about what happened here today, even to friends and family, and especially not the news. This is an active investigation. Thanks for your time. Stay safe. With a respectful nod, Trooper Stewart leaves you. Lacey Pendleton. We're still going to Lacey's house. Fucking crazy. Lacey Pendleton lives in a quiet cul-de-sac hidden from the cameras of Google Street View, so it takes a while for you to find the entrance. You pass an all-too-fancy restaurant, Cafe Radicchio, where the wind blows white tablecloths on the outdoor seating, and the special of the day is tempura shrimp over hearts of palm. A cobblestone walkway splits through a garden and leads to the front door of a 2-story brick and stone house. Stepping onto the porch, you hear long creaks from the weathered wood. You ring the doorbell and wait for less than a minute before Lacey answers, or at least a version of her answers the door. Her skin is pale and her cheeks drawn. When she swings the door open, it's a chore from an otherwise spirited woman. Minerva, what are you doing here? I found your iPhone last night after the dinner party and thought I'd bring it over. I hope you don't mind me showing up at your house. Oh my god, thanks for bringing it. Come on in. She steps to the side and swings the door even wider. She is dressed in a long blue robe with blocks of different animal prints. You hand her the iPhone and she gives you a brief smile. What's your phone number? I want to put it in my phone right now in case we ever have to get in touch. Although I'm sure I'll be losing my phone again, she says. I'll send it to you now. She tells you her phone number, you shoot her a text and she replies. She takes a drink of orange juice from a tall glass on the end table and sits on her love seat. Sorry you caught me in my robe. I woke up feeling exhausted and lightheaded. I've been drinking orange juice all day and I hate orange juice. If it weren't for the fact that my daughter loves it, I wouldn't have it in the house. Have a seat. She points to a floral patterned couch. Has she also been munched on? You probably just needed rest. You worked all day and went to the dinner party. That could be a lot. Lacey scoffs. I'm a single mother who's planning to run for office. I'm always on the go and working. It's strange that I feel this way every few months. It's like I have a recurring flu. I really can't afford the downtime. Have you gone to a doctor? I've heard Dr. Lobo has a clinic not too far from here. Hang out with any vampires lately? I say in a joking manner. Is there anything I can help you with, like running errands or going to the store for you? You could have anemia or just a bug going around. After all, you work at a school and children are breeding ground for germs. Are those the only symptoms you're experiencing? Lacey scoffs. Isn't fatigue and dizziness enough? I have no fever, no chills, and no nausea. It's really strange because I slept so well last night. When I fell asleep, I remember feeling almost too good. Like, she trails off blushing and looking away. That's the kiss for sure. That's definitely getting munched on. I remember feeling almost too good, blushing and looking away. After a moment, she recovers and continues. I swear I haven't taken drugs in a long time. Sure, I had a few glasses of wine last night, but alcohol doesn't make me this tired. Sleepy, yes. Silly, sure. But I don't feel like the Walking Dead from a few glasses of Chardonnay. Michaela's words come into mind. Vampires live here. Lacey's symptoms sound too much like blood loss to ignore. You can't help but wonder if Michaela is onto something. But how can you find out the truth? Sneak around Bleakrest House at night with your neck exposed? Minerva, you okay? Lacey asked with a lot of concern. You zoned out for a minute. Sorry, I was lost in thought. What did you ask? I just got an alert on my Citizen app about some commotion over on Chestnut Seat. Did you see what happened? Tell her everything about Duke's rampage happened close to her. She has a right to know. Tell her about Duke's rampage as a way to build her trust, which is something I'd use to my advantage. That's fucked. Provide enough details to build trust with Lacey, but not enough that would expose my involvement. Provide a few details. Trooper Stewart asked me not to share too much, so I want to abide by his wishes. I don't give a fuck about Trooper Stewart. Yeah, fuck it. All happened right in front of me. Someone named Duke Bowie went on a rampage attacking people. The police came and Lacey shifts her body forward to sit on the edge of the love seat. Duke Bowie? I went to high school with Duke. Ooh, VTM. I actually have a VTM tattoo. Oh, Astraea! Hello! Welcome to Steam. Welcome to Steam. Yeah, we're doing some spooky nonsense. We're doing some hunter nonsense this evening. What vampire tattoo? What World of Darkness tattoo has it got? How going? It's going good. It's going good. I slept all day. I've been sleeping a lot because I'm kind of sick. But I'm feeling like, yeah, it's been a big long stream. We started off with some painting. We painted some Cathay. Then we went into Total War Tuesday with the lads, with the boys. And then I was like, let's do some nice chill, sort of like choose your own adventure. Asamite clan symbol. Oh, the Banu Hakim. Hell yeah. Red and black fade. Fucking sick. Oh, listen. They are, I've got my little blanket here, because they were doing, on the World of Darkness thing, they were doing a bunch of, like, LGBT, like, blankets for, like, Pride Months, like, several years ago now. God, it would have been a while ago. Fucking hell. Closer to a decade than further away. And I got a Clan Tremere, like, Ace Pride flag blanket, and I love it because I love Clan Tremere. They are such pieces of shit, and I think that's so funny. And I love that they're doing magic, and everyone is just like, for fuck's sake, it's Clan Tremere again, probably doing some bullshit. It's great. They are my boys. But yeah, we have just experienced some sort of rampage, and we found like a vial. This guy called Duke Bowie went on a rampage. Sadly, it did end in him getting shot by police. But he had in his car this little vial filled with red liquid, which we think might be from... We've had like hints that there might be a Toreador in town. I'm wondering if there's like a Brujah maybe who like spark of raged this guy. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. A bunch of people have been presenting with anemia. It's probably cherry juice. You're so right. He probably just had like a shot of cherry juice and was like, you know what, this is the last fucking straw. So I tried to kill everyone. I'm more into Changeling than Vampire, but both are cool. Yeah, I love World of Darkness. I've been really into Vampire, Werewolf the Apocalypse, and I'm sort of looking into like Changing the Dreaming and Mage the Awakening, that kind of stuff. But both very cool. I played a game of Hunter as well. Not very recently, but a little while back. So that's sort of the role we've stepped into now. But we're being spooky. But yeah, what is your favorite part of Changeling? I know it's a lot more like it feels a lot more hopeful. I wonder if I could recruit a group for a Changeling game. Oh shit. Hell yeah, dude. Changeling is like it's a lot more whimsical to do with like fae stuff. What are we doing? Why are we not? Oh shit, it's because I've got a fucking my bowl is resting on my thing, sorry. It's almost more fantasy and hopeful, but in the most depressing way. Yeah, it's sort of like you are like vestiges of hope and whimsy in a world that is like slowly killing that part of people, which is like cool. Cool and different. And then Mage is just like fucking crazy. I went to let's see. Lacey shifts her body forward to sit on the edge of the love seat. Duke Bowie? I went to high school with Duke. He was attacking people? You give Lacey a complete account of everything that happened on Longview Road, including how Deputy Meyer shot and killed Duke. So April shot him? None of this makes any sense. He didn't deserve to die. Fucking cops killing people. She stands and you follow her across the living room. Him driving his car into the sidewalk, attacking people in the street, fighting the police and deputy, it just doesn't sound like the Duke Bowie I know. He would never hurt anyone. At least not anyone at random. I don't even remember the last time I heard of Duke getting into a fight. No one would mess with him and he knew it. Doesn't make sense. She pours herself more orange juice from a container and takes a sip from her glass. I can't believe what you've told me. Not that I don't believe it, but it's unbelievable. Duke wasn't known for taking meth or PCP or whatever drug would cause him to throw people around and beat up cops. Do people even take PCP anymore? You shrug. You think another moment before continuing. This sounds like someone set Duke up. I'm not someone who buys in conspiracy theories, but this is a setup if I ever saw one. You've really got me thinking, Minerva. You and Lacey are quiet with your thoughts for several more minutes. Lacey holds up her iPhone. I need to plug this in upstairs, and then I think I'm going to go lie down. Thanks to Brax for bringing it to me. I owe you one. Mage and Changeling really work together. But as your character ages, you get less and less. Yeah. Less with the, like, sort of whimsical magic. Yeah, because they're like batshit, like, reality-altering stuff. I know whenever I'm playing my vampire game, and my DM, because my DM is very big into World of Darkness, and he brings up, like, oh, yeah, this guy's a mage. I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, we recently met a, sort of a, like, group of like a group of mages from, or like a mage from a group who call themselves the Einherjar, and he styled himself around using Seder, the sort of Norse like form of like magic and stuff like that. It's so interesting. I can't get into it now, but it's my DM is so good at doing stuff, and he's like, oh yeah, he's like a fucking reality altering mage, and he's doing sick, like, dope ass shit. Don't fuck with him. And we're like, okay. For Disney style gargoyles the vigil, that sounds sick. Holy shit. You don't owe me anything. It was no trouble at all. I hope you feel better. When you're feeling better, you can take me out to dinner. Well, when you claim your seat of power in the city, I'll remind you owe me one. Don't worry about it. Before I go, what can you tell me about Michaela? Yeah. Lacey's forehead and nose wrinkle like a prune. Michaela Clark? That's a question out of left field. She's a smart girl, very adult, very strong-willed. Reminds me a bit of my daughter, though my Jenna is not as eccentric as Michaela. Young Miss Clark doesn't have many friends and tends to be a loner, even at recess. When kids are grouped off playing games in the yard or sitting in little packs, she's off on her own, sitting under a tree or in the library. This is me. This is me in high school. Holy shit. She reads more than any child or adult I've ever known. Though the guidance counselor and myself have tried to encourage her to socialise with people her own age, she just won't do it. She's really clever though. She even joined the soccer team just to shut us up. She barely talks with the other players, but it's hard for us to complain when at least on paper she's hitting all her marks. Why do you ask? You've been thinking about the bomb Michaela dropped, that there are vampires in Jericho Hills. Questions keep circling in your mind. She wants a job at my store. I have my true motives for learning about the girl. She likes hanging out at my store and sharing gossip about people in town. I just wanted to know more about her. She came into my store today and told me about some wild tale about vampires living in Jericho Heights. She has quite the imagination. I want to see Lacey's reaction when I mention vampires. Gonna tag you in Discord about it so you can find it later. Fuck yes. Hit me in the creature chat. Let's fucking go. Let's go. She wants a job at my store. Lacey relaxes her expression. Well, if that's the case, I think she would be a great asset to your shop, but she's a bit too young. She can work there in a few years once she's 15. Until then, tell her to focus on schoolwork, the soccer team, and making friends. Is she the kind of kid to make up things just to get a reaction out of people, or to make herself sound more interesting? Lacey starts up the stairs towards the second floor and turns to face you. She doesn't do that. She certainly doesn't make things up to make friends or anything like that. For a kid, she's a real straight shooter, so I'd be surprised if she's lying just to get a rise out of you. She's not in summer school, so normally I wouldn't see her until the school year begins, but if I happen to see her mother, I'll talk to her. Thanks, let me know how it goes. Lacey nods. Thanks for bringing my phone back. I need to get some more rest. Do me one more favor and lock the door behind you. Have a good day, Minerva. She turns and continues up the stairs, so you leave your home and the door locks behind you. Okay, so Lacey as well. A thing about Lacey is we helped her with her phone earlier on because we are a big nerd. We have none of this body nonsense. We are big nerd. We are big in science and technology and the occult and faith and all that kind of nonsense. And we helped her with her phone, and we saw she has like a baby monitor for her daughter, and we looked and she was trying to like figure out the app, and we managed to like figure it out. And on the bed, the person we thought was the nanny was this woman who had like really like old looking woman, no right hand, was like reaching out towards Lacey's daughter, and it turns out that she that wasn't the nanny, and she was gone like the second time we had a look. And it turns out that it was actually her 17-year-old neighbor that was the nanny, and we were like, what the fuck is going on? We've got 14 experience points. That's good. While you're out, you receive a text from Lamb. Hello, boss. This is Lamb. Dr. Lobo called and asked to speak with you. I did not divulge your whereabouts. She says you have an appointment at her clinic tomorrow, and you may show up at your convenience. Not many customers are shopping at this hour, so I am leaving. I will be at work tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you for this opportunity. You have redeemed Take a Sippy, Scarlet Emu. Okay. Okay. I don't know what that achievement was because I was taking a sippy. Curse you, Scarlet Emu. I do not get spoilies for what is about to happen. Nighttime creeps in as you make your way home from Lacey's house. Clouds cover the sky in grey with only wisps of white breaking through. A light breeze blows through and cools off the town. Most businesses have closed and traffic has died down. So walking through the streets takes on an eerie quality as the silence of the town suddenly seems very loud. Those few people still outside and not putting their kid to bed or sitting around the living room television all wave and greet you as you pass. Your jaw hurts from all the smiles, but it's lifted your mood, and you find yourself taking the long way home, just to pass more people and see more of your neighbours and pet their dogs and high-five their kids. You're used to the hustle and bustle of Chicago, where car horns, random shouts, and passing planes are so common, you stopped noticing them years ago. With all the people who live in the Windy City, it was still easy to feel alone. People kept to themselves. You didn't sit out front on the porch and share coffee with the neighbours. When you walked around the city, strangers didn't smile but rather stared at their phones. The L brought you everywhere, but you never talked to other passengers or even looked at them, if you could help it. Not far from your home, you find yourself moving along a small strip of land between a closed-down mini-mart and a community centre. The buildings block out most of the light coming from the sky, and you enter a thick darkness. The air turns still, but an odour seeps through the area, something like rotting meat. As you move deeper, the smell grows stronger, until you're covering your mouth and nose in the crook of your arm. You hear something panting, and your mind fills in the image of an injured wolf. A flash of grey clouds your eyes. Another vision, a man with long black hair, greenish skin, and dead eyes. You turn and run from him, but you're caught from behind. A new image springs up, and you're fighting him. He dodges your punch and throws you against the wall, diving into your neck with his teeth. That's when the vision fades. Uh-oh, Nosferatu! In a new image, you're trying to reason with the man, but he ignores your words and clutches your throat. A new vision takes its place, where you're holding out your hands and proclaiming your face to drive the man away. You blink hard and rub your eyes. Oh, Estrella, I should say, you can make a thing where you choose your, like, you can, like, make a faith, and we have dedicated ourselves to the machine god, to the Omnissiah. All praise the Omnissiah, he on Terra. You blink hard and rub your eyes. The greyness dissipates, leaving you disorientated for just a moment. You spot a pair of white tennis shoes sticking out on the other side of the dumpster. Whoever's wearing them is lying on the ground. You take a few steps closer and the fast breathing slows. The feet pull back and half of a face peeks out from behind the edge of the dumpster. It's hard to make out the features in the darkness, but it appears to be a young man with long black hair and a skin a sickly shade of pale green. Oh, myself to Slade. Estrogen myself, Lamel. But it appears to be a young man. Being in his presence causes your skin to tingle like bugs are crawling all over it. Your hand goes to your necklace instinctively. It's like you're in the presence of evil, and this is the only thing to keep yourself safe. I stay back and avert Zerban from a safe distance. I step closer to the guy, see what's going on with this guy. It's probably a drunk or agent. I just hustle past and run if he gets close. Are you alright? I ask the person may need help. Let's have a quick wits awareness on it. What the fuck, bro? Uh-ohs. Something feels off with this man, and you'd rather be cautious than make a sudden move and risk him getting violent. Standing a car length away, you circle wide to see more of him. When he leans out, you can see his face. His skin is a patchwork of deep tan and acidic green, wrinkled and sagging like a spoiled peach. His eyes are filled over to a dull yellow. You can see glimpses of worms and maggots writhing in his open wounds. An overwhelming aura of natural horror emanates from him. You're no doctor, but you've studied enough about the human body to know that this math is in need of serious medical attention. Oh, I think he's already dead, bitch. Fucking run. Let's maybe put on the spooky music. Okay. Needs serious medical attention. You've heard about flesh-eating diseases, but you didn't think many were here in the America. What is wrong with him? Path of knowledge plus 15. The fuck does that mean? You've read about creatures like this, but you've never seen one in person. Could it be an animated corpse? A zombie? Or some other creature of necromancy? Your mind reels at the possibilities. When you take a few steps, he rises and moves straight towards you. Stay back. I don't want any trouble, you say, and step backwards as you bump into a wall. Fucking Christ. He stepped forward, raising his hands and opened his mouth, exposing thin ropes of thick saliva and sharp canine teeth. Black eyes spit long canines. It's all you see, but none of it makes sense. How can this be? What is wrong with him? As he reaches for your throat, you run away so that when he got close, place a curse on him. It should weaken him enough so you can escape. Knock his hands away and fight him if he keeps advancing. Say, I'm trying to help you and convince him I'm friendly. Shove him away and stand your ground. My faith will guide me through this. This is the only one that we saw working in that sort of like weird little vision. So I feel like going with, we've got Composure Faith is 6. So that's pretty good. Also, look at this spooky motherfucker. Composure and Faith. Use true faith to protect yourself from danger. Let's fucking go! This corpse-like man must be a creature of evil. Only your faith will save you now. He's a creature of Nurgle, chat. He's a creature of Nurgle. We can't be having that. Must be a creature of evil. Only your faith will save you now. You reach for your necklace, displaying the symbol to the man. At the sight of the symbol, he shrinks towards the dumpster. You press forward and hold out the holy symbol. The undead creature sidesteps and slides along the wall, held away at a distance of a few feet like an invisible barrier protects you. You circle around him and keep the symbol between the two of you so that it never leaves his sight. You continue this while backing away down the alley in the direction of your home, and he never advances or tries to stop you. When you reach the street, you turn and run to your house. Holy fuck. Rushing through... Okay, right. Never. I don't feel like we need the epic music anymore. Fuck. I'm really fucking up the whole epic music chat. Where's the... Oh my gosh. Decomposed feels like an appropriate one for this. Rushing through the front door, you turn and lock it. Even the deadbolt. You check each window and lock them too. Almost tripping over Helix, you shoo her away as you secure the house. She follows close behind, curious about the activity. When you're finished, you move the chair from the dining room table to a few feet back from the door and stare at the front of your house, waiting. It's darker now, and a streetlight shines in through the slats in the window blinds, casting a blurry pattern across the floor. You're okay. Everything is fine and you're safe at home. You're not being chased by a deranged, half-dead person. I guess he's not deranged if he's dead, but I'm no expert. You start to laugh and it echoes through the living room. You're freaking the fuck out. I love it. Always love having a vampire with true faith. It's so good. It's so good. We just got to hit you with that true faith juice. You talk to yourself for a while, maybe as a way to calm yourself down, or just to fill the house with some noise and not feel so alone. Helix lies on the small rug by the fireplace, skeptically glancing up at you. Every noise has your eyes darting around the house. It takes a while to calm down, but the adrenaline pumping through your body eventually subsides. You don't know how long you're sitting there, but at some point, you doze off. Jesus Christ, chat. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, we've got, from what we can tell, at least one Toreador. Maybe a Thin Blood, if that is what Gabriel is. Potentially a Brujah, or somebody who can use Spark of Rage. And what I'm assuming is a Nosferatu, or a Samedi. So that's, like, what, four of them, potentially? In a small town of, like, under 20,000 people. That's not a big, like, hunting pool, is what I'm saying. Which is a spooky. Health -1. You know you're dreaming even when you feel like you're awake. A presence walks up from behind and places a soft but firm hand on either side of your neck. She leans over and comes in line to look at you, eye to eye. Her long golden hair, flowing with curls, hangs over her naked shoulder. She has such smooth skin and deep red lips. When she smiles, and she's always smiling, you feel both the ease and somehow unworthy. It's Amanda Chastain. I just lost a health. Why the fuck did I just lose -1 health? The fuck? Did that bitch try to kill me? What the heck? Okay. 18 skill points. Let's have a look at our attributes. So we could save for some more like wits and stuff like that, but I feel like we should focus on doing, what's our backgrounds at right now? We're pretty good on a lot of stuff apart from shmoney. Let's actually look at skills. True Faith came in clutch and fucking saved our asses. Do we have 18? We do have 18. I think we're at max though for science. Yeah, we're max at science. We're at max for science. Maybe let's try to put up like persuasion. Let's try to put up some of our other skills. Maybe insight as well. Insight has been very spicy so far. So if we put up insight, we could put up not much else actually. We could put up leadership, I guess. We could raise leadership to 2. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Always love having a vamp with Sorry, I already read that. my brain is a bit soupy. I played once a game where a character True Faith at 10, and after performing a miracle with the faith, one of the other PCs started worshipping the character. That was a fun game. Holy shit, that's kind of cool. You know what? Let's start focusing on. Let's grab some persuasion. And let's hit leadership as well. And we will save the rest of our experience points for later. There was a vampire with faith worshipping a werewolf. That's fucking crazy. The story continues. You awaken with a deep breath, wheezing in air through your mouth as hard as you can pull it. Panting, you sit up in bed and rub your eyes. This starts a coughing fit, which lasts a full minute. When you're done, it leads to one giant yawn like you've woken from a long nap. +1 health, +1 willpower, fuck you. Something feels off. The clock on your dresser flashes 10:42. You overslept. Moving to the edge of the bed, your feet hit the floor and a shiver rises up your leg and takes over your whole body. Seeing yourself for the first time today in the mirror, it's someone else. A paler version of you. Your cheeks are sunken and you're sweating and feeling anxious and restless. Wait, how did you even get to bed last night? Last thing you knew, you were sitting in a chair in the living room. An image of the woman in the green dress floats into your mind. Was she real? Were you dreaming? Your memory of her washes away, and now you're thinking of Michaela and her talk of vampires. You check your neck and laugh nervously. There are no bite marks. There wouldn't be, because of the way that the kiss works. You check your neck and laugh nervously. There are no bite marks. Maybe you're losing your mind. You've always had a strong sense of purpose. Where other people experience self-doubt or depression, you soldiered on. With the death of your grandfather and moving to Jericho Heights, however, maybe you're showing signs of stress? Was this all just a terrible dream? That's when you remember the cameras. You set up your security system yesterday and put cameras all around the house. You reach for your laptop and bring up the security feed. With 24 hours of video taken, you have a lot to search through. Knowing the encounter with the corpse-like man and the woman in green happened after 10, you fast-forward the video to 12 hours ago, and scanned from there. Nothing. Not just a lack of events, but nothing. A portion of the recording is missing. How could that happen? You store all video to the cloud. Could someone have tampered with your feed? Luckily, you also use a backup to an external hard drive not connected to the internet. There you find the footage. At 10:20 p.m., the living room camera shows Amanda Chastain appearing behind you. She opened her mouth and lowered it to your neck. You did not respond with pain, but pleasure, your head flowing back with a smile on your face. She was drinking your blood, and when you she lifted her head, the evidence was smeared across her lips. She licked them clean and then brought her tongue to your neck. When you passed out, she lifted you in her arms. The video follows her up the stairs where the bedroom camera picks up her entering the room and laying you in bed. Michaela was right. Vampires live here. Fuck. Your phone buzzes on a side table and you catch it before it falls to the floor. There are 7 text messages, most from Lam. Hey, this is Salem. Here's my new phone number. Lam, will you be opening the store or should I do it? Since I have not heard from you, I am opening the store. 3 potential customers are waiting and I do not want to lose their sales. One of the customers just wanted to use the bathroom. I kicked them out. The other 2 customers are browsing. I will make these sales and report on my success. I made a considerable sale. I love Lam so much. He's so sweet. I made a considerable sale from the first customer. The second one asked about lifetime warranties and shipping to her home. I offered her a 24-hour money-back guarantee and a bag with a handle that she could carry home. She asked to speak to my supervisor. Your absence is highly irregular. I called the police, but they asked me to check the house. I told them I would never invade your privacy. They became angry and hung up on me. Very unprofessional. Will you be coming to the shop today? I have come to the conclusion that you are either abandoning the store, have lost your phone, or in a situation barring your ability to use your hands to text me back. No customers are here at the moment, so I will be coming into your home and shouting from the bottom of the stairs. You type out your reply to Lam. I'll be there in a few minutes. As always, you start the day with morning prayers. It's hard to concentrate on the task at hand with thoughts of the events of last night, but you keep yourself centered and focused. When your prayers end, you feel famished. In the fridge, you find a bottle of orange juice and pour yourself a tall glass. Considering this your breakfast, you make your way into the store. Lam stands behind the counter, his body stiff and his jaw clenched. He's muttering to himself in Vietnamese as he angrily wipes the cash register clean. When he sees you instead of release, he shakes his head and throws down the rag on the counter. This is not the way to run a business. I work for you and accept my position, but must state my dissatisfaction, he says and folds his arms. And now I will give you a moment to explain. I woke up extremely ill and just got out of bed. I'm sorry for not opening the store. This was a test. Though you passed the interview yesterday, I had to test your adaptability and professionalism without your knowing about it. I don't answer you, Lam. I have a lot to do. Store is supposed to be closed today. It's a national holiday. Didn't you hear? You have annoyed your employees day. No, we'll be truthful. He leans forward to stare at you like he's inspecting a bug. Yes, you do look terrible. That's how I feel. Lam frowns and wrinkles his nose as if he's smelling a foul odor. You shouldn't be working today. You could get customers sick and contaminate products. Go to bed and let me take over. You check the store receipts. $157. That doesn't include the sizable purchase from Gabriel Dayfield. The front door of the store jingles as Mel Bumpley, fucking Christ. Vampires in Vampire the Masquerade? Not possible. I know, right? In my 2019 Greater Chicago area? He's wearing jeans and a Visit Jericho Heights t-shirt. I fucking hate this guy. Wait, Estrella, let's see if we can find... Can we find view character info and relationships? Okay. Can I like view characters? There's Adam. This is Amanda Chastain, who we think is a Toreador. She is wearing, I think that's a rose. This is Gabriel. Where's Mayor Bumpley? Where is my boy? Wait. Oh, he's not on here. That's such fucking bullshit. That sucks. View paths and references. I didn't notice this before. Oh, these are the paths for the path of knowledge, the path of righteousness, the path of immortality. That's all to do with Hunter. Okay, we're gonna skip out of that for a second. Jericho Heights t-shirt. He basically looks like a 1920s like slick backed with the fucking handlebar mustache like kind of guy. With a clean work boots and a North Face backpack, a much different look from his normal business attire. Thin beige glove covers his hands. Good morning, he says to you, ignoring Lamb as he walks to the counter. His expression changed to one of concern. Are you feeling well? You look under the weather. Is it because of that whole ordeal with Duke Bowie? You shake your head. I had a rough night and woke up sick. Thanks for your concern. The mayor glances around the store, notices Lamb and gives him a curt smile and nod. So, Minerva, can we talk privately for a moment? I don't have a lot of time, but I really would like to discuss some business with you. Lamb sniffs deeply and wrinkles his lips. I will count inventory on the back shelves, he says, and walks off, glaring back at Mayor Bumpley. Fucking fair and valid, he's a dick. We can go to my office, you say, and point to the door that leads to the back. No need. This will be quick, and then I'm on my way to help with the search for Tyler Sanders. You remember the teen who went missing? Yes, I didn't realize there was a search party. The mayor nods, though his expression displays concern. You are reading a bit of insincerity, like his presence at the search party is more ceremonial than altruistic. A member of the Sheriff's Department is leading a group of volunteers through Long Valley Park. If you wish to join us, we can use all of the help we can get. We have another team going out at 7 o'clock if you want to join. Of course, I am going out and will be out there all day. He steps closer to the counter and lays his hands on it. Now let's turn to business. I'm not sure you're aware, but your grandfather left a sizable store with a... Oh, he's already... I've been here 2 fucking days and he's already trying to, like, claim on his debt from First Bank of Jericho. Did he make you aware of any of this? No, he didn't mention any debts, but we hadn't spoken about anything in quite some time. Of course he told me. What specifically do we need to talk about? I don't want him to think I'm clueless about my grandfather's finances. Yeah, we don't want him taking advantage of this. No, but my grandfather's debt or the store's debt has nothing to do with me. No, he didn't. How much did he owe? Did he put up the store or anything else as collateral? Mayor Bumpley clinks his teeth. I'm glad he told you, and I will make it will make what I have to say easier. You see, your grandfather borrowed money over quite a long period of time, and eventually consolidated all of his debt with one loan from the bank, placing the store itself and the attached home as collateral. If he failed to make payments and defaulted on the loan, he would forfeit the entire property to the First Bank of Jericho. The news hits you like a punch to the gut. How much money did he owe? He borrowed 80% of the value of the assets. Unfortunately, that was not enough, and on a few years he added more terms to the loan and a co-signer. You see, the debt he owed is now your debt. My debt? He swings the backpack off the shoulder, unzips it, and takes out a packet of legal-looking documents. About 5 years ago, he had you co-sign for his loan. Here is your signature on this form, and this one, and this power of attorney form as well. In the event of his death, all of his assets and debts pass to you. The gut punch feeling turns to full nausea. This is a lot for me to learn right now. Would you mind leaving these documents for me to look over? I'll get in touch with you in a few days and come up with a repayment plan. I didn't know what I was signing, and if my grandfather did this without my consent, none of this is valid. There is no way I'll be forced into this. There is a simple solution for this. Take the store in the house. This will clear up my debt, and I'll leave Jericho Heights. What does all of this mean for me? I don't exactly have a lot of money, so how can he add me as a co-signer? I barely have an income and didn't have one 5 years ago. I'd like to make a copy of these documents and talk to my lawyer. I'll intimidate him so he backs off. Manipulation, intimidation. This is bullshit. I never signed anything and I owe you nothing. Get the fuck out of my store. Let's be chill about it, and then we are going to consult a motherfucking lawyer. Holy shit. Mayor Bumpley nods, with a look so solemn you almost feel bad for him. Good, good. I apologize for dumping this on you. Please take a few days with these documents and then get back to me. Come by the bank and we can come up with a course of action. Just realize your grandfather has already missed 6 payments and it is within my rights. Well, let's not discuss that now. I have said a lot today and you need time to process it. I'll stop by in a few... I fucking hate this guy. I'll stop by in a few days, like you said. With the store making money again, I'll have to prioritize making payments to the bank. He raps his knuckles on the counter. Good deal. Well, I've taken up enough of your time. Remember, if you're up for it, please help out in the search for Tyler Sanders. The whole town is pulling together and we all have to do our part. Fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. So we owe. Does it show us how much we owe? Because I know it was a lot from the other things. We got $4,000, chat. We got $4,000, and I have a feeling this is tens of thousands of dollars. Chapter 6. Keep calm and carry on. Only a true best friend can protect you from your immortal enemies. Rochelle Mead, Vampire Academy. With the mayor gone, you return to the business of running your business. Now more than ever, you can use the money. A corkboard hangs by the store's entrance where your grandfather let people's post flyers, business cards, and bulletins. You spot something new hanging at the top. Walking over, you see the grayscale printed picture of a young man in a dress suit next to a blow up his face. Missing. Have you seen Tyler Sanders? Missing since Sunday, July 21st, 2019. Please contact this number or the DeKalb County's Sheriff's Office with any information on Tyler. The sign goes on to list his vital statistics and his last known whereabouts outside Long Valley Park. Lan steps up to you with a tablet in hand. I took the liberty of doing a complete accounting of the business and would like to go over it with you. Okay, I guess now is as good a time as any. I'll make this fast. It's a small store, he says, tapping away on the touchscreen. As you can see, you're almost out of inventory. I doubt we have more than another sale or two. Turning to your supply room, there's a modest amount of inventory. I recommend restocking the shelves in the store unless you plan to bring customers into the supply room to pick through the boxes. That takes care of the store. The store bell chimes and in walks a tall man. You recognize as Marcus, the man you spoke to with briefly at Mayor Buckley's party. Noticing you and Lamb, he nods. Oh, hey there, I'm here for... he starts to say. Lamb holds a finger up to him while staring down at his tablet. One moment, sir. I'm finishing my reports in the store. Marcus furrows his brow. Hi, Marcus. Good to see you. I'll be right with you, but feel free to look around the store. I let Lamb finish since I value his help. Lamb, this is too important to rush through. Let me take care of this customer so we can take our time with the rest of your report. I make Lamb feel important, though I really need to move on to Marcus. Lamb, the report can wait. Customers come first. I leave Marcus away from Lamb. No, we were already doing something, bro. Marcus nods and walks over to the counter across the store. Lamb clears his throat. Let's move on to marketing. Many people are shopping here. They come in spurts and they credit your social media mentions as the reason they are here. I would maintain this level of marketing. People know about the store and you'll be getting return customers. That is the end of my report. He slides his index finger along the screen of his tablet and tucks it under his arm. Thank you. I'm going to head over and help the customer. Maybe you can sweep up a little bit. You walk toward Marcus and spot Lamb opening a supply closet. Marcus sits on a stool by the counter. So am I too early for the meeting? Meeting? I don't know anything about a meeting. The store bell chimes once again and Lacey marches around Lamb, who is now sweeping in front of the door. She's dressed sharply in a pantsuit and takes off an expensive pair of sunglasses that go into a leather case. Seeing you and Marcus by the counter, she makes her way over. Hello everyone, let me start off by saying that I appreciate your support. Lacey shoves the case into her handbag and plops the loaded bag onto the counter. You're welcome, Marcus says. Support for what? Lacey looks confused. My campaign, that's what I was told. Although I did think it's strange you wanted to meet me here. The bell chimes yet again and Adam and Salem enter the store. They both make their way over to the counter. Salem carries a pastry box while Adam has a tray of sandwiches on his lap. Hi everyone, should we bring these to the kitchen? Wait, why are you guys here? Lacey asks. We were told we were having a potluck brunch. Salem says. As everyone shares confused looks around the room, you say, it's really nice to see everyone, but I am very confused right now. Apparently we're all just in time for a campaign brunch meeting that I'm hosting. Clearly we're all here for different reasons. Someone's playing with us. Why don't we go around the room and say why we're here today? Salem drops the pastry box on the counter. So, no brunch? I didn't eat any breakfast and I'm getting hungry. I just got here, but I can tell something strange is going on, Adam says, rolling on to stop next to Marcus. We were told to meet you for brunch. We were surprised it came from a letter slipped under Salem's door, but here we are. I got a message from Vanessa von Helsing. It's fucking Michaela's brought all of these people together. I got a message from Vanessa von Helsing that 4 people wanted to meet about volunteering for my campaign. Marcus shifts on the stool. I was told that a Buffy Summers was starting a Citizens Watch group. She was setting up a meet and greet at store today. Oh my fucking god. A slow bit of laughter takes over Salem and Adam catches on and he's laughing too. Someone is definitely messing with us. So far, these are all names from TV shows. Buffy is from a movie as well as a vampire, as a television series. Lamb yells from the back of the store. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. The front entrance to the store opens, and in walks Michaela with a pile of books in her arm. She looks harried and rushes through your small group as books start to topple. When they fall, you notice she's wearing a shirt for the band Baby Chorus. You remember them from the gig at the Succubus Club in Chicago. Oh, that's a reference to that's a reference to some Chicago by Night stuff. Michaela drops her books across the counter. Sorry I'm late. That librarian, Miss Hanson, gets on my last nerve. These books haven't been checked out in over 5 years, and she's telling me I've already reached my limit. Michaela Clark, what are you doing here? Lacey asks in a authoritative tone. Hands on her hips. The girl stands straight, shoulders back. Mrs. Pendleton, remember last year at the Young Scientist Seminar you said sometimes the ends justify the means? I had to figure out a way to get you all here. So I kind of told a few white lies. So you lied to us to get us all here? For what reason? Lacey asks. Her voice cracking like a whip. She shifts her, she's going into teacher mode. She shifted into teacher mode chat, I'm afraid. I'm scared and horny. She shifts her body forward, leaning over the young teenager. You need to start telling the truth, because I'm on the brink of driving you over to your mother's office so we can have a little chat. Michaela holds up a large hardcover book, Vampires in America. This is the reason. No one answers, and she holds out the book like it's the Holy Grail and plops it on the counter. All of the adults in the room share a quick look. Quick look. Marcus pops an apple tart out of the pastry box and takes a bite. I fucking love this man. He's very funny. Salem hops up on the counter and sits. She puts her thumb in her mouth and chews her fingernail. What's that book? Adam asks. He presses his hand on the armrest of his wheelchair, lifts his body for a moment so he can see the cover. It talks about real vampires in America. Other people have spotted them. These are all stories that really happened, Michaela says. She steps back. The Masquerade would never allow that, first of all. She steps back from the group like she's ready to make an announcement. I'm not sorry for how I got you all here. No one's been listening to me because I'm a kid. I've told the police and even the mayor. I told Pastor Jim. No one wants to admit that we all know. Vampires live in Jericho Heights. You have all had a run-in with one, but none of you will tell anyone. Everyone is scared and not sure what to do. But I'm telling you what to do. We work together. No one says a word. You glance at each person in the room as all you hesitate. You glance at each person in the room as all. I'm assuming that's all of you hesitate while guessing who will speak first. Michaela continues. Miss Chastain. She's the top vampire in town. I don't know about Mr. Jayfield, but they both live at Bleakrest House, and I'm pretty sure that's their hideout. There are other vampires in town too, but I don't know who they are. I've been doing this all myself, and it ain't easy with a 9 o'clock curfew. Vampires? Seriously? Salem says, rolling her eyes. I took a half day off for this, Adam says, and rolls towards the front of the store. Marcus holds up his hand. Hang on, let's hear her out. As everyone reacts to Michaela's words, you speak up. She's right. Vampires do exist in Jericho Heights. I was attacked by one. I want to be open about my experiences last night. Is it true? Have you all crossed paths with vampires in Jericho Heights? I don't want to be the first to share my experience. Michaela, there are no such thing as vampires. You're wasting time. What proof do you have, Michaela? You can't just hold up a book and proclaim monsters exist. Even after what happened last night, I'm having trouble believing. Oh, but she's fucking right, though. I got attacked last night, bro. All eyes turn to you, along with looks of astonishment. Attacked by one? Salem asks, her voice jumping to a higher range. You go on to tell them about the corpse-like man in the alley and how your faith drove him away as he tried to attack you. Then Amanda Chastain showed up. Miss Chastain wore a green dress last night, Michaela says, banging her hands on the counter. That's her. She's the boss vampire. Lamb walks over with a broom and a dustpan in his hands. Of course I couldn't help but overhear. I would like to be a part of your brigade, though I am skeptical about actual vampires walking the earth. I am intrigued enough to learn more. He's so good. I love him. This is also hard to believe, Lacey says, now pacing. A vampire in Jericho Heights? I'm sorry, if I think this is some kind of joke. I'm more upset that I was tricked into being here. I'm taking off of work for this, Adam says. Michaela turns to Adam. But Mr. Adam, you saw a vampire. I overheard you telling your brother about some person you saw at a park in Chicago that was burning in the sunlight. That was a vampire. Adam rolls closer to the girl and says, I don't know what I saw in that park in Chicago. It was strange and unnerving, but that doesn't mean it was a vampire. I have not had any run-ins with the supernatural, so I don't know why I'm even here, except that my friends are here, as Salem says. Michaela whips around to her. Miss Chastain drank your blood 2 months ago. You don't remember because no one ever does. Remember when you got sick over Memorial Day weekend? You were tired, confused, and looked pale, even paler than normal. It's because she drank your blood that Friday. Holy shit, guys. Salem opens her mouth to speak, but then sits quietly. Do you want to know what I think? I think this is a practical joke, Lacey says, arms crossed and glaring at the girl. Marcus scoffs. What if it's not a joke? What if the owner of Bleakcrest House is exactly what Michaela says she is? I'm hearing lots of speculation and no facts, Adam says. Why just one vampire? I've seen that Jayfield guy during the day, so is he like her Renfield? It's a Dracula reference, Michaela says to Marcus. Yeah, I've seen the movie, kid, Marcus replies. Salem digs her fingers through her hair and pulls at it. Let's say for the sake of argument that we believe you. What do you want us to do? It's not like we can all go over to Chasten's house and be like, oh, hey, you're a vampire, so we're going to have to kill you. If she's a vampire, she'll probably kill us all. If she's not a vampire, we're going to get arrested. I know she's a vampire, and there's only one way to deal with vampires. I've heard enough, Lacey said, shaking her head. Let's go. Now, Michaela, gather your things so I can take you to your mum. She lowers her head and says in a slow, sad voice, Yes, Mrs. Pendleton. You're overreacting, Marcus says to Lacey. Lacey scoffs. So you're accepting the words of a 12-year-old. You believe without any evidence that vampires exist. Vampires. Lacey hurries Michaela along. As they prepare to leave, you say, Lacey, you were bitten by a vampire, which is why you were sick the other day. Lacey, charisma persuasion. Lacey, I'll bring Michaela back to her mum. I say that I have no true plans to do that. Manipulation, subterfuge. Lacey, why don't you believe Michaela? I just told you about my run-in with a vampire. Michaela, thank you for bringing us together to discuss this. It shows a lot of characters shine a light when nobody wants to look. Manipulate persuasion. Lacey, can you drop the vice principal act for a minute so we can discuss this? I try to rally my friends to support me. Charisma leadership or charisma persuasion, I think, is going to be the best one. Charisma persuasion, it looks like. Because, yeah, girl. Lacey purses her lips and shoots you a hard stare. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm anemic, that's all. You're not anemic. You know how I know? Because I'm feeling the same way that you do. I'm pale and dizzy and tired, and it's not because of some disorder. It's because someone drank my blood last night. She opens her mouth to speak, but hesitates. She fidgets for a moment, fixing her hair bun and shifting from foot to foot. You're right. I've had my suspicions. I didn't want to consider it. That doesn't mean I'm not on board with hunting anything, but I can believe they exist in Jericho Heights. Adam speaks up with an intensity he's been holding back. We all don't agree that vampires exist in Jericho Heights, but I'm curious enough to want to look into more. And if vampires do exist, we have a responsibility to save the people in this town. Nice little pep talk. But we need a plan if we're moving forward with this. How do we investigate? I've never done a stakeout, Lacey says. Why don't we just talk to the police or the sheriff and see if they know anything about this? Michaela stacks her books on the counter again. I went to Sheriff Ray and Mayor Bumpley, but they just told me I watched too many horror movies. If you all want to try to talk to them, be my guest. We need to find out everything we can about vampires or vampirism, or even other names for it, Adam says. In Eastern Europe, they are known as Morai or as Strigoi. I have also heard them called Nosferatu. There was even a movie called Nosferatu the Vampire by Werner Herzog, based on a silent film in 1922, you say. Damn it, Eva, you know a lot about vampires, Marcus says. That's why I'm so glad they moved here, Michaela says, crossing her arms over her chest and smiling proudly. I'll head down to the library after we're done here. I have access to the rare books collection if we need it. Since I'm off work anyway, I'll go with you. I just want to stop home and change if you don't mind waiting for me. Adam looks back over his shoulder at Salem. Marcus stands, knocking over the stool he was sitting on. Forget all this sitting around and doing research. Let's go to Bleakcrest House and drag them outside. If they're vampires, they're going to burst into flames. He makes an explosion with his fingers. Marcus, you dumb motherfucker. We can't just go over there and confront them, you say. All we have are assumptions. Do we really want to accuse them or anything without hard evidence? We need to do surveillance before we attempt any type of confrontation. I'm wondering if all of the videos and stuff disappearing is like this Nosferatu guy that almost attacked us last night. Marcus' eyes widen and he punches the palm of his hand. Time for some reconnaissance. The Army Navy store has a pair of night vision goggles I've been looking to try out. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Going to a supposed vampire's house? Lair? Are you going to ever come back? What if they catch you? Salem asks, pulling at the tips of her hair. Adam grabs her hand and forces her to let go of her hair. Relax. Marcus is going to be super careful. Lacey puts her purse back over her shoulder. What am I doing? Here we go. Is going to be super careful. Lacey puts her purse back over her shoulder and separates her car keys in her hand. I'm heading home for a bit, but I'm going to stop over at the sheriff's office later. Ray will talk to me. He'll take that. I really love to be able to speak. Ray will talk to me, and he'll take that this seriously. All right, everyone. Why don't we all go our separate ways, but touch base later on tonight? You say. There is a search party going out to Long Valley later this evening. We can all meet for the evening shift and take out about what we found out. Salem puts her hands to her mouth, then gasps. You don't think... Tyler Sanders, Adam says solemnly. I just thought the same thing. As Adam's words sink in, you process the reality of vampires living in Jericho Heights. Wahoo! We have to destroy them. There's no telling how many people they've already hurt. Are the authorities in on this? Does the mayor know about them? What about the sheriff? We don't know enough about vampires to judge whether they are a threat to our town or not. We have to learn more about them. What would it be like to be a vampire? How does one deal with immortality? Yeah, what the heck does this look like? Michaela tried to tell the mayor and the sheriff about Chastain. She's told others as well, and no one believed her. Is it because it's too fantastic to believe in the supernatural? Maybe they're covering for Chastain and other vampires. You have no doubt in your mind that the authorities in this town must be in league with them. The meeting ends with and everyone starts to head out. Adam and Salem leave your shop while Marcus goes to the Army-Navy store. He suggests you meet him later to scout out Bleakrest House. Lamb remains in the store to continue his workday. Your curiosity about Dr. Lobo motivates you to meet with her, so you leave the store and Google the address on your phone. Jericho Heights Wellness Clinic takes up a prominent amount of real estate in a strip mall on the north side of town, sitting between a delicatessen and a pet shop. After parking your car in the lot, you step in front of the building and notice a sign on the telephone pole advertising live music at Gallagher's Tavern on Thursday night. You make a mental note, ring a bell at a glass security door, and wait to be buzzed in. The interior looks like a cross between a gym and a doctor's office, with a small waiting room with 2 couches in front and a huge space of weight machines, standing bikes, treadmills, and other equipment in the back. Can I help you? The receptionist asks. My name is Minerva Gray. Dr. Lobo left me a message. The reception cuts you off. She's expecting you. Please have a seat. It won't be long. On one couch sits an elderly man that looks like he just came from... I saw there's a picture there, so we'll scroll down in a minute. From a golf course, wearing plaid pants and a green pastel shirt. A folded metal water lies across the rest of the couch. Across from him on the other couch sits an olive-skinned man in his... I'm assuming this is him. In his mid to late 20s. Some of his shoulder-length brown hair is pulled back into a loose bun, and it looks like he hasn't shaved in a week. His clothes are plain and almost too small for his body, which makes his athletic build stand out. What is it with men and having clothes that are too small for them to show off their muscles? It's fucking like, it's like, bro, do you get cold? Isn't it like a bit, you get squeezed? When he sees you look around the waiting room, he smiles and slides over to give you room on his couch. You sit on the far side as the loudspeakers play an Ed Sheeran song. A pile of out-of-date magazines sit in the hanging rack and the elderly man begins to snore. Settling into the couch, you get a weird feeling like there's something about the area that makes it unclean, that the couch looks fine and the place looks well kept. You can't shake the sensation. I've been waiting for 30 minutes, the younger man says to you. The receptionist looks up from behind the desk. You didn't have an appointment. Joaquin? Joaquin? I don't know. So we're fitting you in. I'm not sure I normally go for baggy clothes. That's fair. Me too, because it's more comfy. You gotta be comfy, cozy. I say that, but my pajamas are my pajamas are real tight right now. They showed off my titties real well. It was crazy. Anyway, I mean, what do you mean? Well, actually, no, I'm not real. I'm just an anime woman. Who knows? Oh no, I wasn't complaining. I was just saying it's a bit of a wait. It's all cool. Call me Jace. He leans back on the couch, crosses one leg, and opens to the back of the Heights Standard. Jace, how do you get Jace from Joaquin? The receptionist asks with a smile that doesn't hide her flirting. I hate telling this story, but I will for you. Joaquin is my given name after mi abuelo. I couldn't pronounce it as a kid, but I called him Jace instead. So that's what my That's what my mother called me as a nickname. The phone at the front desk rings and the receptionist picks it up with a frown. Jace holds up the newspaper and scoffs. Where are all the good apartments? Are you just moving to the Heights, or are you looking for a new place? I'm not sure. I haven't been in the Heights for very long. Good luck finding one. I'd rather not get into conversation with him, so I ignore him. People still look for apartments in newspapers? I think you either called a realtor or check Craigslist or something. Yeah, let's be nice. We'll be nice. I just moved here from Chicago, Jace says. Oh, it could be another kindred. Could be another kindred. From Chicago, Jace says, lowering the newspaper. So did I. From around Hyde Park. Nice. I lived in Woodlawn. I've got a few friends living in the area, so I thought I'd move here. By the way, I'm Jace. He extends his hand. Nice to meet you, you say and shake his hand. I'm Minerva. Touching him, you get a strange sensation. A sudden feeling of pity from him? Jace stares at you, brow furrowed. You okay? He chuckles uncomfortably. Yep, all good. He smiles, his blue eyes wide. Good to meet you. I just took a job as a bartender at Gallagher's Tavern. You should come by. First drink's on me. Something clicks in your head. Not only do you know of a room for rent right across the street from where you live, you even considered renting a room in your own house. The money would certainly come in handy, but you just met this guy in the waiting room of a doctor's office. As for the room for rent across the street, Salem showed interest. How would she feel if she found out you helped someone else rent it? Jace does seem nice. It would be good to have a new friend living in the neighborhood. Maybe we could do it so we, like... We kind of do need to... Oh, we need the money so bad, chat. Our finances are so fucking rinsed. Just so you know, I actually have a room for rent in my house. I just remember seeing a room for rent across the street from where I live. It's best if I say nothing. I don't know him very well. He could be a serial killer, chat. He could be a serial killer. Oh my god, bro. But if he pays me money, I don't care. Jace sits up on the couch, straightening his back and turning towards you. Seriously, dude, that's awesome. Where is it? You give him the address and explain it's an old house with a room the size of a receptionist area. There's a private bathroom and everything else is shared. Since the room for rent across the street is $300 per month and it's smaller than your available room, you tell him the price is $400 a month, which is quite a deal. It's $300 a month and it's smaller. I'll jack up the price if need be. I'll turn on the charm to convince him to take it. $400 a month. I already have other offers, and there are no other apartments in the area besides mine. I'll lie to get him to take the deal at a higher price. $300 a month, a very fair price. I don't want to take advantage of him. $250 a month. How does that sound? He seems like he needs a break and can't afford to pay much more. Manipulation is not good. Manipulation is not good. Manipulation is Let's. You know what? We really need the money though. Oh, but if he might just say, nah, you're kind of cringe. Let's just go 300. Jace mulls over the price, leaning forward with his forearms on his knees and legs bouncing. That does seem like a fair price, and that includes utilities. What about internet? Includes utilities and the house has Wi-Fi. He claps his his hands. Well, hell, when can I come by and take a look? I mean, he is out in the day, so I'm assuming he's not a kindred, but I'm scared. You text him the address and tell him to stop by this afternoon. The receptionist summons Jace for his appointment. He drops the newspaper onto an end table and stands. See you later, he says. To you. The woman in scrubs with a stethoscope passes him in the opposite direction. Minerva Grey, I can take you back. You followed her past the gym and down a hallway. You come across a room labelled Blood Lab. The door ajar. You look in to see a blood draw station, a centrifuge used to spin blood samples, and a bed with a transfusion machine beside it. You even see a microsampling station, a high-powered microscope, and some type of optical scanner. Even with only a casual glance, though, a narrow opening, you are amazed at the level of advanced technology in the room. Sitting on a high shelf is a red wooden box with the markings of runes. One of them is symbol for blood. The fuck? Before you can see anything further, the nurse pulls the door shut and an electronic lock clicks. I don't have a chart for you, which is unusual, the nurse says as she leads you into an exam room. The doctor listed this as a consultation and didn't ask for any vitals. You can have a seat and make yourself comfortable. I'll let her know you're here. She looks genuinely confused and motions you toward a chair. So am I. When she leaves, you go down the hall to the blood lab. I'm sure I can bypass the lock. I need to know what's in there. Catch the nurse before she gets too away and ask her a few questions. Stay in my chair and wait for the doctor. With my luck, I go explore and get hot. There's a thing with spooky runes. We gotta go have a look. You rise from your chair and hear the exam room door opening. You sit back down just as Dr. Lobo walks in. She holds a metal clipboard and wears a grey suit with no lab coat or other sign of her profession. In those moments while the door is open, you spot Jace walking past, carrying a small cooler. Thank you for coming in today, she says, and closes the door. I'm sure you're wondering why a physician would request an appointment with you, but before I go into my reasons for asking you here, are you feeling well? You look anemic. I feel good enough, though you remember last night the details already seem like distant memories. You remember an alley and feelings of dread. Racing heart, body sweating, and the smell of death. Willpower -1. Dr. Lobo snaps her fingers. Are you with me? You zoned out. I was asking about your grandfather. Did she ever share any information with you about my clinic? No, your name never came up. I'm only here because you left me a message. I see. Since your grandfather never discussed me with you, I have little choice but to be direct. Within the last year, your grandfather and I entered a business arrangement. Once a month, he shipped products for me around the Midwest, discreetly. We kept this arrangement private between the two of us. Since he passed away, I've been unable to conduct my business and have a considerable backlog of orders. My clients are getting a bit distraught. A million questions stampede through your mind. You settle on just one for now. What are these products you're shipping? Was he being paid to ship products for you because he was in a lot of debt? I find it hard to believe he was making money at this. Is this where you tell me about the secret society that I'm being forced to join? So you want me to continue these shipments, right? That's the reason you rushed to meet me. It sounds like you need my help to start these shipments again. You're in desperate, so that can be costly. Let's do Wits Insight. Dr. Lobo paces to the exam table and turns and folds her arms. You know, your grandfather never asked, and I never shared it with him. To my knowledge, he never inspected any of the shipments. I appreciate my grandfather's discretion, but I really need to know. Fine, we collect blood and sell it. To answer your next question, no, I'm not entirely sure what our buyers do with it. Who can track all the expensive health fads these days? My clients are eager to pay for such things and are understandably sensitive about being seen buying them. But I see no harm in it, neither did your grandfather. Now I've told you what you want to know, so can we please move on to more important matters? Though you sense some of what Dr. Lobo says is true, you're not sold on her claims of it being a health fad. However, you doubt she will give you anything more even if you press her. She sets the clipboard on the exam table and motions you forward. Slide your chair up here. The document spells out the terms of the deal I had with your grandfather, which I offer to you today. There is, so much rat sus in the chat. It's so fair. That's so fair. If you say, there is no negotiation to these terms. I will give you a few moments to read it over and sign it. You will not be given a copy and there will be no record of this contract other than the one I keep. Pay attention to everything because you will never see it again. And after this conversation, I will never discuss it. Read it now. Okay. Ellie's gonna take a little picture. It's a food bank, yeah. It's a little snack bank. We're just gonna take a picture. You look over the document, which only consists of a single sheet of printed stipulations. You will receive a letter at your store when a shipment is available. You will come to the clinic at the appointed time and pick up a package. From a sheet of labels inside of the package, you will repackage the contents of the box and ship them along with a packaging slip featuring your store's logo and an invoice for typical products from your store, and ship each package out immediately through FedEx, Next Day Air. Within 2 days, you will receive a cashier's check from a corporation unknown to you for $5,000 as compensation. When you look up from the contract, she offers you a ballpoint pen. All you have to do now is sign. You take the pen from her hand and look over the document once again. Only one line exists at the bottom of the page for your signature. $5,000 is a ton of money, especially with all of your grandfather's debt looming over your head. On the other hand, shipping biohazardous material without a license and the proper documentation is surely illegal. She's asking you to participate in illicit blood trafficking. Is the money worth the risk? Your grandfather was in business with Dr. Lobo, so how bad can it be? But she's only saying that. We don't have any proof. Sign the bottom of the document. I accept the terms and will ship the products to Dr. Lobo. Renegotiate the deal. She's already behind on her orders, so I have the advantage. Push back the contract without signing. I don't want to be involved in an illegal operation. Chat, what do we think? Scarlet Emu, Estrella. Oh, what do we do? Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat, we really in it now. Right, I'm gonna go grab a drink of water very quickly. I would, I guess, go for it. I mean, we can try to renegotiate. It probably won't go too well. But we can give it a go. You lay down the pen down on the exam table and sit back in the chair. I'll do it for 10,000 per shipment, not a penny less. She stares at you for a few long seconds, and the lines on her face become more pronounced, like her head is squeezing out the answer. Did you not hear the part where I told you there will be no negotiation? All deals can be negotiated. I am a physician, not a magician. I cannot invent money out of thin air. If I could, I would have no use for any of this. I would just conjure more money from my beach house in Hawaii. I understand it may be more difficult to come up with more money for me, but I will need more to fulfill my end of the deal. She scoffs and looks at the exam table. She uses her finger to scribble on the surface as if she's writing with a pen. When she's done, she looks back at you and shakes her head. The math doesn't work for me. 5,000 is all I can offer. Take it or leave it. Oh, why can't I use willpower? Do I not have any willpower? I have so much willpower. The fuck? Call her bluff. I'm not interested in $5,000. You can't come up with more. You have to find someone else. 5k is good. I really want to do that deal with you, but I'm in so much debt that even $5,000 wouldn't help. I'm afraid I'm going to lose the store. Can't you do any more? Pitch back the contract. You have no choice but to pay me more. I'm sure the police would be interested. We ain't narcs. She rolls her eyes at you. This is certainly not an Oscar-worthy performance. Nevertheless, I will agree to 7,000 and not a penny more. I'll take it. She smiles, lifts the contract and places it inside the clipboard. Wonderful. Sadly, I have no bottle of champagne to pop open for a toast. I'm glad we come to an agreement and hope we have a long partnership. Relationship +9. Excellent. She slips past your chair and opens the exam room door. Wait, so that's it? The meeting is over? Yes, it's over. I'm a doctor and I have patients, you see. Don't worry, I won't bill your insurance for this. She steps out of the exam room. I don't trust her. I don't like it. You leave the office and continue out of the wellness clinic. Before you leave the parking lot, you sit in your car and meditate. As you reach your car, you receive a text that Jace will come by your house at 2 p.m. to look at the room to rent. You must be really interested. You say to yourself. You head home. Normally, I would, if I was Minerva, I would not be renting a room to a unknown man. Mostly because I don't really trust men, but then again, you know. Woo, take him on a tour. You greet him by the front door, take him on a tour of the house, and end at the second floor bedroom. This all looks great to me, he says. I'll have my stuff just around the corner in my van, so I'll just move in now if that's alright with you. He pays you the first month's rent and security deposits. After giving him the key to both the front door and his room, you deposit his check through the bank app on your phone. That accomplished, you turn to other matters. You group text Adam and Salem and ask them to meet you at the library. I'm gonna have a bit of food. Hi. I wonder if the doctor is sampling her in supply. I'm not so sure because she is also awake during the day. But obviously that doesn't discount ghouls and or revenants. J. Elliott Oliver Library, named after the first mayor of Jericho Heights, takes up space in the center of town near City Hall. It's the busiest part of town, which includes the only 3-lane street and Ed Fuller's hot dog stand in the summer. He runs an oil delivery business the rest of the year. Holliver Library is one of the oldest buildings in the Heights, but as far as you know, the town's never paid for renovations. When Adam's car pulls into the parking lot, you notice a massive exoskeleton covering the face of the library. Metal scaffolding stands along each wall, and a sign for Maximilian Construction hangs prominently. Can't believe this place is finally getting a facelift, Adam says, opening the driver's side door. My dad said he saw estimates of it costing $2 million to brick point the entire facade. Fucking hell. That's a lot of late fees, Salem says, tapping a finger to her mouth. Who has that kind of money in Jericho Heights, and why would they choose to donate that much money to the library, you say? I haven't heard anything among the staff about the donor, and I don't even know how this will affect my job. I'm hoping they'll offer me more hours. I'll probably just hire a few more part-timers instead. Salem hops out the passenger side door and leans her seat forward to let you out. You climb out of the chair, out of the car, and close the door. On the other side, Adam unfolds his wheelchair and climbs in it from the driver's seat. Hey Minerva, can I get a little help here, please? Adam asks. You round the car, leaving Salem to stare at the front of the building. What's up, you ask. Can you hang that backpack behind my chair? It's hard for me to attach it. See, when somebody asks for help, like, when you ask somebody, like, hey, do you need help? And you say no, they know that they can trust you. So that later on they may be like, oh yeah, this person's chill. Like, they respect like my autonomy and my wishes in regards to my wheels. You take the bag from the Honda and drape it over the back of the handlebars of Adam's wheelchair. 2 buckles hang from each side, and you connect them to hold the bag in place. Thanks, he says, and rolls up a small ramp onto the curb. As he makes his way to the front of the building, you and Salem follow, one on each side. It feels like old times again when you were kids, hanging out at the park or roaming the streets at night, exploring some new section of town. How would you ever have known the 3 of you would unite again? You walk ahead and hit a button with a wheelchair symbol and a metal railing under one of the scaffoldings. Double doors swing open automatically, and the 3 of you head inside. Areas of carpeting are missing from the floor, ripped up and rolled to the side, exposing the cement slab. Yellow caution tape marks off areas to the left and right where paint cans and rolls of tape lie scattered around. You make your way through an arch that leads into the library proper, where rows and rows of bookshelves stand and wait. Salem walks away from you and Adam. I'm going to go say hi to Miss Hanson. She'd be mad if I didn't. She might be able to point us in the right direction. As she walks away, Adam approaches a couch and pulls up alongside it. Have a seat. You sit and turn to face him. He smiles at you, showing off the dimple in his chin. It's really great to have you back here in Jericho Heights. I really missed you. I'm glad to be back too. It's great to be hanging out with both of you again. He looks at the floor and rubs the back of his neck with one hand. He takes a deep breath and blows it out before turning back to you. Since we're going to be hanging out again, I don't want it to be awkward. I'm just going to ask you out. Oh, I'm just going to ask you out now. That way if you reject me, at least I can get it out of the way. Holy shit. Wait. Holy fuck. Hot boy wants to chat. I'm sipping that fucking tea. Sure, I'll go out with you. I've been wanting to move my relationship with him along. Damn it, I wanted to be the one to ask you out. Now you've gone and ruined it. I think we should just say friends. I'm not ready for another relationship. Okay, chat. Chat. Option 2. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. I know I've made a point in these games to be like, oh yes, I'm bisexual, I'm gay, and then non-binary, and every single time. We went for Shadow Daddy last time, and we're going for Adam this time. Hot finance boy. Like, shit. Fuck yeah, rat party baby. Adam shakes his head but smiles at you. Well, forget I said anything. Let's just Okay, I thought he was being like, oh, you're being silly about it, so obviously, oh, okay. Hey Minerva, how have you been? Anything on your mind? Hey Haben, I was wondering if you'd like to go out with me sometime. He fakes a look of shock. I would be happy to go out with you. Oh, here comes Salem. Why don't we text later and figure out the details? Hey there, so all of the books we're looking for are on the 2nd floor. Miss Hanson pointed me to the section devoted to academic studies. She looked pretty annoyed that I asked for help, Salem says. You didn't actually tell her we were looking for vampires, did you? Oh god, no. I told her we were looking up the history of monsters. Dracula, werewolves, the Yetis. I didn't exactly know how to word it. Anyway, follow me. The second floor of the library. Is he a vampire? Did he use 10 drawers to actually reverse time? Crazy. Crazy that he would do that. Isn't it only the true Bruja that can use temporis? I forget. Because we are dealing with some kind of Bruja that we think used presence on that guy in town who flipped the fuck out and was like, ah. But then again, we think he was on the good kush of vampire blood. The second floor of the library shows the real age of the building. Thin carpets pulling up at the corners, rickety wooden chairs and tables. Peeling paint. It's only true Bruja that can use it, yeah. Because they're the ones before Troil diablerized Bruja, I think. And then all modern Bruja are usually descended from Troil. Also, temporis means no celerity. Oh shit. Well, fuck that. Shows the real age of the building. Thin carpets pulling up at the corners, rickety wooden chairs and tables, peeling paint on the ceiling, chipped statues and fake potted plants. Only one worker, a short, hunched old man, pushes a cart through an aisle. Both front wheels wobble like they're ready to pop off. That's Mr. Gregory, Salem says. The elevator door opens, doors open, and out walks Mrs. Hanson, carrying a folder. She walks straight past your group without even a glance. I see the section on mythology and historical references. Adam points to a darker section of the floor where the bookcases form a triangle, leading into a new section. As you walk around, Mr. Gregory in his wobbly cart, Salem waves to him. Hi, Mr. Gregory. It's nice to see you.
Hello, dear. Make sure to submit your time card. Miss Hanson is a real stickler.
Once again, I don't know why I'm doing an accent for just a throwaway character. I will, Mr. Gregory, she chirps. You and Adam wave a cautious hello as the three of you continue on to the mythology section. Once there, Salem pulls out her phone and checks the screen. Miss Hampton gave me the numbers of some of the books she recommended. They should be right here. She stands on the tips of her toes and squints her eyes as she reads the numbers on the spines of the books. She frowns and moves further down the line and then frowns again. I don't understand. At least 10 of them are missing. That seems strange. Can you look up who checked them out? Good idea. I can check the computer up here. Salem walks over to a kiosk where an ancient-looking monitor and keyboard sit. It boots up with a series of annoying beeps that break the silence of the second floor. When the screen turns neon blue, she taps away on the keyboard. That's really weird. They've all been marked for reclassification. I guess we can ask Miss Hanson where they might be. If they're in the special section, I'm sure she'll lend me the key. That's quite a coincidence that the books we need are all missing. So what are we to do now? Adam says, rolling up to a table. Since a lot of vampires can and will take celerity, not many could learn it anyways. Yep. Celerity is good shit. I took it as my Samishi character because I kept getting my ass beat in combat and I have like 4 health. Because I am a big Kuldunic sorcerer and I do not like anything else. Salem walks over the book. Okay. That's quite coincident. The books that we need are all missing, Adam says, rolling up to a table. So what do we do now? Salem walks over to a bookshelf inside the triangular mythology section and returns seconds later with 2 large dusty books the size of encyclopedia volumes. 2 of the books are here. They were in the wrong sections. We can start working through these. Ask Adam and Salem what they think about Lacey and Marcus. Ask Salem out on a date? That's crazy. Wait. Can we do the thruple? Wait. Out for blood. Threesome. Wait, Out for Blood is an actual American retro vampire porn movie is crazy. Also, why the fuck am I using Bing? Get out of here. Get out of here, Bing. Fuck's sake. It's like my default browser. I need to change it to... Because I don't want to change to Google Chrome. I just want to have Google. VTM out for blood. Okay, I don't know whether we can do... Chat, we gotta know whether we can... Oh, at some point you have to choose between them. God damn it. Disgusting. No, let me be in a throuple with my boys. Discuss the concept of vampires and Draco. What do Adam and Salem think about all this? Search the library for anything that may be useful in science or wits and investigation. Talk to Miss Hanson and find out who's funding the library's expansion. Let's do this. With Salem and Adam locked in their own research, you take the opportunity to search for other books that may be of interest. Though Salem's initial search provided some of the basic history of vampire lore, maybe you can find something unexpected. Research has been part of your scientific training for years now, and though you're used to finding papers in scientific journals and texts, the methodology is the same. Searching for a keyword like vampire turned up nothing in the library, though as your first step is to look for related phrases that may be easily overlooked. You step over to the computer on the second floor and do a few keyword searches in the library's catalogue system. Slurring my words, chap. Slurring because I'm too horny. Although you trust Salem, you don't trust Miss Handsome, so you start out by searching for vampires. You get too many of the usual suspects: Bram Stoker's Dracula, novels by Anne Rice, and the Twilight series, and other works of popular fiction. Next, you focus on lore, but as Salem found all of the books are missing, checked out, relocated, or being read right now by your friends, you turn your attention to other keywords. You search for spellings in other languages. Vampire. I don't know. You check for mythological creatures like Lamia, Cadaver, Sanguine, and even blood-sucking demons. Your search results show much of the same. Books don't exist at this library, or their status reads relocated. After nearly exhausting all of your ideas, you finally get a hit. You search for the term Nosferatu. Though almost all of the books within this keyword are checked out. You notice one single book has a mislabeled call number. While it should start with BA9, the digits are transposed to B9A. I wonder if this book was taken out of circulation like the others. I hope it's here and has us some useful information we need, you say. Under your breath. You jot down the full number and head to an aisle of the library in the far corner opposite the elevator, where your friends sit. Your search takes you to the foreign language self-help books. Running your fingers among the spines of dusty books, you imagine are never checked out. You find the single book, Autobiography of the Hunter. Pulling it out, you flip to the back cover where you see a picture of an olive-skinned woman in a grey wool suit standing in a cemetery. My name is Annis Keen and I hunt vampires. No one wants to believe the truth. Vampires are real and they are everywhere. I take you on a personal account of my past 3 years learning about this threat to our society and how I've trained to hunt them. The book is a full 300 pages and too long to read right now. Considering how many other books on the topic have gone missing, you see no point in checking it out. You slip the book into your bag with a plan to read it later. With your search over, you return to your friends. As Adam and Salem open the book at the table, you slip out the hunter book you just found. You slide it onto the table, revealing it to Salem and Adam. Hey guys, I just found this. It was mislabeled in the library system, but I found it. Salem turns the book just enough to read the cover. Annis Keen. Why do I know that name? Adam rolls his eyes. That nut job. Her story was all over the news. I think it went national. She's a survivalist who wrote a manuscript and paid to self-publish it. I'm not sure how the library got it, but that looks like a copy. Anyway, maybe 5 years ago, she was going off about how vampires live among us. She was even on cable access to a few dozen viewers. He takes out his phone and taps on the screen. His fingers move quickly. Didn't she wind up in jail? Salem asks. Adam leans back in his wheelchair and holds the phone up to read from it. Oh, sorry, chat. Oh. The curry is upset with me. I think... Do I also know the name Annis Keen? Is she from Vampire the Masquerade Chicago. Is she from Chicago by night? Or am I on crack? I might be on crack. Yeah, here's a Sun-Times article. Grew up in Chicago, worked as a financial manager for a Fortune 500. After the death of her partner, she quit her job and sold all her possessions. Spent time in a residential mental health facility. Left and moved to Gary. Built a home in Manteno, yada yada yada. Okay, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives investigated keen after neighbours reported disturbances to local police. When the ATF came to her house, a confrontation ensued in which an agent was shot. After arresting her, authorities found automatic weapons and explosives in a bunker she was building on the property. She is now in federal prison on weapons and explosive charges. Throughout her arrest, arraignment and trial, she kept saying she was hunting vampires. She definitely sounds trouble, but I can't help but wonder if she was really tracking vampires. Even in the unlikely chances, a vampire in Jericho Heights, that doesn't mean Keene has all her marbles. She's been so discredited. I mean, she shot a federal agent. Or are they all vampires too? Look, no one really knows what Keene went through. Maybe she was just pushed too far. Stress can make people do crazy things, Salem says. You draw the book back and slip it in your bag. Footsteps draw your attention to the other side of the bookshelf where a tall man in dark green coveralls carries a toolbox. He glances in your direction and looks away as you meet his gaze. The hairs on the back of your neck stand up and he hurries to the end of the aisle and turns a corner into a different section. Hey Salem, I just saw some guy in coveralls with a toolbox. Any idea who that could be? Who, Larry? I didn't realise he was working today. He works the morning shift. I don't know him very well. A few moments pass in silence as all three of you thumb through musty books that haven't been opened in years. Your hands are caked with dust. When you sneeze, a small cloud passes around the table. Hey guys, isn't that Mrs. Duncan? You know, Monroe Duncan's mum? Adam says, peering at the table on the far end of the library. Salem glances up. Yeah, that's her. She's here a lot, at least since her divorce. Breaks my heart to think about what she's been through. Next, you ask what they think of Lacey and Marcus. Ask Salem out on a date. Jesus Christ. Approach Miss Doug to discuss her daughter's disappearance. Discuss the concept of vampires in Jericho Heights. What do Adam and Salem think about this? Follow Larry to see what he's up to. I got the weird hair standing on end thing again. What the fuck is Larry up to? As soon as you saw him, Larry piqued your curiosity. Why did he keep looking in your direction? What's he up to? Hey guys, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in a few minutes. Also, we have no clandestine, so we'll see how this goes. Fuck. I'll be back in a few minutes, you say. Stepping away from the table, you head to the end of the aisle where the magazine racks start. You see no signs of anyone, so you walk further along the aisle to the end where it stops at the door marked maintenance. You look around to make sure no one's watching, and when you're sure you're alone, you reach for the door handle. Footsteps call out from your right side and you turn as the shadow approaches. Hey, over here, a voice says. From the edge of another aisle, Larry peeks out and waves you over to him. He steps forward and disappears into an unlit hallway. Hesitant but too curious to turn back, you make your way around the corner just as he enters a side room. As you walk closer to the room, you hear the sounds of heavy machinery, an abnormal buzzing and clanking of moving mechanical parts. You take a quick look inside and see him standing by an air conditioner the size of an oven. He waves you in. Close the door behind you. He speaks in a rough voice like he's waiting to clear a wad of phlegm. He has a long, crooked nose like it's been broken too many times, and he has streaks of grey through his blonde hair. He holds a toolbox in his hand like it's a lunchbox, and tufts of coarse hair poke from his knuckles. Hi there, I'm Minerva. My friend Salem works here, and I was just looking around the library. Sorry if I disturbed anything. We don't have a lot of time, he says. Holy shit. Immediately we lock in as soon as he says that. He says, it's difficult to hear him over the AC unit. He steps close to you, close enough for you to smell the tobacco dip on his breath. Those books your friends couldn't find, they're gone for good. Miss Hanson took them. They got to her. Holy shit, chat. Wait, how do you know what books we were looking for? You ask. You strain to talk over the sound of the machines next to you. Can we shut that off? I can barely hear myself think. No, he shouts and covers the power switch with his hands. He points to the overhead light fixture and looks up. They're always listening and watching. I've seen things in this library that make me realize we are under surveillance all the time. Whatever you have going on, whatever you are doing out there, whatever answers you're trying to find, stop it. It's the only way you'll stay safe. Now go back to your friends. We never talked. Got it? Thanks for the warning, but can I ask you a few questions? The door swings open and Larry steps into the hallway. By the time you cross the room, he's gone. Holy shit, Larry fucking knows something. Tell them, after searching for Larry for several minutes, you return to your friends at the table. Adam looks at his wristwatch and smiles as you sit. You've been gone a while. Everything okay? You tell them about Larry, about his warning. We're all in this together. Talk to them about my strange encounter with him, but downplay his warning. I don't want to worry my friends. Don't mention Larry. I want to keep everything he said to him. No, we're telling them about what the fuck Larry said. Larry's crazy. Oh, they're stressed out. That's... Wait, they've got like a stress mechanic? Wait. Is it going to show us the stress? Cool. Okay. Sure. Oh, let's actually have a look. Acquaintance. Oh. This is clearly a thing. Okay. You lean over the table and wave them in closer. You tell them about your brief meeting with Larry and how he told you that the books on vampires are all missing, taken by Miss Hanson. Your friends light up as they hear the news. I never liked Miss Hanson, but I never thought she was manipulated by anyone. Do we trust Larry? Do you have any reason to believe he's misleading us? You shake your head. I'm really good at reading people and don't think he was lying. I'm heavily inclined to believe him. Salem, do you agree? Based on your interactions with him, is he generally trustworthy? Salem puffs out her cheeks and blows out a sigh. I don't know him very well. I don't know what kind of game he'd be running to lead Minerva into a room and lie about Miss Hanson. If he doesn't like her for some reason, what could we do about it? Did Larry say anything else to you? You look around the area to make sure no one is watching. An image of Larry pointing at a vent in the ceiling pops into your mind. He just told me to be careful, but he didn't go into specifics. Let's just keep all of this to ourselves and not talk to anyone. We shouldn't ask Miss Hanson for anything. Adam and Salem share a look of worry. I just can't, Salem says, pulling the hair of her temples nervously. I don't want to freak out, but if Chastain is somehow manipulating Miss Hanson, this is too much. You reach out and touch her wrist, rubbing the top of her hand to calm her. Everything is going to be okay. We just have to stay sharp and stay calm. We look out for each other. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Salem licks her lips and nods to you. The three of you return to your research and speak no more about Larry, the library, or Miss Hanson. Next to you, I feel like talking about anything in the library is going to be fucking crazy. Should we discuss this now? Or should we talk to Miss Duncan? I don't want to, like... Especially now that another child has gone missing. I don't want to go up to this clearly grieving mother who has just gone through a horrific divorce and be like, hey, so your daughter's disappearance, eh? But also it's possible that Monroe Duncan's... We don't know anything about Monroe Duncan. Well, fuck it. You know what? You lean across the table and tap your fingers to get the attention of your friends. When they look up, you say, I'm going to go talk to Mrs. Duncan. Why, what's up? Adam asks. I want to ask more about Monroe's disappearance. Seriously? Salem asks, her eyes going wide with excitement. I want to go with you. Okay. I thought she was going to be like, that's a fucking terrible idea. Adam raises his hands. Whoa, you two, this is a bad idea. There's no reason to go over there and bother her. Besides, what do you really need to know about Monroe? You glance over at Mrs. Duncan. I'm just really curious what she thinks happened. We can all agree that we don't have the entire picture about her daughter's disappearance. Salem reaches a hand to her hair and pulls on it lightly. That is a real, nervous tick, I think, that she's got. If there are vampires in this town, and we can all agree that anything is possible... Now, I'm not saying a vampire took her. What are you saying? Adam says, cutting her off, because it sounds to me like you're about to bring someone else into this mess. Do you know how many nutjobs have harassed her about Monroe? Yeah. Someone filmed himself breaking into her basement because he thought he was going to find her body down there. Or Zane Schaefer pretending to spot her in Lone Valley Park. What are you going to tell her when she asks why you're interested? Do you think vampires took her daughter? What if she calls the cops on you? Wait, who is Zane Schaefer, you ask? He's this prepper guy who said he spotted Monroe in the woods a few weeks ago. People like him do these things for attention, but it must be so stressful for Mrs. Duncan. Everyone needs to consider her feelings and stop bothering her with conspiracy theories and wild tales of abduction. relax. We're not going to say anything crazy, Salem says. We're just going to talk to her, maybe mention her daughter. Knowing that your friends are split on talking to Miss Duncan. Aww. I'm going over and talking to her. Salem, you coming? Adam's right, it's not good to go over and bother her. Why don't the three of us go over there and talk to her? If any of us say anything inappropriate, Adam, you can handle damage control. I'll convince Adam to see things the way I do. I don't think it's a good idea. I think Adam's right. It's pretty bad. Salem slumps in her chair and folds her arm over her chest. Fine, then why did you bring it up? Curiosity got the better of me, but Adam's right. It's none of our business, and could bring up bad memories for her. I was being selfish. Thank you, Adam says. I get it. You're both right. She's suffered enough without people going over and grilling her. Yeah, what do you think is going on? You look up from your book. So after that meeting at the store, I've been meaning to ask you guys, how are you feeling about everything? If vampires are real, shouldn't we discuss this? Are you guys worried, freaked out, excited? Salem pulls at a strand of her hair. Am I the only one freaked out? Everyone else seems way too calm right now. If there are vampires in town, how are we going to stop them? We're just people, and they have superpowers. We're all in a lot of danger if this is true. I can't be the only one who's losing my mind here. I'm concerned, but not convinced, Adam says, his mouth twitching. I know the strange things I've seen, but it's still hard to believe vampires actually exist. Maybe I don't want to believe. I've rationalized away stuff like this for a long time. I've looked at my shadow and watched it move on its own, telling myself there must be something wrong with the sun. You shake your head. Let's say I believe Michaela. Why Jericho Heights? It's a small town. Why make this your town and not somewhere larger, with more people like Aurora and Rockford? Salem rubs her neck and cringes. She lays her hands, because there are bigger fish in bigger places, I think. I'm assuming that maybe the vampires here or the kindred here are quite young. Salem rubs her neck and cringes. She lays her hand flat on the table and looks at you both with slowly widening eyes. Let's say they exist. Are the myths about them true? Can they only come out at night? Do they have a reflection? Are they driven away by crosses? If I don't invite a vampire in my house, can they still come in? My stepdad put tons of garlic in his marinara sauce. Will that keep us safe? I can't get these questions out of my head, and there's a lot I want to know about them. How can we protect ourselves? What if they just catch us alone at night? It's sounding like you believe they are real, Adam says. Salem shrugs. It's like Michaela said. We all have had run-ins with vampires. Adam places his forearms on the table and leans forward. Let's stop worrying about all the vampires that may or may not exist. Let's stay focused on Amanda Chastain. We need to find out whatever we can about her. If she truly is a vampire, we have to find out her weaknesses, powers, any information we can find. We can't make this bigger than her, or we'll be overwhelmed. Salem scratches her scalp. Okay, that's a good point. Maybe she's not even going to hurt us. She just needs blood to live, and she goes around town taking a little bit here and there, right? She doesn't have to be a threat. Of course she's a threat, Adam says. If she's a vampire, she drinks human blood. We are food to her. Minerva thinks she drank their blood. For all we know, she killed Shyla Sanders. Do you really think Chastain killed him, you ask? Adam shakes his head. Maybe the kid just disappeared or ran away or was abducted by someone else. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's no coincidence he's missing. I can't even begin to imagine the kind of monster who would do that, Salem says. Adam lets out a deep sigh. We don't have any proof, but I don't believe in coincidence. Look, if Chastain is using our town as her own personal buffet, I'm not going to let her get away with it, but I'm not ready to say she's a vampire. Salem looks to you. You're being awfully quiet over here. What do you think? I said with Salem, we need to learn more about Chastain before we judge her. I said with Adam, vampires and Amanda Chastain are threats that need to be eliminated. I keep my opinions to myself. I'm really confused and don't know what to do. Yeah, they're vampires, they're super bad. Yes. Thank you, Adam says. I'm not saying we go torch down Bleakcrest House, but if we determine Chastain is a vampire, we can't let her run around town unchecked. If she's hunting and killing people in town, then yes, we need to take steps against her. But how many people in the Heights have died of mysterious cases of blood losses? Salem asks. Adam stands his book until it covers his face. 2 people have gone missing. That's not suspicious to you? Look, I know you, Salem. You see the good in everything, and that's great. I don't fault you for that. But if she's a vampire, she's a threat. There's nothing wrong with each of us approaching things differently. Let's just keep working together and sharing information, watching each other's backs. It's getting late and I need to head home, Adam says. Salem slams her book shut. I'll take the books back to the front. So did we learn anything? We learned there may be at least one vampire hunter out there, even though it doesn't sound like she's the real deal, you say. Adam shakes his head. We need to learn more so we can come up with a plan. Oh well, come on, I'll bring you guys home. We'll all catch up later at Long Valley Park. Okay. As clouds covered the afternoon sky, a blanket of darkness descends on Jericho Heights. You check the time on your phone several times to reassure yourself sunset is still many hours away. A text from Marcus blinks on your phone asking you to join him at Bleakrest House. Another from Lacey reminds you about the search party later. You have a lot of work to do in your store and the day drifts on. We have unspent experience points chapter. I'm thinking about maybe putting some stuff into resources. Let's do that. Let's put some of that into resources. So we have 9 XP left. Let's see. Awareness is going to be good if we're joining the search party later, but so is survival. Let's go with this. I think that's all of our XP right now. Okay, chapter. Chapter 7, Dicing with Death. Oh my god, it's nearly been 13 hours. Is this my longest stream to date? This might be. Holy shit. And I'm still fucking ready to go, bro. It's probably because I slept for 2 days straight. Fucking hell. Just want it because I want to see how the search party goes. Ah, okay. What is this? Oh, this is all the achievements. I don't want to look at this because I don't want spoilies. I think it is. Oh my god. Yeah. We'll go a little bit longer. I'll go till for about half an hour, 20 more minutes. Because that'll take me to 6 a.m. And I have other stuff that I need to do. Chapter 7, Dicing with Death. The world seemed a bad, terrible place, all its denizens suspect, and I, the lamb, wandering through the valley of death with a bell around my neck. Charlene Harris, Dead Until Dark. Nothing ever... Okay, Ratsus. I know I said that like 4 hours ago. I know I said 4 hours ago this is going to be like a 1 hour end of stream thing. But I'm hooked. I love to read, chat. Nothing ever prepares you for Bleakrest House, even during the daytime. On a busy street, sorry, I just received a message of somebody telling me to go the fuck to sleep. Which is quite funny. Ooh, we've been noticed, chat, we've been noticed. Oh no. Even during the daytime on a busy street in a quiet town, you feel your heart beat faster on the way up to the gradual hill towards the front of the colonial home. It looks so different now, but memories of the broken siding, weeds growing between the bricks, and the rust-colored... Don't you do this to me, Scarlet Emu, don't you do this to me. Between the bricks and the rust-colored awning come back to you in flashes. When you see Marcus walking up the path, you feel a bit more at ease. He walks with an air of confidence and greets you with a nod. "We ready to do this?" he says. His breath smells like alcohol. Oh my god, he's fucking drunk. A backpack hangs on his right shoulder, and when he takes it off, it clatters on the ground. The zipper pops open, and out spill a small crossbow, a mason jar of clear liquid, a wooden cross, and a curved knife. Jesus Christ. Wow, you're really prepared for this. You bend to help him pick up the items. Marcus reaches to collect the items. Oh yeah, I'm like a Boy Scout on steroids, always prepared. I hate being in the Scouts though. Kind of ironic. I always argue with the Scoutmasters, and they always gave me the shit tasks like digging latrine holes and collecting bark. To this day, I still don't know why I collected bark. So what's our goal? Personally, I wouldn't mind lighting the whole place on fire. Or if you're not into arson, we could get inside and look around for clues or evidence. So you believe Chastain is a vampire? Vampires exist, and I'm not surprised Chastain is one. If we had proof, we could take it to the authorities. Do you really think... Do you think they believe us? Or would they just look us up and call us crazy? I don't know. What would I have done when I was a deputy? He looks into the middle distance. Remember, chat, I do like the arson, but remember, chat, he used to be a cop, so we're taking all of his stuff with a grain of salt. We could just scout things out and come back with the rest of our group, or brigade, or whatever Lamb called us. I like that kid. He has a fighting spirit. He pauses again. Oh, no. Be gone. Be gone. Be gone, criminals. There we go. I like the kid. He's a fighting spirit. He pauses again, distracted. What do you think? I don't need any more proof that she's a vampire. I say we kill her right now. We should be doing surveillance, gathering evidence. I need to learn more about Chastain before we can take action. Yeah, we need to know more about her powers. I like the idea of scouting the place out, but I'm not ready to hurt anyone. Path of knowledge. Marcus strokes his chin. Alright, I'm on board. Let's figure out a plan before we take action, just like the freaking Navy SEALs. Let's go. If we want to break him, we need to move around to the backyard and be as quiet as possible. The two of you continue up the hill, staying behind trees and bushes and other obstacles in case the residents of Bleakrest House are watching. It's different from last time you were here. The crab grass and weeds no longer dominate the fields leading up to the house. Now flower pots and sculpted bushes line the path, and a perfectly green uniform lawn spreads on either side. You were reminded of your excursion here as a child when you spoke with Sheriff Ray. You feel your chest tighten and your stomach churn from even the brief reminder of that event. Are you better prepared to deal with the sight of this abomination? The paint, the woodwork, the lawn care, has it really covered over the taint of the madman's temple? The corner of your eye twitches and you catch sight of a rustling bush. You keep your gaze forward so as not to alert the person or thing following you. The soft tap of footsteps tell you it's drawing closer and closer. A grunt, a sigh, and then another grunt. The sounds are human and coming from a child. You turn and spot Michaela poking her head out from the top of the hedge before disappearing behind it. So you call out to her, "Hey Michaela, what are you doing here? It's too dangerous for you to be here." Circle the row of bushes and surprise her. I want to teach her a lesson about sneaking around. Walk over and drag her out of the bushes. The fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing? Not wanting to waste time or play games with this girl, you march the row of bushes and cut along the side of the lawn to the back part where she's hiding. Reaching through the top of the bushes, you grab her arm and pull her out. "Hey, let me go!" She stumbles along as you nearly drag her back to the path. Once on the cobblestones, you release her. "What are you doing following us?" you say to her. Marcus walks over with his hands on his hips. "What's going on here?" Michaela folds her arms over her body and swivels back and forth. "I wanted to go with you. I want to see how you handle the vampires. No one has ever believed me, so I have to come with you. I knew you wouldn't let me come if I'd asked. I wouldn't have said no. Well, I guess I see your point," Marcus says, dropping his arms by his side. "I'd rather you go back home, but I can't exactly make you. Do me a favor and stay far back. If anything happens, or if there is any danger, or I say run, you run. Those are the rules. If you can't follow them, then I'm just going to take you home." "Deal," she says with a huff. At the end of the walkway, we cut across the manicured lawn and along the side of the house, now painted bright white and navy blue, a far cry from the dirt-stained and chipped grey paint from yesteryear. You move into the shadows where you belong right now. The wind blows against you. Oh, it's a clandestine. Clandestine is gonna fuck us, isn't it? Because we got that's our Dex, that's our clandestine, and we are fucked, chat. We are so rinsed. I think this was where we were. "So what's our plan?" he asks in a whisper. We find our way inside and we search for evidence. I'm not saying I know what that evidence looks like. I'm guessing her blood is different from ours. But if there's any way we can get a sample, that's perfect evidence. I'm being bonked. No. We take that to a crime lab and let them go at it. Hell, I wouldn't mind analysing it myself. It might be hard to get a sample from her, but we need something tangible that will prove her nature. First, we have to find her and do it without Jayfield or anyone else inside there stopping us. Okay, so it's very much... I wonder, is she the prince of the area? Because this is such a fucking terrible idea. Although if we do catch her in day sleep... If if we do catch her in day sleep, we can get a sample, because she's essentially a corpse. As you turn your attention back to the house, something hits your foot and you leap sideways. You stifle a cry of pain as the top of your foot throbs. Sorry, Michaela whispers from the side of you. I was walking too close. A waist-high iron gate encloses a colourful garden of purple, orange and green flowers. Bumblebees buzz through the air and you shoo them away as you lift the small latch to enter. A square porch sits in the back of the houses with a leather couch and 2 wicker chairs that collectively look more expensive than the mortgage payment on your new house. Marcus passes you and races to the back door. He raises his arm as if to strike the glass. Wait, we can't just break in like that. They may have traps or something, Michaela says. Oh my god, we're with the fucking idiot brigade. Marcus backs away, resting the crossbow along his outer thigh. Alright, I guess I don't see any alarms. There's a basement window though, right? You follow where he's pointed and see a rectangular pane or glass about the size of a toaster oven. It'd be hard to squeeze through your body through that window to gain access to the basement. Michaela drops to her hands and knees and peers through the grass. It looks like a basement, but there's a wall a few feet ahead, and the whole thing is painted black. I bet that's where she sleeps during the day. We could break into the first floor and see what's around. There may be more to this house that we need to know. Michaela flattens on her stomach and brings her hand to each side of her eyes to shield the glare from ambient sunlight. Chastain must be sleeping in the basement. That's where we're headed. We're going to the basement. Basement seems fucking bad. Break into the basement to gather evidence. Let's go downstairs together through this window. I like to have a look around the first floor before we try to find Chastain. Yeah, let's do that. Marcus nods in agreement. Michaela shakes her head, starts away from you, and then walks back. This doesn't make any sense. We don't care what's on the first floor, and we're wasting time. If Gabriel finds us, he's probably going to lock us in a cell until Miss Chastain wakes up. Everything I've ever read says vampires wake up hungry. That's true. I just want to be prepared for whatever is inside that house, so I'd rather spend a few minutes checking out the first floor than going in blind. Yeah, let's clear the fucking first floor first. I'm not going to let anything happen to us, and I will be super fast in that. Michaela pushes up her sleeve and checks her wristwatch. That sounds like a good plan, actually. We have a little bit of time to scout this place, and I do mean a little bit of time. It's actually a good idea now that I think about it. Thanks, I'm taking this seriously and don't want to waste the opportunity to gather information. Marcus drops his pack near the front porch. This is such a fucking terrible idea. I'll keep watch while you go in. I'll send you a text if anything shows up. You climb the porch steps. Sending a text? Oh no, that's probably going to be terrible. You climb the porch steps and move to the open window. Long blue curtains blow in the wind, settle apart to give you enough of a view into the home. It's the first time you've looked inside in many years, and a shiver runs through your body. This is Bleakrest House, a mystical place in the mind of all residents of Jericho Heights, and you're about to go inside. With a nod to Marcus and Michaela, you lift a leg through the window and balance yourself to climb along the landing. Polished hardwood floors offer a modern look to a home you remember well before this makeover. The walls are painted a light grey with navy blue accents, and the ceilings have recessed lights, though they're off right now. Walking around, you immediately come to a door on your right, though it's locked. You move forward and check the door on your left, opening it to reveal a closet of winter coats and umbrellas. You run your hand inside and check along the walls, half expecting secret doors or entrances to hidden passages, but nothing reveals itself. Moving farther into the home, you step closer to the front door and hear the pitter-patter of footsteps. They scrape along the floorboards and pick up speed until a gigantic tan dog stops near the front door, some 10 feet from where you stand. It has a short muscle but stout build, like a US Marine in canine form. When he stops to look at you, a pulsing growl emerges from his throat. You recall a YouTube video you watched some months about this particular breed, a bull mastiff, one of the most loyal and tenacious guard dogs in the world. The dog takes a few slow steps forward, and you can tell he doesn't appreciate you being here. Your instinct is to run for the window and dive out, but can you outrun him? You could call out for help, and maybe Marcus will hear you. Then again, maybe Jayfield will hear you. The dog doesn't look openly aggressive, so if you show him you're no threat, he may leave you alone. You would need to interact with the dog, which increases the risk of attack if he's not looking for a new friend. As you consider your options, you glance over your shoulder at the closest closet door. Maybe you get the dog inside? Before you can decide on the best course of action, a fog creeps in from the corners of your eyes. You're having another vision. As you begin to focus on the developing image, the bark of the mastiff pulls you back to reality and your heart leaps into your chest. Make friends! We gotta be besties! Fuck yeah! You take a deep breath and try to relax before interacting with the dog. It's not easy considering his mouth is the size of your entire neck. Knowing canines react to the stress of those around them, you sit on the ground with your side to the dog, so he views you as non-threatening. Hey buddy, come here boy, you say in a high-pitched voice. He takes a few steps forward, tilts his head down. You can read that he's unsure of you, but he's showing curiosity. Good boy, you're a good boy. You make kissing noises. He's a sweet boy. You make kissing noises with your mouth and entice him over, and you pat your hand on the hardwood floor by your side. He looks from side to side as if he's searching for an answer somewhere. Then when his tail wags, you relax even further. He's not afraid of you, maybe even a bit excited. You raise your voice even higher, another trick to make yourself less threatening. And you place your hand flat on the floor to your left. You keep calling him, and each time he moves closer until he's right on you. A tag hanging from his collar reads, Blade! Oh, that's so fucking funny. He's panting so much that his hot breath hits your face. It smells like meat, but you hold in any discomfort from the pungent odor. You slide your hand along the floor, and he lowers his muzzle and gives you a sniff. With your other hand, you reach over and pet under his chin. He lies flat, and you pet him along his back. This is best dog friend making ever. I love it. Before long, he rolls to his back, giving you his belly to rub. It only takes a few minutes of this until he closes his eyes and starts to snore. You stay there for a few minutes to keep him company. When you're sure he's asleep, you rise and tiptoe past him to search the first floor. You move. Fuck yeah, we're doing it, chat. We're doing it. You move towards the front of the house, creeping along like a thief, taking each step with careful precision not to make noise. The floorboards creak from time to time, and you listen for any sounds indicating you've been detected. Though you're visiting during the day, you can't predict a vampire's range of power. You've read of some vampires being able to walk in daylight. Maybe some form of magic affords her protection from the sun while she's in Bleakrest House. When you walk into the living room, you see it bathed in a cream colour, with all the walls and... Oh, she's a fucking, like, beige... Like... this fucking beige nonsense. Oh, no. With all the walls and ceiling painted off-white. Opposing couches are darker white, while several lamps have a touch of blue, and several vases add colour to the room, along with the dark brown hardwood flooring. An eggshell-covered Turkish carpet lies in the centre of the room. Stairs lead up to the second floor, and over a fireplace hangs a painting of a blonde woman in a green robe reclined on a bearskin rug. On the far left is a closed-off room with an unlit sign reading "On Air." A piano sits along the corner with dozens of framed photos covering the top. Your deductive reasoning tells you that many photos are on display for a reason, and they depict more than just the residents of this home. A sudden buzz of electricity courses through your body like it's been jump-started. It's momentary, but you felt this before, and not long ago when you encountered the stranger in the alley. Is that just... Look at the photos. What are the photos on the piano? Over 24 photos sit atop the white piano. In the corner of the room, all pointing to the player's bench. Chastain in a red dress. Chastain in black pantsuit. Chastain in a kimono image... Image after image of her, all taken at night or inside a building. Could this mean she must avoid the sunlight? Or is this some setup to trick people into believing she's a creature of the night? You see her with the mayor and members of the town council in numerous photos, and even some in front of Holliver Library. You look through each of these photos at a methodical pace, mostly out of curiosity. Each of these photos shares a slice of Chastain's life, or is it unlife? Hee hee. We don't always wake up hungry. There is usually a mechanic for NVTM where it takes 1 blood point to wake up each morning. Yeah, or sometimes you have to roll a hunger dice to be like, oh, I'm waking up and I'm like, oh, I need a snack. I need a little snack, chat. One strikes your eye. A photo of Chastain in a far more casual outfit and demeanour. She wears a concert t-shirt for the band Vampire Weekend with a pair of ripped jeans and thigh-high stiletto boots. She's such a toreador, bro. She stands in front of an immense speaker beside an outdoor stage. Besides the irony of her t-shirt, she stands behind someone you recognise. The younger woman has silvery hair, looks to be in her late teens, and wears similar rocker clothes. Her tongue's out and she holds up double horns with her fingers. That expression resonates with you. The girl in the woods. What the fuck? Oh, there's so many of them, chat. Is that her child? Her childer? On your drive into Jericho Heights only a few days ago, you met this girl in the park. What's the significance? That's the question, but you know there's a reason you're seeing this photo here and now. Something scratches at the back of your mind, and now that you've seen it, you can't settle on leaving it there. As you reach for the photo, you pause. Should you take it? If Chastain or Jayfield played this piano, one of them will know it's missing. Forgetting about the risk, you could show this photo to others and determine the connection between Chastain and the missing girl. You could take a photo of it with your phone. One of your friends can still tell you about the girl in the woods. Maybe they know her or can help you search for her identity. You may not need the original or the digital copy or to gather further information. It's all about the level of risk you're willing to take. We've had several instances where anything that is taken with a phone has been deleted. So I think we're going to take the original photo. You grab the original photo off the piano to take with you. This will help reveal the identity of the young woman. One of your friends may recognize her, and you can ask around town if anyone knows her. With that decision made, you step away from the piano. A text message comes through from Marcus. I spotted someone upstairs. I think it's Renfield. Looks like he's moving around up there. If you're around, be extra careful. Next, you examine the painting. Investigate the side room with the on-air sign. You step over to the door and listen before entering. Nothing comes through the wooden surface. After a few moments of waiting, you turn the handle and ease the door open. The room is set up like a professional radio station. An iMac Pro sits on the desk in one corner. Why are there so many iMacs? Fucking Christ. In this thing. In one corner, with several pieces of high-end equipment that look like audio interfaces and sound mixers. 2 sets of headphones and microphones on extendable arms sit at 2 opposing stations across a wooden table. Extra computer monitors are spread around the table as well. A speakerphone sits in the middle of the table, several cables wired to it. This is obviously where the podcast is recorded. On a wall hangs a framed newspaper clipping of the 2 stars of the podcast, Amanda Chastain and Gabriel Jayfield, as the mayor introduces them on stage at a past summer festival. I think the summer festival is actually coming up, because I think Salem talked about it with us on the first day. Because she was like, oh, are you going to stay a couple days? Because, like, the summer festival's soon. Like, if you're sorting out your grandfather's affairs, that sort of thing. Sorry, I must sit like a bisexual, cross-legged in a wheelie chair, chat. You do not understand. You move around the room and spot a door labelled with the sign Staff. Opening it, you see a room filled with memorabilia from an earlier era of entertainment. Framed programs, playbills, movie posters, and photos, all aged over time, and many in black and white. You see one common word, vaudeville, across all the articles in the room. One of the framed photos stops you, the image of a blonde-haired woman from 1909. A placard reads, the train station with Maud Templeton and Amanda Chastain. You stumble backwards. This is like the first proof that we've gotten. You stumble backwards and bump the wooden table, knocking it over a display table. Peering at the photo a few feet away, you see an image of Chastain. The Chastain. It's her name and her face that would make her over 100 years old. This doesn't seem real. Could all of these items be fake? But why would Chastain have a room full of forged memorabilia? If they're real, that's even more disturbing. It would mean she's over 100 years old. Simple tests exist to prove the photo is real, of course. There's a risk. If Chastain finds out you took it, she won't be too happy. Similar to the debate you had with the photo of her on the piano. You could take an image of it with your phone. Sure, it's not as much proof as the authentic item, but at least you're not stealing anything. And Chastain may not even know the digital photo exists. No, that's not true, because she's been deleting stuff, right? It's less risky, but easier for others to dispute. Photoshop exists just like vampires. Then again, maybe your word is enough. You could at least assure your friends that Chastain has lived since the early 20th century, and this may point to just how powerful she has become. This may be the only proof you need. Take it. Take it. Well, the fun thing about the Gargoyles, the vigil game, I think earlier, there are rules for what happens if a vampire drinks gargoyle blood. It turns to stone during the day. Time it causes aggravated wounds. That's fucking funny. I know that gargoyles are also a thing that like Clan Tremere helped create as well. As sort of like it's like a whole like ghouling sort of process and a bunch of blood rituals. You You take the framed photo off the wall. No one can dispute this level of proof. The woman in the photo is the spitting image of Amanda Chastain. The same Chastain who owns this house and has a podcast. It's the same woman who was in your home the other night. The same person who bit you and drank your blood. Stepping away from memorabilia, you leave the recording room and close the door behind you. Heavy footsteps pound from above, moving from the back of the house to the staircase. Retracing your steps, you rush back through the side hall. The dog lies on the floor snoring with his body shaking and paws twirling like he's dreaming. You step past him and move to the window and climb outside. As soon as you're outside, you rush to the path leading away from Brillycrest's house. Marcus is there waiting for you along with Michaela. Let's get out of here, you say. Oh, no basement time? Discuss the photo of Chastain and the young woman from the park that I saw on the piano. Yeah. The living room has a large piano with a dozen or so framed pictures on top of it. One of them is a picture of Chastain with this woman, who I met on my way into Jericho Heights a few days ago. You describe what the young woman looks like, with all the details you can remember. Marcus's eyes grow long like he's watching someone in the distance and slowly recognizes them. He pulls out his smartphone and taps on the screen, swiping vigorously. With a final tap, he holds it up to you. Is that her? You stare at the screen and see the woman from the park. Yes, that's who I met out in the park. That's who's in that photo with Chastain on her piano. Let me see, Michaela says, as she stares at the piano, at the picture on the screen. Her squinting eyes go extra wide and her mouth hangs open. Marcus holds back the phone and taps the screen. That's Monroe Duncan? Are you sure you met this girl a couple days ago in the park? I am absolutely positive I spoke to that person in that photo. Samichi the wackiest though. Oh yeah, the fucking not Voivode, the Wargles. The oh, what the fuck are they called? The Samichi Wargles, I don't remember. I know they're called Wargles, but they have a funky name. Because it's bad with Clan Samisi. It's real fucking bad, chat. Vosed, that's what it's called. Fuck. That's what it's called. They're like these massive, like, horrific amalgamations of flesh. It's real bad. Yeah, I am playing as Samisi at the moment in one of my vampire campaigns. I played a Hecata, and now I am playing a Hecata, specifically a Lamia. One of the Lamia, who are like the bodyguards of Clan Cappadocian, and stuff like that. And now I'm playing Samisi. Okay, one time I was talking to a player who made a dragon out of a pony and like several orphans to just sculpt them all together. Jesus Christ. But yeah, that's more. I'm absolutely positive I spoke to the person in that photo. Marcus raises his hands to the top of his head and paces in a wide circle. Michaela wraps her arm around her body and crouches. I'm freaking out, she says. Marcus strides back to you and gets in your face. Think about this hard because what you're saying is serious. What was she doing out there? Was she hurt? Scared? Oh, he knows her. Did she know who she was, or did she have memory loss? What did she look like? I'll do the best I can to answer every question, but we all need to calm down, please. He backs away and raises his hands like he's surrendering. You continue. She looked perfectly fine to me. She was dressed normally, spoke well. She was even pretty confident, just hanging out in the woods by herself. There are no signs of distress or confusion. I reckon she got turned. I reckon Amanda, like, because obviously they have like this prior relationship or something. She like grooms her, decides to make her child, like kidnaps Monroe, and then Monroe is like holy shit, and then fucks off to the woods. That is the vibe I'm getting so far. Oh yeah, wait, let me read this. I was reading ahead because I was eating. There were no signs of distress or confusion or anything like that. It was definitely her. She talked about Jericho Heights and even knew my grandfather. We need to talk to Sheriff Ray. If this is a lead, we have to tell him so we can investigate, Marcus says. Lacey asked me to go to the sheriff's office with her. I can talk to him then. If Monroe is still alive in the park, the sheriff office needs to investigate. Oh, Jesus Christ. You take out the black and white photo of Chastain and show it to Marcus and Michaela. Both of them stare at the image of a young Chastain with shorter hair, advertising her show. They look on with expression of wonder that grows the longer they look at it. Oh boy, this is crazy. How old is that photo? Michaela whips out the phone and taps on the screen. A nervous murmur rises in her throat. That play is from 1917. So wait, that means she's over 100? That's a damn long time to be on this earth. Great work, Minerva, Marcus says. Yeah, that's an actual piece of evidence. Exciting stuff, Michaela says. As the three of you continue on, next to you, I choose not to share anything for now. Alright, we've been here long enough. I'm heading to the park to join the search party for Tyler Sanders. Marcus, are you going? He nods. Completely forgot, but I signed up. Let's drop Michaela off first. I need to stop by at home to drop off my gear. You walk down from Bleak Rest House, looking back only once to see the looming house in the background. When you were growing up, you saw it as a place of evil, a lair where a monster took refuge and planned his next kill. Has anything changed? Chapter 8, Common Ground. We live, we die. Somewhere along the way, if we're lucky, we may find someone to help lighten the load. Justin Cronin, The Passage. Every time you step back into Long Valley Park, you feel a mix of nostalgia and anxiety. You spent your time in these woods as a child, striving to find your way out, when your grandfather would challenge you to do so. In your early teens, you came back here with Adam and Salem, and searched for new places to hang out and explore. You would even come here alone to escape the pressures of your teenage years, or for a break from your grandfather, to just disappear for a while. You've been driven through this park on each trip back to Jericho Heights, but walking through the forest feels more visceral. The branches reach out and embrace you, and the wind seems to whisper your name. The park knows you're there, like an old friend come to visit. After dropping off Marcus and Michaela, you stop at home briefly to clean up and prepare for what may be a long night out. You also take time to pray, especially for guidance as you help the search for Tyler Sanders. Yes, the Omnissiah shall guide us. Tired of being without protection, you take a Glock 19 from your grandfather's secret room. Every once in a while, you check your belt to make sure it's still there. Oh, Jesus Christ. We don't know how to... Girly pop, I cannot tell you how much we do not have any combat skills. Okay. Okay. Every once in a while, you check your belt to make sure it's still there. As you near the meeting place for the search party, you spy a large crowd. Several long folding tables stand in a semicircle manned by volunteers wearing "We Love Tyler" t-shirts. What the fuck? Tall lights provide static illumination around the edge of the clearing. A short wooden platform sits just beyond the reception area, and you see a young woman setting up AV equipment. In front of the platform sits a blown-up school photo of Tyler with a few dozen candles, flowers, and a wreath. You walk around in the crowd for a while before finding your friends all standing by the first registration table. Character ideas. Samichi, who is a huge Voltron fan, so craft several of her ghouls into lions and then craft them to make Ghoultron insane. Right now, my Samichi is trying to make an army of war ghouls to take over like fucking Western Hungary or something. So, and to kill all landlords or something crazy, I think, because she's like a... It's very fun. Anyway. By the first registration table. You walk around in the crowd for a while before finding your friends all standing by the first registration table. As you wade through the crowd, Adam spots you first and wheels himself over to you. I was starting to... Oh god, he's probably having a hell of a time out in the woods. I have an all-terrain wheelchair, which means my the wheels of my chair are like bike. They're sort of like bike tires essentially, so I can go out into like the woods. I can go on like nice little walks and stuff like that. I want to get like a regular wheelchair, just because I feel like it would be easier on my arms to get around town when I need to. But yeah, I use that wheelchair when I go to like LARPs and stuff. It's really good. I also always like Ravnos with their illusions. Sorry, I'm very chatty about VTM. I can keep it down if it get annoying. No, I love interacting with chat. It's great. It's great. I love talking about World of Darkness. World of Darkness is one of my favorite. We did back in October, we did like a month of darkness where I was just playing World of Darkness games. So I played VTM 2 that I still need to finish. Fabian Laguna, my beloved. And also Fire, my beloved. Why can't they be beloveds together and kiss, even though he's in her brain? And we also did Book of Hungry Names. We love a bit of yap on this channel. I'm starting to worry you weren't coming. We went ahead and got you signed up. It may be crazy of me to say this, but I'm kind of excited about the whole thing. Not why we're here, of course, but the chance to take part in something this big. I don't know, but I like the adventure of it all, if that makes sense. You hear the long warble of feedback from a portable speaker. The mayor steps onto the platform and grabs a bullhorn connected to the speaker. Sheriff Ray takes the stage next to him. A man and woman join him as well. Both have been crying. They hold each other as they stand off to the side. The man trembles and the sheriff places a hand on his shoulder for support. From below the platform, a hand extends and holds up a packet of tissues. It's like funny thing, changing the dreaming while a character of mine I loved called me out on when I would realize I was trans. Isn't that just the way? I feel like the most fucking wild shit. You could do some wild shit in like video games. Like one of my friends is going through what I call the gender spicy time, where they're sort of like figuring stuff out and playing a character who is female, and looking really cute and having a great time with it, and all of us being like, oh yeah, huh? That's crazy. That's crazy that you're playing a woman right now, and you also really vibe with it, and you're also like seem really happy whenever we use she her pronouns for you. That's crazy. Anyway. My character's facing me with a 37-year-old woman. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta LARP and or play as a 37-year-old woman, and you just be like, oh shit, I fucking get it. And then the egg cracks. Oh. Big stretch, chap. Mayor Bumpley wakes up the bullhorn and holds it to his mouth. Thank you all for volunteering to help with the search for Tyler. We all still have hope that he's out there somewhere. The sheriff's office and local police have been coordinating the search throughout Long Valley Park and the rest of Jericho Heights. It warms my heart to see you all here. On behalf of the Sanders family, thank you for pitching in. Sorry, I'm just adjusting my microphone. In a few moments, Sheriff Raymond Allister will provide some instructions. Then you'll break out into groups. I definitely think Allister's a ghoul because he's like 70. Then you'll break out into groups to look for evidence that may help the ongoing investigation. Thank you, and may God bless us all. Sorry, I don't like Mayor Bumpley. He's kind of an asshole. He gives me like just creepy, wriggly vibes. The mayor passes the bullhorn over to Sheriff Ray, who says, "Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Everyone listen up. I'm only going over this once. As the sheriff goes over procedures for the search, your small group moves to the side of the crowd. So, Lacey, did you go to the sheriff's office yet?" You ask? She shakes her head, takes out a cigarette. She wears a pair of loose-fitting jeans and a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Does anyone mind if I smoke? She asks as she lights it. They pushed me off until tomorrow. They had to make this whole thing together. So Ray said he didn't have time to talk to me. If you want to join me, I have an appointment with them early tomorrow. I hope you won't mind, but I told everyone what happened on what went on at Bleak Rest House, Marcus says. He has a small silver flask in his hand and takes a sip. I still can't believe it. Chastain's a vampire. This is unreal, Salem says, wringing her hands. Oh, I'm so worried about Salem right now. Lacey pinches the center of her forehead. I don't want to believe it. Adam turns his wheelchair and points off in the distance. We should get a move on. We're focused on that northeast quadrant over there. It's going to take us about 3 hours. I'm ready to go if everyone else is. Before we head out, I check in with the mayor. I want him to know I came to be a part of this. Speak with Tyler's parents. I used to work for them when I was a kid. I want to show them my support. Talk to Sheriff Ray and Deputy Maya. Maybe they can give me advice on the search. Let's talk to the parents, if we know them. You move through the crowd, saying hello. So we used to work for them at the market, I'm assuming. You move through the crowd, saying hello to many familiar people who have also come out to help the cause. Sorry, I'm just moving my mouse a little bit. Making your way to the side of the platform, you wait for the Sanders family to walk down. As they do, you stare up at them, almost turn away. It's hard to even look at them. Their sunken eyes, quivering lips, greying hair. You can hear their hearts breaking even as they try to muster smiles. You approach them and say, "I'm so sorry for what you're going through. We're going to do our best to look and help you find Tyler." They look at each other and then at you. "It's so good to see you again, Minerva. We appreciate you being here. We're going to do this. We're going to find him." From the edge of the platform, the mayor calls their names. They thank you once again and walk back to the stage. Fuck you, +1 influence. As you leave through the crowd, you shake more hands and feel pats on your back, as it seems the crowd approves of your kindness. By the time you're done at the platform, your group is already 100 yards away. You catch up to them and spot Adam leading them along a northwest path. His wheelchair rocking from side to side with the uneven grass and ruts. Oh, that's such a fucking... It sucks. Whenever Marcus tries to kick stones out of his path, Adam speeds up. Lacey has a flashlight in her hands, which she shines just ahead of the group. Salem stays just behind Adam, constantly looking back and forth like she's watching a fast-paced game of tennis. As you step closer to her, you can see the patch of hair behind her ear is markedly thinned. When you were growing up, she compulsively pulled her hair, mostly while she slept. When your grandfather confronted Mrs. Morelli about it, she played it off as just a phase, hormonal teenager and all that nonsense. It was only after her father died in the house fire that Salem saw a doctor and was diagnosed with trichotillomania. After the fire, she grabbed it and improved on her own, but now you see the signs again. Let's talk to Salem. Salem walks along the border between the dirt path and the forest. Her combat boots make thick tracks, and she takes off her hoodie as the air grows warmer. Even though the sun's gone down, a large silver ankh necklace stands out against a black and grey camo pattern t-shirt. She wears a skull and crossbones scarf over her hair. As she sees you stepping over, she gives you a quick, "What's up?" Do you remember when we were kids, you dared me and Adam to go to No, we're not going to bring stress into it. Let's ask, how are your mom and your stepdad? Mum and Dad are doing fine, thanks for asking, she says. Your group passes under a thick cropping of trees, which blocks out the moonlight for a few seconds, sending a shiver down your spine. I really should stop over and see them. She scoffs in a breathy way. Mum's already yelling at me for not inviting you over for dinner. Like I'm stopping you. I told her you've been busy getting settled in. Now, with all we have to worry about, I'm not sure having you over for a home-cooked meal is really all that important. Just let me know and I'll be there. We should try to do some normal things so we're not constantly stressing. Salem smiles in a sad way. You're invited anytime you want. Salem stress +1? What do you mean +1? I read your pride, but you look... Yeah, I think we should just talk to her about it. We're talking about it help? Salem stares at you for a moment like she's trying to figure you out. You noticed my hair, didn't you? I didn't know how to stop. When I get nervous, my hands just do their own thing and I pull up my hair. Haven't done it in years. When this first happened as a kid, it took months of therapy for me to even talk about it. It took an even longer time to get it under control. Since I learned about vampires living in town, I feel out of control in the same way again. What can I do to help you? The first step is to get some control back. We need to figure out what to do about Chastain. Marcus really wants to kill her, and Adam wants to learn more about her and find her weaknesses. He almost seems fascinated by vampires. I don't know what Lacey wants. We don't have any plans, so I just want to know where we're going next. The whole thing is making me uneasy. So if we make a plan, will you feel better? She shrugs. So, okay, she's obviously feeling good. So the +1 was bad. I shouldn't have asked about her mum and dad. She shrugs, holding her hands up at her side. It's a start. Thank you for being concerned about me. I'm glad we got to hang out earlier at the library. She rubs the scarf over her hair. I'm glad too. It's great to hang out with you guys again. It's really distracted me from everything that's going on. It's all I think about right now too. I know we just found out about vampires in the Heights. Wow, that feels so weird to say. Vampires. Do you really think we stand a chance? Should I be trying to convince my family to move? I have no doubt we can beat Justin and any other vampires we come across. To say honestly, you barely know anything about vampires. We need to ask more questions about them before I can answer your questions. And we need to learn more about them before I answer your questions. Fascinated by vampires is code for very interested in that they would be best friends as girls with vampires. We're definitely going to beat her. I say just to calm her nerves. I don't really believe it. It's what we know about vampires is true. It's going to be an uphill battle. I want to reassure her. She looks at you through the corners of her eyes. I've known you for a long time and can tell when you're saying something just to make me feel better. Being serious, we're gonna beat her. She shrugs and fixes the scarf over her hair. If you say so, thanks for trying. We don't want to stress her out too much, bro. I don't want to talk to her about that. Good talking to you, Sam says. Your group takes a side route through a thickly wooded area and a dirt path pounded by years of hikers and cross-country runners. On your right, dense and dark forest blanket this area of the park. On your left, the trees grow sparse and a field spreads as far as you can see in the deepening twilight. An owl call brings eerie music to the canopy of trees. Though a moment later it cuts off mid-hoot. You spot a cloud of flies in the trunk of an ash tree a few yards into the woods. Fearing a dead animal, you consider investigating without alerting your group. You're not sure if Adam can make it across the terrain, and Salem wears her anxiety like a shield. You could try to slip away and investigate before anyone notices. Or you can be forthcoming. What if it's not an animal but something worse? Is that something you can face? Slip away to save my friends from having to deal with the dead thing. Excellent design, manipulation, subterfuge. What's on manipulation, subterfuge? Manipulations are bad. Manipulations are bad. Oh shit. Tell my friends what I see so they can decide for themselves if they want to investigate. Let Marcus know about the flies. He should investigate with me. Bring Lacey with me. We can try to save them from having to deal with it. As you try to slip away from your friends, Salem catches you as you walk into the woods and calls out, Minerva, where are you going? You stammer and say, I'll be back in a minute. We'll go with you, Marcus says. We suck, chat. We suck. And the rest of the group follows. So much for going alone. First on the path beside you, Marcus sees the cloud of flies ahead. What the hell is that? He asks, pointing. A pungent, spoiled odor hits you. Oh, what do you think it is? Salem asks, clasped over her nose and mouth. Hands clasped over her nose and mouth. Lacey takes a few steps towards the grass and cranes her neck to search around the trees and over the foliage. Something dead, likely an animal. Salem turns away and paces along the road. We should go investigate, Marcus says. There's no where my chair is making it over there. Just call back to me if it's anything important, Adam says. Marcus steps closer to him. We could totally carry you. There's four of us if we each got an end. Nope. No, Marcus. No. No, I don't want anyone carrying me. I'll be fine over here. If someone wants the walkie-talkie, I can hand it over to them, Adam says, waving the device. You keep it, Adam. If we see anything, we'll let you know so you can call it in, you say. The five of you agree and take a narrow path through the densest part of the woods. You travel in single file, ducking under low branches and stepping over clumps of weeds. The smell of animal urine mixes with the sweet scent of sycamore. It doesn't take long to reach the ash tree. A black and brown puddle of fur lies at its base. Maggots crawl across the body, pushing away the flies which pick at the carcass. An acrid odor forces you to keep your distance. Though you want to... Sorry, I'm feeling nauseated just reading about this. Though you want to investigate further, the smell of the flies can give you pause. Oh, what is that smell? Salem says and turns away, covering her mouth and nose. It must be a possum, maybe a raccoon, but I'm going to go with possum. Lacey walks closest and the odor hits her and forces her back a few steps. I have never smelled something so rank, and I've worked in the DeKalb County school system for my entire career. You would believe the middle school boys' locker room, but this takes the cake. Covering your nose and mouth in the crook of your arm, you inch closer until you can see the body of a large rodent, possibly an opossum or raccoon. You see no visible wounds or marks, no blood, nor broken bones. Crouching to look closer, you notice two tiny holes on the side of the neck, like something poked it with a pin in two spots near each other. Looks like there are puncture wounds on that poor thing. Do we call this in? I'm not sure what to do about this. And say what? We found a dead opossum in the woods? If you're thinking there's some connection to Tyler Sanders, I don't see it, Marcus says. True, but clearly this opossum was killed by a vampire. It's just a logical jump that a vampire also killed Tyler Sanders. Maybe there's DNA or something, Lacey says, biting her fingernails. The more I say, the more I'm talking to myself out of this. I'm going to start back and have a smoke on the way there. I'm so confused. It looks like a vampire drank its blood. But what is Chastain doing drinking animal blood? It just seems, I don't know, beneath her. I think Monroe is like, she's gone full farmer out in the woods. Marcus says, rubbing his chin. Salem still won't look at the creature on the forest floor. She paces around with her hands on either side of her, eyes like blinders. Maybe Chastain isn't the only vampire. Maybe a different one is surviving off of animals. Well, there's a terrifying thought. We have to start taking care of these bloodsuckers. Marcus unscrews the cap of his glass and takes a drink. I don't like that he's an alcoholic. Okay. I'm going to take a piss and then head back to the road. Salem puts her hands around her neck and hangs her head. She stands still and looks at one of the tall ash trees standing a distance away, where a tiny blackbird walks along one of the branches. A worm squirms in its mouth, and the bird tilts its head back and gobbles it up. It spreads its wings and shoots straight up through the leaves and branches. As you walk a few steps forward to see if you can spot the bird, you hear Salem's whimpers. Hey, are you okay? She turns to face you, and tears are streaming down her cheeks. She's crying so hard she's gasping for breath. When she finally gathers herself enough to speak, she says, I'm trying to be strong. I just want to go back to the way things were. I'm just too afraid. She needs a hug. Tell me what's wrong. Talk me through it. Sometimes just vocalizing anxieties can make them seem much smaller. I know you're worried, but everything is going to be okay. She needs a hug. You put your arms around her and feel her sink into your body. She shakes against you, the tears coming more freely as she takes huge sobbing breaths. All day I'm just freaking out. I just can't stop worrying about my family and all of you guys. To think that vampires are drinking people's blood is just too much to handle. What are we going to do? You tighten your arms around her. I'm just as worried as you are. Ever since that meeting in my store, all I've been thinking about are the dangers all around us. I don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to do it together. She nods and runs her fingers through her hair. I'm going to be okay. I just need a minute. Thanks for listening. I don't have any answers for you, but I'm here to listen anytime you need me. You can't keep this bottled up. It's normal to be worried about your family and friends. I'm worried about all of you too. So just keep talking and I'll keep listening. She smiles at you, wipes her eyes one more time. I'm going to head back. You coming? I'm right behind you, you say, and the two of you take the narrow path back to the main road. I kind of want to talk to Marcus because I want to know more about him and why the fuck he's drinking so much and what happened where he was kicked out of the sheriff's department. Because we all know, chat, that doesn't happen often. You walk over to Marcus, who's waving a flashlight beam across the field on the left. His backpack hangs over one shoulder and you see a metal flask bulging in the back pocket of his jeans shorts. He swings the flashlight beam through the woods on the right, his watchful eye tracking it with a sense of responsibility. This is Sheriff Marcus, or maybe even Detective Marcus. You walk alongside him and he comes out of his investigative trance. Nice night. I'm really hoping we find something that helps us locate Tyler. I know I'm being overly hopeful. We all know the statistics, 24 hours and they're gone, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'm hoping that's wrong this time. So, like, there is this movie with Tom Hiddleston and Tilda Swinton as vampires, and wow, did those fit vampire thing really well. Yes, I've heard of that. They're like Adam and Eve or something like that. It's really cool. I haven't seen it myself, but my friend told me about it, and I have seen a lot of things on like TikTok and GIFs and stuff. I'm hoping that's wrong this time. You nod your head. It's what we're all hoping. He smiles softly. So anyway, how are you feeling about all of this? He takes his flask out of his pocket and takes a sip. Bro, now is not the time to be drinking on the job. I think I know why you got fucking kicked out. But also he was having cranberry juice at the mayor's. Has this, like, kick-started maybe his drinking again? Only Lovers Left Alive, that's what it's called. Oh, Scarlet Emu, you're making me sip. One sec, I'm going to have to go get more water because I don't have any. Curse you, Scarlet Emu, and your desire to keep me hydrated. Okay. Big sippies. Big sippies. I reckon he was on the Monroe Duncan case at one point, maybe. Marcus. You little sausage. Oh, the music went off. That's... There we go. Maybe Tyler will beat the odds and he's still out there somewhere, waiting to be found. That's what I have to focus on. Like you say, it's been over 24 hours, so I'm not feeling too good about our chances of finding him. We don't know enough about the situation. The police and the sheriff haven't told us much. Neither has the mayor's office. All we know for sure is that Tyler's missing. I don't know how to feel. In the past few days, it feels like everything's gotten darker and all our luck's run out. No, we gotta keep hope. We can find the boy. Marcus quickens his step and claps his hands together once. He fumbles the flashlight in his hands. That's how we have to be, right? Positive and upbeat. We need to see the silver lining and all that shit. I agree. Let's move on to another subject. Okay, I hear you used to work for the sheriff's department. We can use influence. We have a lot of influence going on. We might as well start spending that sweet, sweet currency. I see you've been drinking. Everything okay? Marcus hangs his head for a moment. I don't even know where to begin. She had her own agenda and got to the sheriff first. I can't believe I trusted her even after she got her own partner shot. Who is this? As Marcus talks in a stream of consciousness, you feel like someone who stepped into the middle of a conversation, except that he's having it with himself. Wait, take a step back. Who had her own agenda? He looks at you for a moment like he's weighing some internal decision. Finally, he takes a deep sigh and says, April Meyer, the current deputy sheriff. It's a long story and I can tell you all the details when we're not searching the park for missing kids. But I can give you the short and dirty. This has to stay between me and you. I'm not going to tell anyone. Good, because it will be seriously fucked up if you do. 5 years ago, as a rising star in the sheriff's department, town loved me, all that jazz. April was fairly new to the department, but early on I suspected her of two things. She was hooked on drugs and accepting bribes. You may think Jericho Heights is a small town, but we still have some shit here and people who will pay law enforcement to look the other way. Some of the bigger dealers are in neighboring counties, and they've got a pretty large trucking company working for them. This company has a regular route through town and was dropping off bricks of heroin to the local boys for resale. They kept paying off April, and when another sheriff caught on, the trucking company took him out. I'd gathered evidence about the whole shit show. I was going to share it with the sheriff when he came back from his fishing trip up north, but April got to him first. Apparently she found a baggie of heroin in my locker. No matter how much I tried to defend myself, Sheriff Ray wouldn't hear it. He fired me. Told me it was either rehab or jail. You stare at him in stunned silence, and all you can muster is a simple, wow. Owen Wilson, wow. Give us a wow, chat. I know you can do it. I know you have so many points right now, Scarlet Emu. I got through rehab with flying colours, if that's the thing. My family was ashamed of me, and even they didn't believe I'd been telling the truth. To this day, I barely talk to my parents. He bonked me instead? I can't believe it. I can't believe we had a chance for a wow. I can't believe it. Impressive. Impressive. Wow. Thank you. I've been telling the truth. To this day, I barely talk to my parents. They never looked at me the same because they thought I was an addict. I never looked at them the same either because they had no faith in me. And so it goes. As his story ends, Marcus shines his flashlight through the field, and then across the road to the woods. He smiles at you, but you can see a sudden sadness in his eyes for reliving that painful memory. At least by talking to him, you feel like the two of you have drawn closer. Alright, I see you've been drinking. Everything okay? Marcus looks at you with an odd expression, like you just told him that aliens have invaded Earth. Everything's fine, it's only a little whiskey. It may look like I'm drinking a lot, but you probably drink more alcohol when you're using mouthwash. Seriously, it's nothing to worry about. Okay, I just wanted to check. We haven't been hanging out for very long, but I noticed at the dinner party you were drinking cranberry juice the whole time. I understand why you're confused. A few years ago I drank more than I should have and did some stupid things. I stopped drinking after that period of my life. Yeah, he has fallen off the fucking wagon. I'm fine though. Things are so stressful right now, and a sip here and there keeps me calm. Trust me, it's no big deal. I appreciate the concern though. Fucking hell. The two of you walk on at the same pace, though Marcus veers a few feet sideways away from you. His jaw clenches until he lifts the flask to his lips, and a few moments later he relaxes and moves closer to you again. He smiles at you like he's already forgotten the last conversation. Fucking Christ. How's your job at the Army and Navy store? Marcus perks up at your question. It's pretty good. I like the couple I work for, Sally and Marty. I forgot what they used to do. Something with horses, maybe. Or maybe that was the other people. Anyway, they sold everything and opened the store after 9/11. There's tons... 7-Eleven? Fuck's sake, bro. Fuck's sake. It has tons of camping gear, military gear, stuff for law enforcement, outerwear. You know, I'm natural at selling it because I know all the details. A lot of selling is just figuring out what motivates somebody to come into the store. That's good to know. Maybe that'll help me in my own store. Marcus slaps your arm with the back of his hand. Yeah, of course, but it's not like 3 days makes you an expert salesman. Let me tell you, as soon as someone comes in, I look them in the eye and I'm like, this lady likes to go hiking and post stories about it on Instagram. I bet she loves some stylish boots to show off to her friends. Or I'll say to myself, this guy's a patriot. I'm going to sell him a flag he can hang from his porch and a whole box of fireworks for the 4th of July. Bucks 90% of the time. You must make a killing on commissions. His expression sours and he takes a swallow from his flask. Nah, Sally and Marty can't afford to pay much. Their youngest son had cancer, which racked up a lot of medical bills. The town even did a fundraiser for them, and it raised just enough to save their home. Lucas still passed away, but poor Sally and Marty still have the bills. They pay me what they can, and sometimes they let me take camping gear or a few shirts or something. They do have some pretty useful things, like tent stakes and surveillance gear. You should come by and check it out, because there are things we can use when dealing with you-know-who. So why do you do it? It gives me something to do. It's not like I really need the money, he shrugs. Next, you say, good talking with you. Thanks for chatting, Marcus. I'm going to go check on the rest of our group here. Marcus raises his flask to you. Sounds good, my friend. Glad we had a few minutes to shoot the shit. His words slur a little at the end and he belches. You know you'll need to keep an eye on him. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Marcus! Marcus! Oh, big stretch? Okay. I do need to do technically what is now my morning stretches. Managed to scrape the back of my hand again. God damn it.
Big stretch, big stretch. I'm already in a chair, so I can do my chair stretches. How are we doing, chat? We're checking in.
Sorry, I'm just gonna do like stuff and hold it. Okay. You have to keep an eye on him. A short hill rises about 30 yards ahead. On the right, dead branches and thick patches of crabgrass make the terrain an obstacle for all. Adam notices it with a look of exasperation and he stops pushing his wheelchair. I'm not sure I can make it up there. I mean, I can do it, but it would take a long time and a lot of energy when we reach it. Maybe somebody can head up there and just take a quick look so we can say we covered the area. As your group continues to the park, you decide to, let's go chat with my boy. Or should we talk to Lacey? Because Lacey, it looks like her daughter hadn't, is being haunted by a ghost, but I'm sure that's probably fine. Nah, fuck it, let's talk to Adam. Let's talk to our boy. You walk Adam at the front of the pack. He wears a pair of dark chinos, a lightly patterned linen shirt, and a pair of white Adidas that look brand new and expensive. You suppose he doesn't have to worry about scuffing them. He gives you a simple nod as he notices you. Though he's been struggling over the terrain at times, he shows no sign of fatigue or discomfort. His hands are dirty from touching his wheels to push the chair. And once in a while, he leans over and claps to knock the dirt off his palms. Remember when we were a kid and Salem joined us to go into Bleakcrest House? Maybe we ask him about it. I'm worried about how Salem is handling all this. How's your back been feeling? I know it was hurting a lot when I saw you a few days ago. How are you? How are things at work? So where are we going on our date? Let's talk about this. Adam's eyes widen. He smiles. Wow, I haven't thought about that in years. We were such troublemakers back then. I can't believe we went in there. Salem can get us to do anything just with a dare. She dared us to do things all the time, you say. She's like an evil mastermind with a good heart. I remember you wouldn't go in unless we all did, and Salem was raring to go. I just didn't expect you to split off from us. Salem and I barely got anywhere in the house and had to backtrack. We were yelling to you from outside for the longest time. He runs over the high patch of dirt with one wheel, making his wheelchair pitch to the side before it levels out. Oh, I think this Bleakcrest House, so all in, like, earlier editions of Hunter, I haven't looked at the newest, like, Hunter the Reckoning stuff, but in early editions of Hunter, what would happen is you would, your like, PC, your character, your player character would have an event that would happen that would mean that you were contacted by, like, the messengers and stuff like that. It means that you would become, like, a little bit more than human, and then you could follow, like, a path, like the path of vengeance, the path of, like, devotion, that sort of thing. I think the thing at Bleakrest House, and there being a, like, usually it's to do with, like, a supernatural entity, and there was, like, something spooky at Bleakrest House, and then we had the potential, basically, from when we were a kid. Let me have a look what it's called. Fucking... Because I've played... I think it's 4th edition? I haven't played 5th edition. I'm not 100% sure what even happened in there. I was checking around for a light switch, and next thing I knew, I'm waking up outside. I don't know either. We waited for you for a while. We were thinking of going to tell her parents, but Salem was too afraid to tell her dad. And my parents would have grounded me for the rest of summer if the groundskeeper hadn't showed up. I don't know what we would have done. Did we ever find out who he was, you ask? Adam stops the wheelchair and looks up at you. No, we never did. I never told you or Salem this, but a couple weeks later I slipped and blabbed about the whole thing to my parents. They didn't know who the groundskeeper was either. They asked around town and no one knew. It was just a guy who told us he was the groundskeeper. Are you guys taking a break up there? That's horrific. Lacey asks. You look back and she's hopping on one foot while pulling up her sock. When she plants her sneaker back down, she furiously waves away insects and groans. She tiptoes uncomfortably through the tall grass. Next you say, let's have a look. What is it? It's called, like, the imbuing. Yeah, basically you get, like, contacted by the messages through, like, dreams and stuff. And, like, they'll send, like, if you're very, like, powerful in it, they'll send you, like, prophetic visions of, like, this thing evil, go eat, go fuck it up. And you'll get, like, access to conviction and being able to use, like, the second sight, because it seems like our character has some form of second sight, and they're also receiving, like, some sorts of visions from the messengers themselves, which is kind of spooky. Because we keep getting those sort of, like, skip forward visions of things that'll happen and what will go well and what won't. Yeah, right. Worried about Salem's I'm worried about Salem's handling of all this. Adam casually glances over his shoulder. Salem's lagging a few yards behind and chatting with Marcus. Adam turns back to you and says, "You notice there's patches in her hair? She's doing it again." I didn't want to say anything until, well, a moment that seemed right, but I don't really know what to do about it. This is tough. I actually tried bringing it up with her. She doesn't have any control over it. When she gets stressed, her hands just do it on their own. It took therapy to stop it before, but I don't think that's feasible, right? I didn't want to push it. I'm not sure I should bring anything up then. All we can do is show us support. Adam always has a way of saying the right thing, but still, it doesn't address the situation. The road ahead is fraught with danger. If it's hard for Salem to cope now, what will it look like when things get worse? Yeah, let's ask him about his back, because he was in pain the other day. Adam gives his wheelchair a few hard pushes up a short rise and shoots forward. At the top, he lets the wheelchair coast. Momentum and gravity carry him forward while he rubs his hands together. Thanks for asking. It's not been too bad. I'm stretching a lot more in the mornings and taking a few pain relievers here and there. Fucking same, bestie. Fucking same. Chronic pain is a hell of a thing. Obviously, I didn't accidentally shoot myself in the back. My bones just don't work. My bones and the little funny things called joints between them are just like, but what if we did? Don't worry, it's not like high school when I was popping pills all the time. Sorry, I had no idea you were struggling with addiction back then. Not many people knew, especially not our parents. Coach was handing out Oxy like M&Ms. Fucking hell. Anything to keep us playing. I hated them, so I stopped taking them during playoffs when we went to championships that one year. Your coach? Adam shrugs. We didn't have a lot of players, so injuries could ruin our chances. Pop a kill and get right back in the game. Anyway, that's all in the past. Now I just take ibuprofen, do my stretches, and try to eat right. It's not easy with my mum's cooking. Let's ask him how things are going at work. Let us have a conversation like normal people and not talk about vampires and the horrific things. Adam takes his hands off the wheels and shrugs his shoulders. It's fine. A little tougher than it needs to be with mum and dad barely talking to each other. My brother... Oh, yeah, because his dad is cheating on his mum all the time. My brother just got a huge new account doing payroll for a law firm in Aurora. So I'm going to need to take over a lot of his work. I guess it's good to have job security. Maybe you'll be able to ask for a raise. He lets out a short mocking laugh. That's not how that works. More work doesn't mean more money for me, since all the profits go to my dad and trickle down to the rest of us. He's really tight with money. Sounds like you and your dad aren't seeing eye to eye these days. Yeah, been a while since we did, Adam says. His jaw clenches and he stares into the distance. You see a raw anger mixed with a sense of loneliness. Something you've never seen in your friend before. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I don't mind. It's probably good that I talk about it. I'm sure you've heard the rumors about my dad chasing other women around for years. Between the money he spends on them and the sexual harassment suits he's had to settle, it's a serious financial burden on the family, not to mention the emotional toll. He and Mum just go on like nothing's happened. My brother tried bringing it up once, and it seemed like to make things worse for a while. Dad went to go live at a hotel in Aurora for a few days. This is why I wish I could live independently. I'm saving up to buy my own place, but a wheelchair-accessible home in Jericho Heights is basically unheard of. Even if I do move, I worried I'd be abandoning Mum. It's a no-win situation. Can you tell I thought a lot about this? It's good to hear you talk about it. If you ever need to vent or go out for a night and blow off some steam, I'm there for you. Adam nods. He goes quiet, but in his pensive state, you can see more of his anxiety has been lifted. Excellent, Adam's stressed. Let's fucking go. Normal people talk about vampires, just look at True Blood and Buffy the Vampire Slayer and all that. That's so fair. To be fair, that is how Michaela lured us all together. She, I don't know if you were here, Estrella. She basically sent us all a bunch of messages to meet in the same place by being like, oh yes, I'm Buffy Summers, or like I'm Vanessa Von Helsing, or which is quite funny. Why? So where are we going on our date? Adam passes his lips to stifle a grin. I don't know if you're taking... He's such a shithead. I don't know if you're taking me out. I need to be wined and dined. I'm thinking somewhere steak and lobster. Maybe a bottle of champagne. I'm not a cheap date. Do you know anywhere around here serving steak and lobster and champagne? Steak, yes, but I'm not sure about fresh lobster here in the Heights, he says, cracking a smile. Well, it may not be fine dining, but what if we arrange a get-together on Thursday at Gallagher's? The two of us could get there early and spend some time together before the others show up. What do you say? He wheels his chair in close to you, reaches out and touches your hand. Sounds like a plan. We're so fucking in. I don't want to talk to him too much about this right now. I just got his stress down. Oh, shit. Good talking to you too, Adam says. As you arrive at the short hill, Adam turns to face the group. I'm not going to make it up there anytime soon, so who wants to go? Marcus limps forward a few feet. I've had this stupid callus on my foot and now it's acting up. I don't want to make that an excuse though. If no one else feels up to it, I'll go. Lacey takes a few steps forward, tightening the bun on her head. I'm feeling good. I'll go unless someone else feels up for it. Salem rubs her arm like she's cold, but it must be 70 degrees outside. I guess I can go, but... Seeing her nervousness and Lacey's discomfort, you say, how about I go? I know the park pretty well. I can check things out. You notice a collective sigh of relief among your friends. You climb the hill and step onto a large patch of tall grass. The path grows fainter and twists into the woods, where it fades to nothingness. To nothing. Dark flowers, like rust-colored dandelions, edge out the tree line, and when you cross it, you feel like you're entering another world. It's darker and even a little colder there, and there is an unnerving stillness to the forest. An insect buzzes past your shoulder, and you trip on a bent branch. Taking a few stumbling steps forward, you regain your balance, and march in a straight line, shining your flashlight ahead. You're not sure what you're even looking for at night in the middle of a park, outside a small town in Illinois. Where's the sheriff's office expecting you to find? Is this only for the mayor's benefit? Another line item on his re-election poster? As your mind wanders over the possibilities of adding anything to this investigation, you lose track of the path you've taken. The trees are different here, no longer holding broad and round leaves with slender branches. These are black oak with reddish-brown branches and patches of grey. Their leaves bristly, with sharp hairs. They stand in rows, separated and alone, like a field of scarecrows. Even the soil has changed to coarse and dry. Walking the trail between the trees, you hear the crumple and snap of twigs beneath your feet, and hear the same sound coming from a few yards to your right. A branch breaks somewhere to the southwest, and up ahead a bush sways against the wind. An oval wafts by you, the smell of burning meat. It fills your nose and makes you choke back and cough. Your eyes instantly water, and you cover your mouth and nose with the crook of your arm. Something unholy moves through the park. An image flashes through before your eyes of several figures advancing on you from out of the woods. One of them is familiar to you. Then you feel a trickle of fear in the back of your mind. The image puts you on edge. Adrenaline races through your veins. Shout out to them. Maybe it's another group searching for Tyler. I don't think that's true. Find a place to hide. I'm not taking any chances. Draw a protective circle around me on the ground. Hold up the symbol of my praise to protect from evil. Draw my pistol, prepared to fire. Turn and run back to my friends. So we got resolve and occult, resolve and faith. I think we could... You know what? It's the same. Let's give a try of like a protective circle. As the movement through the forest draws closer, you crouch and press your index finger into the ground until it makes an impression. Wait, I got +2 willpower for that? That's fucking crazy, bro. I don't know who the fuck this is. And press your index finger into the ground until it makes an impression. You spin in a wide circle until the start of the line meets the end. You mark north, south, east, and west with symbols of warding. As you place the fourth symbol, the circle shimmers with a brief light. You stand and feel a wave of calm wash over you. Faster-paced footsteps come from behind, and you spin to see a familiar face. It's Jace, who's renting the room in your house. He stops just ahead of you outside the circle you drew on the ground. Other figures move around you. Oh no! One from every side. A young woman in a short-brimmed cowboy hat. Dark blue jumpsuit and lighter blue bikini top. Damn, girl. Damn! A clean-cut young person in a buttoned-up shirt and khakis with a fanny pack rubbing their hands nervously. Turning, you see another figure, and it's like she's moving in slow motion. She slinks from behind a dead black oak and waves at you with a sheepish grin. It's Monroe Duncan. Hey, what's up? She says and flashes 2 fingers in the peace symbol. Your skin begins to crawl as you sense something unclean about the area. You felt this before when you first met Jace and in the alley with that strange man. Oh, fuck. I invited a vampire into my house. Jace, can you tell me what's going on here? Draw my pistol and say, don't come any closer. Hello, Monroe. The whole town thinks you're missing, but I guess you're not too worried about that. What the fuck is going on here? Stay inside the circle and wait to see if anyone crosses it. Hold up my faith symbol to protect myself. Hold up my phone and say, don't come any closer, I'm calling the police. If you all are a bunch of vampires, you're definitely not what I expected. I don't know what you want from me, but I'm under Chastain's protection. I'll treat them to believe me. I work for her. Did you kill Tyler Sanders? Hello, Monroe. She rolls her eyes and paces in front of you. Don't you think I know that? My mum is probably going out of her mind. Not that she cared much when I was there, but still. I can't exactly walk into town now and let everyone know I've been in the park this whole time. Not the whole time. You met all of us in Chicago, so it wouldn't be the whole time, the young man says with a nervous laugh. He looks to the ground and shakes his head, amused by Monroe's misinformation. Again, she rolls her eyes. I know you're right. She turns to you and says, anyway, I'm not here to talk about my itinerary over the past 3 years. We're here to ask for your help. Interesting. Can we move this conversation along? Some of us have places to be, the woman in the hat says. Monroe clicks her teeth and gives her the evil eye. Yes, let's start with introductions. You already know me. Jace told me he knows you. Yeah, Jace is actually renting a room in my house, you say. Monroe nods and continues. My impatient friend over there is Kyra. And that's Eric over there, who looks like they're ready to sing in choir. Eric laughs and looks up, scratching the underside of their chin. It's funny, you should say that, because I did swing in the summer camp choir where I was a soprano. However, at the point when they were handing out solos, I decided to quit and join the audiovisual club instead. Kyra stomps in front of them and sits on the tree stump. No one cares about your geek adventures. I'm not sure how to say this, but we're vampires and we're not the only ones in town. Laval is a bit late, baby. I know about Chastain, and now I'm meeting all of you. How many others are in Jericho Heights? I want to find out as much as I can. I know about the vampires in town. I've even been attacked by one. I'm glad you're all vampires because I was worried I was being jumped by an indie folk band. I've had some suspicions that vampires existed in Jericho Heights. I'm glad to find out the truth. I don't care what you all are, just don't come any closer to me, I say. I'm kind of freaking out. We need to know as much as possible. Oh, hey, Diablerie was mentioned earlier. I just thought of it now. Okay, so you know how Diablerie causes black tendrils in a vampire's order? Imagine if someone had pink tendrils instead. What would the user of Auschwitz think there? They're just like, what? Wait, what the fuck? Reverse Diablerie. You go to snack on somebody, or you just nom on a corpse and you bring them back to life, and you're like, holy shit. That's basically just turning someone. It's basically just the embrace. Something else moves in the woods and a new figure comes into the clearing. You feel the jolt of tension as you recognize him as the attacker from the alley a few nights ago. The fact that he's clearly animate, alive, seems like very much the wrong word. His skin is still unnaturally mottled and pale. Rotten flesh sloughs off of him. That said, he looks somewhat cleaned up from the other night, with his black hair combed out of his face. He's also wearing a fresh set of jeans and a hoodie. Whoa, what is he doing here? You shout. I saw him in an alley near my house the other night. He tried to attack me. Seeing you in the clearing, he takes aggressive steps in your direction. You got away from me the other night, but you won't get away now. In a flash, Monroe moves in front of him, planting her hands on his chest. Damn it, Perry, they're off limits. We've talked about this. I'm so fucking tired of feeding on possums and squirrels and shit, he says. He shoves her off and snarls at you, baring his fangs. He paces at the edge of the tree line, never taking his eyes off you. We're not here to hurt you. That goes for all of us, Monroe says, and casts a hard look at Perry. I don't think that's true. She turns back to you and says, we may be vampires, but we're not like Amanda. It's hard to explain, but the curse isn't as strong for us. Our blood is weaker than other vampires. Monroe called her Amanda, not Chastain. Was it a slip of the tongue, or did the two of them know each other? We know that they know each other. They were in a picture. What are you talking about? Weaker blood, what are you talking about? I need to find out as much about vampires. So Chastain is stronger than you. What can she do that you can't? I'll try to learn their weaknesses to use against them. And Chastain, what do you know about Chyda Sanders going missing? All of the vampires share a look, though you can't tell what information underlies their body language or expressions. Fuck! You catch a confidence in Perry's walk with his arms flexing, jaws clenched, and a curl to the sides of his lips. He knows more than he's willing to share at the moment. Monroe, didn't you want to talk to Minerva about a favor? Jace says, averting his eyes from your gaze. You glance up at a tree nearby and spot a crow prancing on a tree limb like it's watching your group from high up. A hard wind blows through the clearing, tossing dirt across your path. Your phone buzzes and you look down at the screen, surprised. You even received it this deep in the woods. A text from Adam. How's it going? You click off the screen. Monroe paces between two trees as she speaks. We need your help with Amanda. She's got Jericho Heights on lockdown, and we want to change that. She's had this town in her clutches for far too long, and it's time for her reign to end. The Queen must die. We can't get close to her, but you can. Not only can you go out during the daytime, but you can talk to her and watch her and track her movements. Wait, I met Jace during the day. If he can go out in the sunlight, why do you need me? Just because I can go out in daytime doesn't mean I like it, Jace says. Yeah, he is a thin blood. Besides, Chastain has spies all around the city. If she finds out about me, I'm dead. You can move around Jericho without raising any suspicion. He's right, you can move around town easier than any of us, day or night, Monroe says. Information gathering is the first step in our plan. We need to know everything about her schedule and her ghoul, Gabriel! Can you do that for us? Ghoul, you ask. He drinks her blood in exchange for strength and vitality. It's a glorified servant, Monroe says. So will you help us? So get this straight. You want me to get between a bunch of vampires in a turf war? I'll pass. What do you need me to track her movements during the day? Can't you all go out during the day anyway? What's in it for me? Why me? What makes me so special? You want me to risk my life spying on a vampire? Oh, my model's freaking out. Are you out of your mind? It doesn't seem like Chastain is really hurting anyone. I can't see any reason to go against her. Okay, wits insight. How low generation they are. Yeah. I think that Monroe might be Chastain's child. So I don't think that she's a thin blood. But I think because she's a Toreador, she's maybe gathered these thin bloods around her. Some cases Jules could... Yeah, that's so fair. Why me? That's a question I've been asking myself for nights now, Kyra says, rolling her eyes. If you didn't want to come here, you could have stayed at the clubhouse, Jace says. Monroe paces back to the other trees. Because you're new in town, and neither Amanda nor Gabriel suspect anything from you. You can be our eyes and ears in the Heights and tell us what we need to know. That's what makes you special. Monroe doesn't know you've already met Chastain. She came to visit you at your house. She's already watching you. While you think about this and stare at Monroe, you get a sense she's holding back key information. Sorry, but I just don't buy it. People move in and out of Jericho Heights all the time. There's a reason you picked me. Monroe opens her mouth to speak, but shuts it again. An image triggers in your mind of the first time you met her in the woods as you were driving to Jericho Heights. Everything changed after you spoke about your grandfather. Is he somehow tied to all of this? Your vision fogs over as an image flashes of Perry lunging for your throat. You change your stance to prepare for any attack. This is stupid. They're nothing but food to us, and all of you want to talk and ask for help. From a mortal, Perry rushes at you, mouth open and fangs bared. As his hands reaches for your throat, you tumble backwards and hit the ground. In midair, Perry's direction suddenly changes, and he ricochets to your left like his body hit an invisible barrier. He lands with a grunt and rolls a few paces away. You notice a translucent blue haze rising from your circle of protection. It shimmers and dims, and the blue haze fades to nothing. Jason Monroe help him to his feet. Yet each holds an arm to restrain him from further aggression. What the hell was that? Perry shouts. Looks like our new friend was ready to fight a vampire, Eric says with excitement. Kyra stands and puts her phone away. This shit got way more interesting. Monroe grips the back of Perry's hair and gives it a hard yank, twisting his neck. Now he's snarling at her. Cut the shit out. Right now, or I swear I'll kill you myself. After that crap you pulled with Ty Monroe! Jace clears his throat, interrupting her. Kyra's eyes open wide, and her mouth hangs like she's waiting for a fight in the schoolyard. Do it, Monroe. Wait, do we get to drink his blood? No one is drinking anyone else's blood, Monroe says. Wait, what do you mean, Ty? You ask. It's nothing. Monroe is a bit confused, Jace says. Oh, you were getting the fuck out of my house, bro. He yanks on Perry's arm. Dude, relax. You really want to die here tonight? As they argue, you can't help but wonder about Monroe's slip-up. Do they mean Tyler Sanders? The image of Perry's confident walk plays over in your mind. He definitely knows something was involved in Tyler's disappearance, or maybe even worse. You did it. You're the reason Tyler Sanders is missing. You killed him. You say, pointing your finger at the vampire. Fuck off, he yells at you. He yanks his arm free. He yanks his arm to free them, but Monroe and Jace hold him fast. Okay, so they must be... If he's a Nos, he would have potence. So I'm thinking maybe Jace, maybe descended from Bruja, maybe, if he's strong enough to hold it. I don't know about Monroe. Or he could be Hecate and I could be chatting shit. I would think you'd have the balls to admit that you did, since you're such a killer. Perry stops resisting Monroe and Jace. I didn't mean to kill him. I saw him in the woods with his stupid leather jacket, and he reminded me of all those kids in high school who used to pick on me. I just wanted a taste, and he fought back. Monroe and Jace release their hold in his arms and each take a step back. Are you going to be cool now? Jace asks, holding his hands up just in case. Monroe spins and slams her hand on Perry's chest. He flies through the air and plows into the trunk. Okay. Of a tree 10 feet away. Yeah, she's definitely more powerful. She's definitely lower generation. He lands with a grunt on the ground as the massive oak sways, leaves fluttering down, covering him. You stay right there. If you move, so help me, I'll stake you and leave you out in the sun. So we're getting good information here, chat. He coughs and holds a hand out. In a shallow voice, he says, I'm cool. This is quite a predicament you've gotten us into, Perry. Not only do I abhor the loss of life, but you're forcing this to be handled by us, Eric says, rubbing their hands even more furiously. Kara swipes on her phone, half paying attention. She purses her lips, takes a selfie, and says, "You've all heard of the masquerade, right? He's going to get us in a lot of trouble. I told him to clean it up, but now half the town is looking for that jerk." Monroe huffs out a deep sigh. "Enough already. Look, Minerva, we need you to keep this quiet. This whole thing with Tyler is bigger than Jericho Heights for vampires like us. Please don't say a word." "Why don't we just destroy him then?" Kyra says, turns to Perry. "Sorry, not sorry. You did it to yourself. We're here for one thing, one goal. Can we just keep our focus on that for now? When all this is over, Perry will have to deal with the consequences," Monroe says. "Discovering the identity of Tyler's murderers puts you in a terrible situation. On one hand, you've been asked by a group of young vampires to keep this information to yourself. If you keep quiet about it to the rest of the town, you're sure the young vampires will appreciate it. Of course, if you do tell anyone and piss these vampires off, there's no telling what they'll do to you. Not telling anyone in town may provide you with valuable information. You may be able to use a convenient time. On the other hand, the whole town is searching for Tyler Sanders, and his parents are completely distraught. You saw their heart break back on the stage. They have the right to learn what happened to Tyler. Seeing his body may bring them closure. To add to that, however, being the person to find Tyler's body would be a double-edged sword. Everyone will be talking about you for good or ill. I won't tell anyone about Tyler Sanders, I say truthfully. I can't have a group of young vampires against me. I won't tell anyone about Tyler Sanders, I say, but I'll use this information when it's to my advantage. I'll keep this quiet for now, but you have to agree no more killing, especially children. They have to live by this rule, and I'll threaten them if I must. Tyler's parents deserve closure. You need to let someone discover that body. You have 24 hours, or I go to the police." "You want me to keep quiet? Kill Perry right now, or I'm going to the police." Fucking funny. Take me to Tyler's body right now. I say, I don't care if these vampires are against me. Show me where the body is right now. I say, I'll be a hero. Okay. Yeah. 24. You got 24 hours to show that body up. Monroe hangs her head and rubs the back of her neck. "That's not going to make it easy on us." "Easy? Do you think it's easy for Tyler's parents to be wondering about their son?" Jace looks over at Monroe, eyebrows raised and the edge of his lips curled. "They make sense." Monroe lowers her head. 24 hours. "Thank you for giving us that." She turns to Perry, who's only now standing up. "Hey, asshole, right after this, you're going to take a walk with me. So let's get back to that favor, you say." Monroe flips her silver hair. "We need your help with Amanda. We need you to follow her and get to know her patterns. When she leaves the house, where she's going, times, any move she makes. Anything you can tell us will give us an advantage." Why do you need me? What's your endgame?" "Queenie's got to go bye-bye," Kyra says. Yeah, they want to take over. Her phone lets out a jingle and she squeals with delight. "I just hit 300,000 followers. So you're going to kill Chastain?" Monroe shrugs, twisting her mouth to the side like she's frustrated. "I don't know if we can, but we're going to make her life miserable in this town. Will you help us?" "I'll help you the best I can. I'm intrigued by these vampires and want to work with them. Maybe I can even become one." Ooh, yucky. No, we're not doing that this time. "I'll help you to get her out of Jericho Heights alive or dead. My concern is for the people of this town, not for these vampires. I'll help you gather the information on Chastain you need. I want to understand everything about Chastain and the young vampires. I still don't understand what's so bad about Chastain. You give me no information on why she's evil to the town. I just don't understand why me. You're all vampires. Jace can go out in the daytime. There must be something you're not telling me. Let's work together. I'll help these vampires kill Chastain, and then I'll turn on them and kill them all." Jesus Christ. "I won't help you. I can't bring myself to help any vampire. I want them all dead. I'm not helping murderers. Perry killed Tyler Sanders, and who knows who else he killed in this town. I won't help you. I'm not putting myself at risk. I'll help you, but I need something in return." Okay, what's in sight? "You know this town and have a connection to lots of people. You can hang around Bleakcrest House without raising suspicion. And you seem to know how to take care of yourself. Helping us comes with some risks," Jace says. You hear their words, but their jittery tones and body language tell you that they're holding something back. Now that still doesn't make sense. Hundreds of people in town fit that description. You gotta do better than that. "Well, just tell them already," Kyra says. Eric shakes their head. I think we're about to find out Grandpappy was a hunter. What can it hurt at this stage?" Monroe squeezes her eyes shut for a moment, then relaxes them as she says, "It's because of your grandfather. Amanda and Lucas were rivals, for lack of a better term. She was against him for a long time, but I don't know all the details. I just know she would never hurt his grandchild." Oh, okay, interesting. One time I heard her say she wishes she could get to know you, and this is before you even moved here. Total honesty here, Amanda has some kind of fascination with your family, and we want to use that to our advantage. Justin and your grandfather were rivals. Why have they never heard about this? You found out more about this strange relationship. Okay, that's weird. Are we maybe her descendants? This is weird. This is funky. Help you get her out of Jericho Heights, alive or dead. So you don't understand what's so bad about Chastain. You give me no information why she's evil for the town. Monroe squeezes her eyes shut in frustration, then opens them to stare at you again. She's corrupted this town and the people who pretend to run it. The mayor, the sheriff, even town council don't make a move unless she approves it. All of her decisions revolve around her gaining power. And then there is the blood. She feeds off of everyone without their consent and manipulates their mind to make them forget it ever happened. Unless you're one of the poor souls who she charms, and then you believe you want to give her your blood. That's what's so bad about Amanda. You have the illusion of free will in this town, but it's slowly being stripped away from everyone. Okay, so maybe she likes our family for our blood, because she seemed really, really fucking frustrated that I had the same powers as old Grandpappy. Like, that she couldn't manipulate me, so I couldn't give it to her willingly. My concern is for people, not for these vampires. Yeah. Oh, we've allied ourselves with Monroe Duncan. Okay. Monroe bounces in place, showing a renewed energy, and grows a smile. I was hoping you'd say that. She tosses you a flip phone. Use this to get in touch with us. I put each of us on speed dial, text us with information, or to ask questions. It's a basic phone, and it's paid up for the month. Throw it away when it stops working, or if you get into trouble. What do you mean by trouble? You ask, staring at the phone. It's very unlikely event that J Field or Chastain get in your face. Press *75 and the phone will destroy its data. Eric takes a step forward and fidgets with the zipper of their fanny pack. It's actually quite likely J Field is paranoid and always watching out for Chastain, and that she has keen senses, most likely a byproduct of her Toreador lineage. Monroe interrupts them. Ugh. No need to get into all of that. Fuck! Okay. Just be careful, Minerva. You're going to do great. Remember, we need to know her movements, the people she feeds on, and anything else we can use to predict when she'll be on any given night. So we all good then? We got our answer. Can we go now? Kyra asks. Monroe claps her hands once. That's all I got. Stay safe out there, Minerva. Keep in touch. The young vampires move together into the woods, with Monroe leaving last, holding up the peace sign. You watch for a few moments as their forms lose shape in the haze and darkness. When they've gone from sight, you feel an uneasy sensation, one of the wonder and uneasiness. Your world just got a whole lot bigger. Just when you were coming to grips with the thought of a vampire being in Jericho Heights, you've learned of at least 5 more in this small town. What about the rest of the world? How many vampires are there? And if vampires exist, what about other supernatural creatures? It's all a bit too much, and despite your sense of fascination, a single thread of fear unravels the more you think about it. Yay! Lost in thought, you turn around and walk the path through the woods, guided by moonlight. Owls and other moonlight birds make their calls, but stay hidden in the dark. The constant rustle of trees and bushes makes you feel like you're being followed, and you glance over your shoulder more than once. The further you walk, the faster your pace. It's only when you hear your friends that you begin to slow down. Where the hell have you been? Salem says. She runs into you with a hug, almost knocking you over. Adam rolls over to you. Everything okay? His voice shows genuine concern. You could tell them the truth of your encounter with the young vampires. There's no telling how they'll react, but you can guess a mix of shock, worry, and outright fear. Holding back the information will save them from the turmoil and stress, but you won't be able to rely on your allies for advice and support. If you tell them about the meeting, do you tell them about the plot against Chastain? Do you tell them about Jace? You have a vampire living in your house. Yeah, I have a vampire living in my house, and I'm like, oh fuck, no, we're telling people. I like how vampires have a herd of people to feed off of. As a background, changelings have dreamers, which basically equate to artist friends that you hang out with while you make art, as they soak up the ambient creative energy as glamour. Yeah. I just saw Monroe Duncan and she's a vampire. I don't want to freak them out. I got lost in the woods. Yay. Okay. Charisma leadership. Let's give it a go. What? Salem and Adam shout nearly in unison. Do you say a group of vampires? Lacey asks, stepping close to you. She takes out a cigarette and lights up. I know that comes as a shock, but these vampires want to work with us. At least that was how they approached me, you say. With intense focus, they listen as you describe your encounter. So there are 5 of them, and they live in Jericho Heights? Lacey asks. Her hand shakes, and she flinches from the cigarette as it burns low. She tosses the butt. Oh, Jesus Christ. Lacey's tweaking the fuck out. I don't know where they live, but they definitely hang around here. Monroe Duncan has the obvious connection, and the one called Perry attacked me the other night near my store. I thought you said you wanted to work with us. Why would he attack you? Perry is kind of the black sheep of the group. When the others found out he attacked me, they threatened him. Marcus starts up the short hill. That's it. I'm going after them. Come back, you say, as you walk towards them. Come back, you say, as you walk towards them. I snap. A changeling whose main dream is their tattoo artist. Oh, shit. And like, they're fucking, like, seeming is just, like, a regular dude, but they're, like, is it a troll or something, where they're, like, really big, and the artist is just like, damn, I swear I tattooed this part. They just get crazy fucking tattoos all over the place. So much canvas. You say as you walk towards them. I understand how you feel, but we can't risk going after them alone. Like I said, they want to work with us. At least wait until we have a chance to talk about this as a group and decide on our next steps. Marcus pulls a flask out of his pocket and takes a drink. Oh, fuck. Okay, everyone's freaking the fuck out. While we plan, those vampires are out there choosing victims. It would be my parents or your daughter. It could be anyone we know. And it could be us. When I go to sleep at night, I want to know I'm safe in my bed and I'm not waking up in a pair of fangs in my neck. His voice rises to a thunder and he kicks a mound of dirt which explodes out like a shotgun blast. Look, Minerva, I trust you, but it's hard to keep a lid on this. Lacey strides up to him and rips the flask from his hands. She opens her handbag, starts to put it in, and then takes a quick drink herself. Whoa, strong stuff. Fuck's sake, Marcus. Marcus laughs at her. They're moving against Chastain and they ask for help. We don't have to worry about them. They don't want to cause us any harm. I don't want them to worry about these new vampires. We're going to have to kill them all. These young vampires and Chastain. Blah, blah, blah. I might need to end soon because I'm slurring. Like up to 10 feet or so. Yeah, and it just, the artist being like, I swear I tattooed this part, and then slowly, like, full, like, 10-foot canvas. That would be sick. We need to learn everything we can about them. Adam shifts in his chair, which you're growing to believe shows a sign of profound interest. Even using a wheelchair, he still has body language. I completely agree. We need to understand them, their strengths, their weaknesses, their moods. We need to build a full profile on each, like a dossier. Oh, Adam's locking the fuck in. Let's go. How are we supposed to get close enough to a pack of vampires and Amanda freaking Chastain? Salem asks. She walks away from Adam and does a circle as she paces around the clearing. Lacey takes a drag off her cigarette and blows the smoke off to the side. I agree. It'll be tough, but I'd rather know who we're fighting than running blind. It's just more waiting without action, Marcus says, scoffing. Intel is great, but every day we sit on our asses, they get stronger and we get weaker. And Adam, I hope you don't take offense at the whole sitting on our asses comment. Figure of speech, Adam says, shrugging. So that's the plan for now. We gather everything we can about them and understand our enemies. Once we formulate a strategy, we strike. The moonlight fades and darkness creeps. Oh, we're gonna have a sick fucking like suiting up scene. It's gonna be great. So that's the plan for now. We gather everything we can about them and understand our enemies. Once we formulate a strategy, we strike. The moonlight fades and darkness creeps in from the corners of the clearing as a dark cloud passes in front of the moon. As it crawls along, Long Valley Park comes alive with the sounds of nighttime animals, birds and insects, all emboldened by the safety of the darkness. We should get other people involved, Adam says. We need help. We can't do this alone. Who do you propose? Lady asks. Lacey, not Lady. Though her tone sounds almost accusatory. What about Zane Schaefer? He comes into the Army-Navy store once in a while. Marcus stands at the edge of the forest with his hands on his hips, peering into the darkness. Adam nods. Not a bad idea. If we just had some proof, we could go to the mayor and the sheriff for help. Based on what Monroe told me, Chastain has influence over the both of them. We can't go to them without Chastain finding out, you say. I'm not surprised to hear that. I bet she controls the town council too, Lacey says. For now, let's just keep this all to ourselves, but remain open to the possibility of inviting others in, you say. As the 5 of you turn to head back to the meeting area, you pause and consider what you know about Tyler Sanders. The body of Tyler Sanders will be found tomorrow. Say nothing about Tyler Sanders. I don't want anyone to know my connection to this. Tyler Sanders will never be found. Let's not say anything for now. See the entire canvas kind of at once, somehow over the arms and legs, just a brief moment forever, seared into the mind, and they paint it as a huge masterpiece. Yes! Oh, fuck, why are we creating a Changeling the Dreaming character backstory stuff right now? If you tell your group about Tyler, or tell anyone about him, the authorities will ask questions. How will you answer? Are you going to tell them about the pack of baby vampires running around in Long Valley Park? You probably won't believe you. And then they're going to ask how they were involved in the death of a child. You just can't bring that attention to yourself, at least not now. Feel kind of bad about that. The 5 of you make your way through Long Valley Park and back to the registration area. As you walk through the narrow part of the path, Adam wheels next to you. Would you mind pushing me for a while, he asks, and lifts his hands off the wheels. You grip the handlebars and push the wheelchair forward. Hell yeah. Fucking sign of trust, baby. It takes force to get it started over the dirt path, but once the wheels turn, the chair glides. I thought you didn't like anyone doing this. You look down at Adam, who remains tight-lipped and doesn't answer. Heading down a different path than the way you came. Also, don't be like that. Don't be like that. Nah. Don't be a dick. Heading down a different path than the way you came, you arrive at the registration area far sooner than you expected. Much of the crowd has gathered back in front of the stage, standing around with bottles of water and snacks, while some have started singing by the memorial. Singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow. The candles flicker brighter. Now that night has taken over, the mayor stands on the podium with Tyler's family and the sheriff, and all look worn and ready to go home. The deputy sheriff Meyer stands just below the stage and talks to the members of the community, so we know she's a dirty cop. You and your companions join with the others, and you soon learn no one has turned up any clue about Tyler Sanders. You overhear a variety of theories about his disappearance, but as the night wears on, discussions turn to other things around town, such as the upcoming summer festival. With each passing minute, people in attendance drift away until your brigade remains among the last. You return to the parking lot to find your cars. What a night, Marcus says. He picks up a stone on the ground and tosses it into the field on his left. It was amazing to see so many people turn out for Tyler. This town is a pretty special place. Most of the crowd has migrated to their cars, or have already departed. When you reach the row where the red beasts parked, your friends form a circle around you, each of them deep in thought and clearly exhausted from recent events. So we're all going to Gallagher's Tavern on Thursday night, right? Sorry if that seems frivolous to ask at the moment, but honestly, I just needed to lighten the mood. He glances at you and winks. Oh, he's so sweet. Lacey's face seems to brighten, and she tosses away her cigarette. I definitely want to end this week with a few cocktails. I'm ready to go right now, Marcus says. Oh, we gotta fucking sort Marcus out and get him to like an AA meeting. Fucking hell. Okay. Thursday can't come soon enough, you say. It's been a tough week for me, and if I don't relax, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'll be there. And thank you, Adam, for lightening the mood. I think we all needed that, Salem says. As you walk up to the red beast, Adam follows you. Did you drive here? You ask him. I'm parked just over there. I'm just wondering if I could stop over at your house for a while. I'm a little wired and need to unwind. There's no way I can go to sleep. I figured we could hang out and talk. His hopeful stare and the nervousness in his voice tell you he's interested in you beyond friendship and wants maybe use this time to further that relationship. Sure, let's hang out. Let's go. Great, I'll follow in my car, he says, and rolls himself across the parking lot. You pull your car out of the parking lot. As you set out for home, rain falls in a sudden downpour. You adjust your rearview mirror to keep Adam's car in sight, and when you arrive home, he pulls in right behind you. As you pull to the curb outside your store, you spot Lamb locking the front door. Catching him as he walks away, he says, I would give you a full report on the store and today's business, but I've been here all day and I'm tired. It's okay, we'll talk tomorrow, you say to him. As he continues away from the shop, he turns and raises a single finger. I just remembered, I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning. I'll be at work by 11 o'clock. We can debrief then. Adam pushes the wheelchair beside you and the two of you make your way past the store and into the main door of your home. As you swing it open, Helix runs over and stares up at you and Adam. "Hey there, little guy," Adam says, pushing forward a half foot. Helix retreats a few steps, looks up at you and back to Adam. Adam rolls forward and bends to pet the cat, who leaps to the side and bursts up the stairs to the second floor. "I think your cat's afraid of my wheels." No, I'm sure she's just freaked out by a new person. I don't have a lot of guests. "So, what can I get you to drink? Have any good tea? I think I have some Liptons." Fuck yes! We're killing it. We're already killing it. Holy shit. Sounds great. You make your way into the kitchen and hear Adam moving around your living room. In the quiet house, the turning of the wheels makes a distinctive sound, like air flowing past a speeding car. You've never noticed it before, maybe because you've never been somewhere so quiet with him, but the sound is almost peaceful. Once the water boils, you set up a tray with honey you find in the back of the cabinet. Carrying out the tray to the living room, you say, "Sorry, I haven't been grocery shopping. I only have a single cookie to offer you for the tea with the tea." Adam, it's biscuits, but okay, fuck. Adam lies on the couch in the middle of the living room, his back propped on the side cushions and his legs hanging just over the side, but mostly stretched out. His wheelchair sits on the far side of the couch. "I thought this might be more comfortable. Is it okay?" "Absolutely," you say, and place the tray on the coffee table. Glancing over at him, you see how he stares back at you with longing in his eyes, and something inviting you to come over. When you turn to him, he licks his bottom lip, and you can see he's breathing faster. He pushes himself on the couch to slide his body higher. "I just thought, the way you've been talking to me and looking at me, I just thought," he says with hesitation in his voice. "Shut." "Lie on the sofa and kiss him. I want to be with him tonight. I just want to make out with him. Sit on the sofa and take his hands. I've been away so long, I want to get to know you again. Sit on the chair near him. Can we just talk? I like Adam, but I'm not sure if I want to take this. Chat, 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 chat." What are we doing? What are we doing, chat? I have to pee. I will be back for opinions shortly. Hello, chat. It's me. Oh. Fucking microphone. Sorry, I was tapping you, chat. Okay. Number 2 or 3, make it work for it. Yeah, I feel like going immediately to let's fuck. Let's make out. Let's go for the makeout sesh. You walk to the edge of the couch and stand over him. He reaches for your hand and you climb over his body until you're lying chest to chest. His hand caresses your cheek and you lower your mouth to his. A wave of emotions crashes with the touch of your lips. An image of you and Adam flashes before your eyes. Years ago when you were both teens and the first time when he looked at you, and you knew he wanted to be more than friends. His kiss sparks that memory, and now the way he holds you and the touch of his lips tells you his feelings have only strengthened. Sorry, I'm trying to like get my mic positioned correctly. Oh. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. I am sorry. Okay. It's fine. We're locked in. We're locked in. Oh. His kiss sparks that memory, and now the way he holds you and the touch of his lips tell you his feelings have only strengthened. When you pull back, he takes a deep breath and a tear rolls out of the corner of his eye. You run your thumb along his cheek to dry it. Are you okay? He nods and swallows. I just wasn't sure how you felt about me. It's been so long since we've even talked, and then you moved here and I just didn't know. He hesitates and then kisses you again. His strong arms wrap around your back and hold you close. With each breath, his chest presses into you. You pull away for a moment and stare into his brown eyes. His hand moves to your cheek and you turn your head to kiss his palm. This seems so strange. Don't get me wrong, I'm loving it, but to sit here in your grandfather's living room and make out with you, is this really happening? You kiss him again and the two of you lay back on the couch. The kissing turns to cuddling and you watch as Adam closes his eyes and nestles against your body. Soon the soft sounds of his breathing tell you he's asleep, and you use that wonderful sound to drift off to. Chapter 9, Alone in the Crowd. What a blessed, if painful thing, this business of being alive. Joe Hill, NOS 4A2. Sudden digital chimes force your eyes open, and a slice of sunlight cuts across Adam's face as he sleeps next to you. He stirs on the couch and fumbles for his phone. With a tap of his screen, the alarm shuts off. He smiles at you and moves in for a kiss, which you gladly accept. This is the way mornings should begin. Adam sits up, pulls his wheelchair beside the couch and shifts himself into the chair. At every chance, he looks over at you with a smile. What's with all the smiling, you say, though you know the answer and just want to hear it. He adjusts himself in the wheelchair, smoothing out his clothing and running fingers through his hair, which falls neatly into place. No one ever sees me like this in the morning. Everyone sees the polished and professional Adam. They don't see the man behind the curtain. Thank you for letting me see that side of you. I like it, you say, and wink at him. Light footsteps coming down the staircase, and you turn to see Jace already at the bottom landing. Oh, hey, what's up? He says with a nod towards Adam. This is fucking awkward. I'm Jace. I just moved into the spare room. I'm Adam. Nice to meet you. Jace gives him a handshake, then says to you, I'm going to be in and out for a while. You two have a good day. With that, he heads outside through the front door. He seems like a nice guy. Fuck! You told Adam and the rest of your friends about Monroe and her group of young vampires. What would you think of a vampire living in your house while he was there sleeping? I tell Adam that Jace is a vampire. I don't want to hide anything from him. I'm not going to tell Adam about Jace as a vampire. I don't want him to freak out and be worried about a vampire living with me. I'm not telling him about Jace. He'll know. I held back this information before now. So what's com persuasion right now? Composure persuasion's pretty good. It's a 6. Let's give it a go. Radical honesty, chat. Radical honesty. He's definitely a nice guy, but there's something you should know about him. Jace is actually a vampire. Adam breaks into laughter. Oh man, could you imagine? A vampire living here? That's funny. He stares at you, and his laughter fades. You say nothing and watch a slow build-up of realization come over Adam's face, and you're telling the truth. Is he one of the vampires you were telling us about last night? I can't believe this. Living here? Yes, he's one of Monroe's friends. I didn't even think to tell you he was living here. Things have been happening so fast, I haven't had time to process it all. I met him the other day and offered him the spare bedroom before I knew. He's a good guy and not looking to hurt anyone. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but I thought you needed to know now. Adam rubs his face up and down. This is a lot to handle. I just learned of another vampire living here. Not just in town, but in a house where I sleep. You swear he's okay? He seems fine to me. He works at Gallagher's as a bartender. Besides, being a vampire, he's just a regular guy. Adam fixes his glasses and sighs. If you vouch for him, I guess it's okay. It's just a shock. Thanks for telling me. Relationship with Adam +1. Let's fucking go, chat. Yes. I know. Look, I can't speak. I can see how you'd be shocked. I wish I could have told you sooner. I promise I'm not trying to withhold things from you or anyone. This is the person withholding things. I know. Look, I have to get going. I can't call out 2 days in a row. I'm not just lying to my boss, I'm lying to my folks. He muses for a moment before mounting the courage for what comes next. Had a really good time last night, he says, looking away bashfully. He wheels himself closer to you and leans in with a kiss. See you later, you say, and watch as he lets himself out of the house. You keep watching as he passes the front window, for as long as you can see him. Being with Adam last night in the comfort of your own home felt so damn good. You feel better than the day before, and the rest has helped you recharge. To start the day, you take a quick shower, get dressed, say your morning prayers, and eat breakfast. This is the last opportunity you have to spend your experience points, so use them wisely. The last opportunity? So what you're saying is we're close to the end of the game. So what you're saying is this one's a lot shorter than the other one. Let's see. 6. So we could... I don't think we can put up any skills. Let's have... Oh. Okay, attributes. We cannot put anything up. Skills. Athletics, intimidation, clandestine. We could do this, or we could diversify our skills a bit more. We get 2 level 1 skills. Maybe I should get combat, honestly. You know what? No, we're gonna spend, I think, our stuff on the backgrounds. Let's get some fucking money, chat. Let's get some money. The story continues. You scan the local news on your phone. Summer festival is coming up, and then you see a top story, a body found. At approximately 9 p.m. last evening, the body of 18-year-old Royal Coleman was found dead in his car in the Serenity Park section of Jericho Heights. Whoa, I thought this was Royal Coleman. Cause of death awaits the coroner's report, but early indications show no sign of foul play. As the quarterback of the football team from Jericho Heights High School, Royal was well known in the community. Another life lost in Jericho Heights. You nod your head in prayer for Royal's eternal peace. Glancing out your window, you spot Jace hanging outside, though he keeps eyeing towards the east. You suspect he's going somewhere, but you're not sure when. Setting down your phone, you consider how you'd like to spend your time. Your day. First, So we got the sheriff's office, work in the store, visit Marcus, investigate the blood lab. Okay. Chat, you know what? Okay. I think this might be where we're going to leave it for now. Because I should probably go to sleep or something. I'm actually a vampire myself. LARPed one and everything. Okay, so a really fun idea. This could cause game-breaking things. Ravnos plus a changeling character plus a mage. Ravnos illusions are real in the dreaming, so the changeling could manipulate them to help prove things to make magic easier for the mage. To more fun things to interact. That's crazy. Scarlet Emu's like, finally, they're finally gonna go to sleep. It's been 84 years, chat. It's actually been 15 hours, 2 minutes, and wait for it, 15 seconds. But I think what we will do is we will thank everybody so much for hanging out with me on stream. I will like cut up everything. Let's go to the stream. Let's go to the stream playlist. But yeah, I've had a lot of fun. We've played that game for 8 hours straight. So obviously it's a fun one. That's crazy. Okay. Wow. Right. So yeah, chat, thank you guys so much for chilling with us today. We will be back. I'll have to actually check whether we will be back this Friday. Or if I have my superhero game. Next session is on the 27th of March. So I will not be here on Friday, but we will, unless we decide to do like something during the afternoon, during the day, before my game. But we will definitely be back on Saturday for more game time. Maybe doing some more painting. Who knows? The world is my oyster, chat. The world oysters. You know how it goes. I'm actually gonna put some of my paints away. But yeah, thank you guys so much, Scarlet Emu and Estrella, for joining us. Oh my gosh, it's been it's gonna be a freaking long one. Oh my goodness. So make sure that you guys are also taking care of yourselves. Haha, I have Uno reversed you. Mwahaha. Get wrecked. Scrub. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good rest of the day. And I will see you later. Bye, chat. Bye, chat. Mwah.